KOIKIMEDIA, we're bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
KOIKIMEDIA, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
KOIKIMEDIA, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Àwa sálára àgbà yìí dá, àwa ló láṣà àti èdè. Gbígbédè lárugẹ nílẹ̀ Oòduà o, àwa gangan ni bàbá.
KOIKIMEDIA, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
They never sabi wetin we carry for her.
But they move closer before them to sabi.
I said they never know wetin we carry for body.
But they move closer before them to sabi.
Ọ̀kín lọ lọ́jà ẹyẹ, kìnìún ló ló lajú.
Ẹyẹ tó lórí kòtò bí àdán ọgbẹ́jẹ lẹ́nu.
Ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ilẹ̀ bàbá wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ìlú bàbá wa, ká jùmọ̀ sowọ́pọ̀ ká lè kó Odùduwà.
Odùduwà kò bá lè gbé wá.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ṣe gírí. Ẹ dìde fún ẹ̀tọ́ adúláwọ̀, ká lè jọ jùmọ̀ gbé délẹ̀ ìlérí, káwa lè gba ògo ilẹ̀ wa. Ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká lè jọ gbàdé, ká lè gbàdé adé adúláwọ̀. Àwa ni ìmọ̀lẹ̀ tí yóò tàn káàkiri.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ni wá.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwa là ń gbé tó lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
Kásá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà wá kájé gbúgbà yín jẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
À ń gbé tó lárugẹ, à ń gbàsà lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
News and sports ẹ máa rí gbọ́.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi ló ní kí n máa ké tantan. KOIKIMEDIA, ọ̀rọ̀ lágbájúmọ̀ mi o, máa bá ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ o. Ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn, ọmọ Yorùbá tata o. À ń gbádùn rẹ, ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi, ṣẹ́yìn ló máa fi dìbò tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa ń dé máa dé, ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa wọ̀ o. Igbó máa wọ̀ kájòjì ò gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀, àjòjì tó bá wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ á tẹ̀lé ní ẹbọra. Ẹ̀yin lọ máa náwó kóyìnbó tó dé, ìgbà tó yìnbó dé o, owó náà dẹ́ tún pọ̀ sí o. KOIKIMEDIA, ṣàwa ni bàbá. KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Àdáńtọ́ àtúnpèrègèdè.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Àwa là ń gbé tò lárugẹ, jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ o.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Àtúnjà fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ wa, fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Ọmọ Oòduà ni wá o, tọkàntọkàn.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Ikú tó ṣe bí lébi òsì, àdìmú bàbá iyọ̀.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
We bring you work closer to your doorstep.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Afẹ́fẹ́ tó ń fẹ́ òòdùn kan ní oko lára ni.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Àpèrègèdè Olódùmarè ló fún wa ṣe.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Gbogbo ayé ẹ gbọ́, àwa ni bàbá o.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Ẹ máa bọ̀ wá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà yín wá o.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
Odùduwà lágbédá ní, òtítọ́ lágbédá ní.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
A kì í sọ̀dálẹ̀, a kì í sódìkẹta.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
A dúró tán, a tún pèrègèdè.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwọn ni bàbá.
KOIKIMEDIA, we bring you work closer to your doorstep. KOIKIMEDIA is around. Is around.
Give us latest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó kojú gbogbo.
ladies and gentlemen,
Ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó kojú gbogbo.
KOIKIMEDIA is around.
Give us latest.
KOIKIMEDIA.
And a very good evening and welcome to our live broadcast. Mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri gbogbo ibi tí ẹ ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ìkànnì wa KOIKIMEDIA. Èní ní 16th 06/2025. 5 days into the Yoruba mega rally. Update and everything we need to know as we continue to forge ahead. Ká tó tẹ̀síwájú, ẹ bá wa pín podcast yìí kí ẹ lè bá wa pa àwọn èèyàn wọlé. Ẹ máa kọ́kọ́ lọ sí ibi tí a ti fi gbọ́ again bí bàbá wa Professor Adebanji Akitoye how he made that and center wa láti lè ṣe KOIKIMEDIA. We're operating from 3 different continents. I operate like we then go into the broadcast of the day. Yoruba Nation is still an ongoing project that will deliver 60 million people out of this contraction. Professor so, and then when I come back, I will be able to everything we need to know so far and where we're heading to. Ọjọ́ karùn-ún ló pé lénìí tí Yoruba Nation mega rally was announced. I drew the rally more, but the rally comes in different stages as we are all aware. But stage tower nisin only stage tí bàbá wa Professor Akitoye tó fi ní kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá kí a jáde ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Èní ní 16th 06/2025 láti kànnì wa láti iléeṣẹ́ wa tí à ń pè ní KOIKIMEDIA. Òun náà ni a tún darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ̀yin tí ẹ fẹ́ máa gbọ́ wa ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa nípa Yoruba Nation, Yoruba independent country. Gbogbo tí gbogbo wa fẹ́ mọ̀ àti ta ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀, àmọ́ nígbà tó ti pé ọjọ́ karùn-ún kí ni bàbá sọ àti ọmọdé yẹmọ àti gbogbo àwọn tí a jọ ń ṣètò láti the YSDM. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà la tún máa farabalẹ̀ la máa gbọ́ bọ́ ẹ máa gbọ́ tí bàbá sọ ní 5 days ago ní on the 11th of June 2025 nígbà tí bàbá wa Professor Adebanji Akitoye tó sọ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé pé ká jáde síta ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally. Èyí tí bàbá Akitoye bá ti sọ òun náà ni ọmọdé yẹmọ sọ. Èyí tí bàbá bá ti sọ òun náà ni YSDM sọ. Àwọn wo ni YSDM? The Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, under the leadership and the chairman of Professor Adebanji Akitoye, under his 2 deputies, Kayode Emola, all the way from the United Kingdom, that is also representing Gbogbo diaspora, Latin Asia, Gbogbo Europe, and all the continents. The Yoruba homeland, Oni George Akinola, and we now have our generalismo, Tiamosi, Dr. Chief Sunday Adeyemo Igboho. I can confirm, as there is nothing to be concerned and worried about. Gbogbo wọn pátá lọ́jọ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀, and àwọn tó fẹ́ mọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ, I will leave it because for many reasons, ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Kò sí kankan tí ẹnìkan fẹ́ gbọ́ ju pé bàbá ti ní ká jáde, and that is all. Bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí tí gbóhùn àwọn tó kù bí bàbá wa ọmọ Adéyẹmọ is constantly being updated around what is going on. But ìbéèrè tí a kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ béèrè òun lọ́wọ́ ìjọba again, as we have asked this question constantly, òun ni pé kí ni Dr. Chief Sunday Adeyemo kí ló ṣe? Kí ni offense tó fi di pé he has now been put on wanted? What ti lè ṣe? What ti gbogbo accounted? Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wo gan ni olóyè ṣe ju pé ó ń béèrè fún gbogbo tí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá náà ń béèrè fún? Kí ni gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ń béèrè fún? Pé a fẹ́ dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè. Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ prove ẹ̀ pé kò kí ń ṣe Sunday Igboho àti bàbá Akíntóyè nìkan ló fẹ́ Yorùbá nation? Òun ni bàbá ṣe instruct gbogbo wa pé kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri gbogbo bí ta bá wà ká jáde ká lọ béèrè fún Yorùbá nation láti gbèríko sí gbèríko, láti inú ọjà sínú ọjà, so that tí gbogbo àgbáyé bá ń rí wá lè mọ̀ pé tí ń sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ òun náà ni pé olóyè ọmọ Adéyẹmọ kì í ṣe terrorist, kò kì í ṣe criminal, kò dẹ̀ ń ṣe ẹni tó ń dà lóru, nítorí pé gbogbo àwa tó kù náà tí wọ́n ní ká jáde ní gbogbo ibi tó ti ní ká jáde, in tí olóyè fẹ́ yẹn òun náà làwa fẹ́. Tí o bá wá disagree pẹ̀lú bàbá Akíntóyè, o ti disagree pẹ̀lú tó lóyè fẹ́ náà nìyẹn. O ti disagree pẹ̀lú gbogbo tí ọmọ Yorùbá fẹ́. These are what should be in our mind. Àwọn tó wá ń béèrè pé àwọn warriors yẹn kọ́ kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Stage by stage ni rally yìí. In tí bàbá sọ a máa tún gbọ́ láìpẹ́ yìí. Kí ni bàbá sọ ni pé gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá pátá ká jáde láti June 12, 2025. Ó di ọjọ́ karùn-ún lénìí tí bàbá ti ní ká jáde. Àmọ́ ṣé in tí olóyè ń béèrè fún àti in tá à ń rí ní ìjẹta títí dé èní, tí a bá play video kan fún wa láìpẹ́ yìí, a rí pé ìjọba Nàìjíríà a tún béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. Wọ́n negotiate pẹ̀lú terrorist, wọ́n negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn Al-Qaeda, ISWAP, Mahmouda àti Boko Haram. 240 innocent Nigerians were killed. Tabari àwọn videos yẹn kò ṣe play. You would understand that in tí a ṣe ní àlè wà nínú Nigeria mọ́, ààrẹ náà nìyẹn. Ara ń tàtú ṣe ń béèrè pé kí ni Nigerian government ṣe lè máa negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn terrorist? Kí ni olóyè ṣe tí bàbá níta jáde síta? Bàbá tó ní ká jáde síwájú ilé wa, ó mọ̀ dájú pé a fẹ́ fi sọ fún àgbáyé pé olóyè fúnra rẹ̀ nìkan kọ́ ló fẹ́ Yorùbá nation. Eléyìí ò kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ olóyè nìkan, gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá láti gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ló fẹ́ Yorùbá country. And gbogbo eléyìí la ṣe ń sọ fún àwọn tí wọ́n ń béèrè pé a fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, àìtí ìgbóhùn olóyè. I am the spokesman of Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho. Igboho rányàn kankan níṣẹ́ kó jáde láti wá sọ anything apart from myself. But right now, all I can say is that Igboho is aware of every plan that is going on according to 60 million Yoruba people. Tọ́ni kó jáde síwájú ilé ẹ̀, kó béèrè fẹ́tọ́ ẹ̀, nítorí pé ẹ̀tọ́ tẹ́ ń béèrè fún kò ń ṣe fún olóyè Igboho, òun béèrè fára ẹni. So tó bá jáde síta níwájú ilé ẹ̀, ó ti represent family ẹ̀ náà nìyẹn. Ó ti represent àdúgbò ẹ̀, ó ti represent state ẹ̀, ó dẹ̀ ti represent gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. Olóyè ṣì máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tásìkò bá tó bá yẹ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. But bàbá Akíntóyè ti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Bàbá dẹ̀ ti sọ pé kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ń kọ́ o ká fọ́n síta níwájú ilé wa. A ti rí àwọn tó ń ṣe rally ní 3, 4, 5 in 20s, in 50s. Ó máa build up gradually. Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó wá jẹ́ akọni ọmọ Yorùbá àtakọni ọmọ Yorùbá obìnrin tó jẹ́ pé ti dira bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó dà bẹ́ẹ̀. Just stay alert nítorí pé at the appropriate time again bàbá máa ní nǹkan máa bá wa sọ. But for now, in tí bàbá sọ, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Koiki Media bringing the world closer to our doorsteps.
This is a very special day. Tí gbogbo ní ti dúró dé, káwọn ọmọdé á máa pè mí endlessly. Bá ìgbàwó máa gbáwó la máa ṣe àríwá, gbáwó tí àwọn ṣe máa sọ̀rọ̀ nínú àṣẹ agbára Olódùmarè tá a bá dẹ̀ bí gbogbo yín, mo kí gbogbo yín pátápátá, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní Yorùbá World Media. Ẹ kú Ọlọ́run asán fún mi ojú asán. Mo kí announcement ilé mi.
Ẹlẹ́ni ká lọ ṣe announcement. Bàbá 90 years old kò ní jáde láì jẹ́ pé bàbá wa ọmọ Adéyẹmọ is fully behind everything he's doing. Ẹ má dá confusion sílẹ̀. Ẹni tó bá gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tó dẹ̀ mọ̀ tí bàbá sọ, ẹ lọ padà gbọ́ fídíò tí bàbá sọ. Bàbá is working in conjunction with everybody and everybody without anybody that doesn't want to have the progression. Àwọn tó fẹ́ progression is understandable. But as I speak to us, as not just the spokesman, but also one out of the 60 million tó fẹ́ Yorùbá country, gbogbo wa ni bàbá fún ní instruction. Instruction yẹn ni ká tẹ̀lé. Instruction yẹn náà ni bàbá wa Olóyè Ìgbòho ń tẹ̀lé. Tó fi ní kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá béèrè lọ́wọ́ ìjọba Nàìjíríà pé kí lẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tóun ṣe nítorí pé wọ́n fẹ́ pàṣídé ní 1st of July 2021. Tí wọ́n bá wá disagree pẹ̀lú in tí bàbá Akíntóyè sọ, á jẹ́ pé in tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ sólóyè Ìgbòho tó fi di pé wà níta títí di wákàtí. You believe in it? Tí bàbá ti ní ká jáde yẹn, nítorí pé in tó mú olóyè wà níta títí di wákàtí kò ju pé ó béèrè lọ́wọ́ ìjọba Nàìjíríà kí ló dé tẹ̀ ń pa àwọn èèyàn òun, kí làwọn èèyàn òun ṣe fún yín? And this made him to be the target out of the 60 million. Gbogbo 60 million Yoruba people now have to protect him. Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ protect ẹ̀? Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwa náà kó má jẹ́ pé ojú olóyè nìkan ló wà níta. Ojú olóyè nìkan kọ́ ló mọ̀ ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Gbogbo àwa náà wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ rí wa pé lóòótọ́ lódodo. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo wa sì máa jáde sí ibi tí gbogbo wa sì máa jókòó sí nígbà tá a bá máa jáde fún gbogbo bí rally ṣe ń tẹ̀síwájú when it comes to the big one. But for now, instruction Professor Akintoye ni pé go out there and tell the world pé kò kí ń ṣe àwọn àtolóyè Ìgbòho nìkan làwọn fẹ́ Yorùbá nation. Ìjẹ́ wọ́n ti ń ṣe or you are still grumbling? Òun béèrè pé kí ló dé tó lóyè ò tí sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tí bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá dẹ̀ sọ fún wa pé in tóun wá sọ yìí àwọn ọmọ àwọn olóyè Ìgbòho ó ní káwọn lọ sọ̀rọ̀ síta. Kí la tún fẹ́ kí bàbá yìí tún ṣe ju bàbá yìí ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ? This man is 90 years old for crying out loud. Bàbá ò kì í ṣe ọ̀dẹ̀. Bàbá ò kì í ṣe ẹni tó ní dementia. He knows what he's saying. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ń ti bàbá Akíntóyè. He is 90. He's an historian. Bàbá ti ń kọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá as far back as 1977. And as of today, I believe every sons and daughters of Yoruba should give him all the support. Bí olóyè ṣe fún bàbá ní support. Bàbá is constantly and olóyè having serious conversation nípa the next move, the next stage. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ báyìí tí gbólóyè, this is not 2021. Nígbà tó lóyè ní à ń bọ̀ lÉkòó, mo dÉkòó tán, gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ lọ pa olóyè sínú ilé. He was almost killed in July 1st, 2021. I could have been killed as well if I was in the house. We were lucky, but èèyàn méjì ò lucky. Wọ́n pa Dogon, wọ́n pa Alhaji Fatai. Kí ló dé tí ẹ tí wá ní a gbọ́dọ̀ tó bí a ṣe tó ní 2021? Kí ló dé tí ẹ ṣe jẹ́ ká re-strategize ẹ̀ bó ṣe ní ká ṣe yìí? I want us to dàrú. I want us to go into the crisis mode, but we have to follow the instruction. And that instruction is what we are going to follow until the next stage of this movement. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ tí bàbá tún sọ sí lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Program okay o ẹ̀yin lẹni ká lọ ṣe announcement lẹ́yìn fún àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké wa kán bá lè gbà pé ó ti tó òkè deputy mi ní ilé George Akínọlá òkè deputy mi ní diaspora Káyọ̀dé Ìmọ̀lá òkè gbogbo ẹni chairman YSDF in every country of the world òkè gbogbo ẹni YSDF chairman in every state in our own homeland in Yorubaland. Mo kí gbogbo ẹni secretary, members of the executive council, world council of YSDF, mo kí gbogbo yín o. The big question on every tongue láàrin wa. Ìjọ wo la máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally pẹ̀lú ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ níwájú Ọlọ́run láti wá sọ fún yín báyìí lálẹ́ ìpẹ́ tó bá di láàárọ̀ ńlá gbogbo wa ká jáde síta nílé wa ẹnìkan kan máa lóhun wọkọ̀ lọ sílẹ̀ ìlú ẹlòmíràn lọ ṣe rally ọ̀tọ̀ Èkó àti Ìbàdàn ní center of attraction nílẹ̀ wa, but this time around the center of attraction will be your own village.
This time around, the center of ibi tá ti fẹ́ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àgbáyé mọ̀ pé à ń ṣe Yorùbá Nation rally kò ń ṣe àwọn méjèèjì tó jẹ́ leader wa àtàwọn deputy àti gbogbo committee nìkan ló fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation. Bẹ́ẹ̀mi ṣe fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation, ìwọ tó náà fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation, kí ló dé tó fẹ́ jẹ́ kí ìwọ náà fi ojú ẹ̀ síta pò fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation? Kí ló dé tó ṣe jẹ́ pé Olóyè Ìgbòho nìkan ló gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ pò fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation? Àgbáyé ti mọ Olóyè Ìgbòho, àmọ́ wọn náwọn ọmọ àwa tó kù pa fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation. Olóyè ti lọ submit letter on behalf of Baba Akintoye ní United Kingdom. Olóyè ti wá ṣe rally nínú Nàìjíríà rí, kò ń ṣe pé kò tí ì ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ rí. Ó ti lọ ṣe rally ní also the UK tí gbogbo wa witness ní October. Tẹ́ bá ní ẹ̀ ń dúró de Olóyè ní ká máa báṣẹ́ lọ, iṣẹ́ yẹn ò gbọ́dọ̀ dúró tásìkò bá tó. Níbi tí Olóyè bá ti máa jáde, á jáde, àmọ́ ẹ fẹ́ mọ gbogbo kúlẹ̀kúlẹ̀ information, and that is what we have sealed. We have sealed it, and nobody, I can assure everybody, tẹ́ bá gbìyànjú pé fẹ́ mọ information tí bàbá bá ní ẹ máa mọ̀ náà lẹ máa mọ̀. Gbogbo yìí tẹ́ ṣe ní 2021 tẹ́ fẹ́ fi ṣe àkóbá fún Olóyè Ìgbòho cannot be played back again. We lost 2 people. A kó àwọn méjìlá tó kó lọ sí Àbújá, wọ́n fìyà jẹ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹ má yẹ kí a tún ronú bí 2021. That was about 4 years ago. Tó bá ní ká jáde síta nísìn níwájú ilé wa. That is the instruction. We follow that instruction until the next stage of this movement. And that is where we are right now. We are on the 5th day and we are still moving forward. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ sí lẹ́rọ̀ bàbá again.
Ẹ bá ń gbé ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ tí máa ṣe rally. Ẹ bá ń gbé ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ tí máa ṣe rally.
Ibi tẹ́ bá ń gbé níbẹ̀ ni kẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally. Níbẹ̀ ni kò ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally tiẹ̀. Kí ló dé tẹ́ ẹ fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally yín? A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Àrà ọmọdé tó ti jáde níwájú church, àrà àwọn tó jáde níwájú títì, a rí wọn ní Ọ̀ṣun state. As at today, àwọn èèyàn ti jáde ní Ọ̀ṣun state, whether they are 10, whether they are 5. Tó bá jẹ́ pé gbogbo wa là ń replicate ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, lẹ́dẹ̀ ń share gbogbo fídíò yẹn sí gbogbo media tó ní ká share sí, tí a dẹ̀ upload ẹ̀ ní gbogbo social media. It will also be as we are already in the rally, which we are already. But some of us, rather than go out on the street in front of your house, you have remained in your WhatsApp group without taking that bold step. Àmọ́ ẹ fẹ́ jẹ́ kí a tún risky the same thing that almost happened to Olóyè ní 2021 nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ wá pa nílé. We saw it. Even some of you never knew how he was able to make it out of the house. Yet, rally went further on the 3rd of June, on the 3rd of July 2021. But this time around, nígbà tí rally bá ń tẹ̀síwájú tó ti wọlé bí olè lóru, nígbà tásìkò bá tó, olóyè náà máa dé, àsìkò tó máa dé yẹn, ẹ fìyẹ́ sílẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ bàbá Akíntóyè àti ẹni tá à ń pè ní ọmọ Adéyẹmọ. That information, I don't have it, I don't know it, nobody will know it. That remains something that will be miserable for millions of you. But for now, 60 million people should be able to come out in front of their house and obey that instruction. The instruction that I jáde tó bá láṣọ funfun tó ní flag. We have now seen that ẹlòmíì fi charcoal ó fi kọ pé Yoruba nation no going back. Around tó kọ sínú newspaper, around tó kọ sínú blackboard. Kí ló dé tí wọ́n wà defiance of the information that Baba has given for us to go out? Ẹ sì fẹ́ dúró pé kí olóyè ṣe fídíò kí bàbá Akíntóyè wá jókòó pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ nígbà tí bàbá ti jáde. Ó ní òun ò jáde on his own, òun jáde on behalf of everybody, including Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho. As many of us should not be in a confusion state. Kò sí confusion nínú movement yìí. You did it in 2021. We will not tolerate and accept it again in 2025. My name is Olami Koiki. We will make sure we protect every information tí kò jẹ́ kó jáde. When the information is appropriate, it will come out through all the normal channel from the Yoruba World Media, the home-based media, and all the loyal independent media. Gbogbo alatiri nísìn, wọ́n ní ká ṣe rally. Media mélòó ló ń pariwo rally yìí bí bàbá ṣe ní ká lọ ṣe. Media mélòó ló ń promote bí bàbá ṣe ní ká ṣe. Even àwọn media tó jẹ́ non-Yoruba media. Very soon, they will have no choice. Wọ́n máa sọ lórí radio station yín nílé. They will talk about it. But nígbà tá a bá jáde púpọ̀, báwo ni channel ṣe máa sọ? Báwo ni TVC ṣe máa sọ? Ẹ rò pé àwọn international media máa pick ẹ̀. They will pick on it. But for now, wọ́n serious pẹ̀lú tó ń lọ ní Iran àti Israel. Ogun lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. But for us, ogun ti wà nínú ilé. But the West has been a biased country for a very long time. Kí ló dé tó ṣe wà biased? Èèyàn 200 ò bá máa kú lójoojúmọ́ nínú Nàìjíríà. Ogun tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nínú Israel as I speak today. 240 people have not been killed between the two countries. Only on Saturday, we lost 240 indigenous people in Nigeria. Mo tún bí President Bola Ahmed Tinubu lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Kí ni Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho ṣe fún ẹ? Kí lẹ ṣe tó ṣe gan? Tí ẹ fi ń negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn terrorists. We have the videos. We have all seen it. We will hear about that video in the course of this program. But let's listen more to Baba Akíntóyè, and then we will play the national anthem, and we will go into the broadcast of today.
So mo fẹ́ bẹ̀ gbogbo tó bá di lọ́la lágbára Ọlọ́run tomorrow the 12th day of June 2025 a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally wa and June 12 yẹn ó tún ní significance kan tá a fi choose yẹ significance náà ni pé ìjọ Freedom Day nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn. Ìjọ tí gbogbo wa tá a jáde tá a dìbò dáadáa fún
Democracy Day.
Tá a dìbò fún dáadáa ìbò sọnù lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Èyí ṣe pé wọ́n gba ìbò yẹn sọnù lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ nìkan wọ́n wá gba ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ mọ́ra. Tàbá rántí lọ́la ká máa rántí pé ẹjọ́ yìí ó yàtọ̀ ní láìfà wa Yorùbá. Àpẹẹrẹ wọ́n rí election wọ́n ṣe kíní kan bàbá wa ló win election ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n rí igi kankan bọ̀ ti eléyìí ti 1992 June 1993 June 2 yẹn nǹkan tí àwọn Yorùbá máa ròyìn fáwọn ọmọ wa láéláé ni. And therefore it is a good thing that we are starting our rally. Kì í ṣe pé ọ̀la nìkan ni rally yẹn o. We are just starting tomorrow. Gbogbo wa fi ọtí wípé a máa rally yẹn lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀. Ó lè tójọ́ márùn-ún, ó lè tọ́sẹ̀ kan gan. tí ò bá tí kórajọ tó lọ́la ẹ jẹ́ kó kórajọ sí bẹ́tà lọ́túnla ní Tuesday ní Saturday tó bá tún wá dé Sunday ẹ jẹ́ kó túnbọ̀ wá pọ̀ sí ẹ jẹ́ ká máa pọ̀ sí.
ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i bàbá ní kò ń ṣejọ́ kan ní rally yìí kò ń ṣejọ́ méjì kò ń ṣejọ́ mẹ́ta ìjọ́ karùn-ún ní rally yìí ǹjẹ́ tí mọ̀ pé even whatever will happen whether this movement goes into a war a ṣì máa padà sórí dialogue table with the federal government to negotiate our exit. That is how it's going to happen. All Baba is doing is to kickstart the rally, and all Igboho have said, kickstart the rally. All the YSDM, kickstart the rally. All the Yoruba Nation coordinators, kickstart the rally. The voice is already been heard from the national leader, Tiba Bawa, Tiko Lishinkokon, Lenyi Omadeyemo. Let us listen to him. Kickstart the rally. Move out in your little street, in your little state and local government. At the appropriate time, more information will be delivered, will be sent to each and every one of us. Tẹ́tí jẹwédú, tẹ́tí lo Fensic, tẹ́tí lo Panadol. Yes, ó ṣì máa máa ṣiṣẹ́, kò ṣe kó máa expire. But one thing is, let us follow the instruction. Instruction la máa tẹ̀lé, and that will move it to the next stage. Let's now kickstart this broadcast as I will come back to that video again. My name is Olawumi Koiki, and you've been listening to Koiki Media, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Yoruba Nation, Day 5. Mokibu Bomo Yoruba, Nili Loko. Nigeria has finally died. Adúpẹ́ fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa. Mo kí gbogbo wa pé ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sí orí ìkànnì wa as we have now kickstart our broadcast. Mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri ibi tí ohùn mi bá dé. Mo kí yín o pé a kú gbogbo bí ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà tó fẹ́ padà kú pátápátá ẹ̀ tó máa ṣojú ẹ̀mí wa. Kò sí nǹkan tó dáa tó pé ká witness bá ṣe fẹ́ bury Nàìjíríà torí pé Nàìjíríà ti fẹ́ kú, oxygen tó kù lára ẹ̀ ó ti ń yọ rẹ̀ báyìí. Báwo tẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ pé a fẹ́ country, the country will eventually die. And as we're going to be taking you to some of the events that is showcasing the death of Nigeria, Latita, I would first advise us that our video kan wà tá ní lè show fún wa because of the image and the graffiti of this video. Video wo ni? A rí video tó jáde láti Benue State. Are you still thinking that Nigeria can sustain till 2027? Ṣé wọ́n rò pé bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ yìí Nigeria lè sustain títí dé 2027? I do not believe that, and I don't think so. Mo kẹ́yìn èèyàn wa, mo kọ́kọ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá wa káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé. Let me say this clearly. It does not matter what information that is out there. Authentic and organic information is available to every media láti make it useful for the purpose of our broadcast. Kí ni kan tí mo mean by that? In tó bá ti mú Bàbá Akíntóyè sọ̀rọ̀ lórí any platform, most importantly the Yoruba world media, ó ti jẹ́ pé bàbá ti pass message fún gbogbo wa, and ibẹ̀ ni a ti máa wá lọ mú information yẹn, àwa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí analyze it kó lè yé àwọn èèyàn rather than try to distort information. Nobody has the right to distort any information. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa àti tẹ́ ẹ̀ gbọ́ wa, ẹ má confuse ara yín, because tí bàbá bá ti sọ̀rọ̀, àwa tá ń gbé ọ̀rọ̀ tó kù, àwa la máa wá ṣe àlàyé lé lórí, àdé máa ṣe àwọn other programs láti sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. But ẹni tó bá refuse pé kò fẹ́ gbé ọ̀rọ̀ tí Bàbá Akíntóyè bá sọ, if they say anything contradictory to what Baba Akíntóyè have said, then you should be questioned. Ní them, pé kí ni dé tí gbogbo tí bàbá sọ, kí ló dé pé ẹ̀rí yẹn lò? This stage where we are right now, kódà Tinubu gan ti gbọ́n tí bàbá sọ, kò correspond sí ni. Baba has already sent a message to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu ní last month by telling Tinubu to divide Nigeria. Tinubu has not yet answered to that message. Òun ló mọ reason tó dá bàbá lóhùn. But whatever the reason tí bàbá ò dá, tí Tinubu ò dá bàbá lóhùn, that reason is going to bite and make a big impact on the lives of Tinubu, as we saw in the north. Wọ́n ti ń ju òkò fúnra wọn, àwọn ẹgbẹ́ APC. Àwọn tí wọ́n ń pè ní APC, they are already fighting themselves. We have seen a lot happening. Ari ní Rome, the current pope, ó sọ̀rọ̀, ó ní kí ló dé tí Nàìjíríà ń pa àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀. That shows that the country can no longer sustain itself. If anybody is still doubting that Nigeria will dissolve, message mi bó lọ síbi tó yẹ kó lọ. We are already hearing that even the pope, the new pope, spoke before President Tinubu in terms of àwọn tó pa ní Benue State. The question you should ask yourself is, why should someone that lives in Rome ó gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ before the president of a country where 240 innocent people were massacred, burnt to death? Video yẹn kò ṣe fi wọn rárá. Even I don't want to play the audio because we are still trying to keep the remaining platform Tani Tafinshi program. But going back to the video of Pope, I'll play that for us to hear what Pope says about the killings in Benue State. Do you think that Nigeria will sustain itself? Yes, by the criminal international countries that wants to keep Nigeria going. But àwa tí wọ́n ní ká jáde fún rally, àwa la fẹ́ make sure pé Nigeria does not exist anymore. Kò ń ṣe Ìgbòho nìkan ló náà ń fẹ́ Yorùbá nation. Ìgbòho fẹ́, bẹ́ẹ̀mi náà ṣe fẹ́, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe fẹ́. So we need to understand this clearly. Even those of us that still doesn't accept the manner and way tó ṣe ní kí rally yìí bẹ̀rẹ̀, let me tell you, it does not matter. The international community is quite aware of everything that Nigeria is now a failed state. Ìlú tí kò lè tọ́jú ará ilé, tí kò lè tọ́jú ará ìta. How much more do you think that this country will take before it breaks up? That is why Baba Akíntóyè sọ fún Tinubu in his letter that President Tinubu, he loves you. The Yoruba people love you, even though some might disagree with the phrase. But Baba ò lè kọ lẹ́tà sí Tinubu kó ní nífẹ̀ẹ́. Baba lo diplomacy. I have told you, even if we go through any route, diplomacy will end the negotiation to the exit of Yoruba people. Bóun Baba Akíntóyè kan bá declare lálẹ́, a sì máa go through that final part of diplomacy, because Nigeria government might say àwọn ọgbà, Odemadija. Even as Iran and Israel is fighting, OTD, I believe, day 3 of their own fighting. Nobody wants to step aside for each other. Washing shake bass goes for one. But the round table. As I heard Donald Trump on his way to Canada for the G7 summit, that is coming up in the next couple of days or in the next few hours. What be Donald Trump? How do you think that the situation will be dissolved between Israel and Iran? Only koshi koko lo bara won ja die sino. Tó bá wá jà dáadáa, we would then intervene. Àwọn ìtí ìjà kò ṣe pé a tó bẹ́ẹ̀, kò ṣe pé a wà capable to shut down and stop the operation of Nigeria or Yorubaland. But as we are doing it right now, in the last 5 days, ọlọ́pàá ìtí pààyàn, ọlọ́pàá ìtí kìkèèyàn kankan, ọlọ́pàá ìtí mìíyàn. Yes, even in Osun State today, I was told that the DSS was monitoring them. But DSS ò tí gbé wọn because DSS mọ̀ pé tóun bá gbé wọn, Bàbá Akíntóyè máa béèrè pé kí làwọn ọmọ yẹn ṣe tẹ́ fi gbé wọn. That is why we are saying to you, ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ṣì ń fi ìbẹ̀rù sí ibi tó kù sí, this is not the time to be scared. This is not the time. Bàbá Akíntóyè has given Tinubu that final notice. But if you do not accept Nigeria to break up, then you will be disgraced from outside, as we have seen in this next video that I want to show you, as Tinubu failed to address the killing in Benue State before Pope, the new Pope, came out. Láti sọ fún gbogbo àgbáyé pé this happened in Nigeria, and that tells you Nigeria has finally died.
Giugno, nella città di Yelewata, nell'area amministrativa locale di Guma, nello stato di Benue, in Nigeria, si è verificato un terribile massacro in cui circa 200 persone sono state uccise con estrema crudeltà, la maggior parte delle quali erano sfollati interni, ospitati dalla missione cattolica locale. Prego affinché la sicurezza, la giustizia e la pace prevalgano in Nigeria, paese amato e così colpito da varie forme di violenza. E prego in modo particolare per le comunità cristiane rurali dello Stato di Benue, che incessantemente sono stati vittime della violenza.
Well, bá a tẹ́ gbọ́ gbogbo èdè tó sọ, ó ṣó pé èdè kan ń bẹ tí Pope fi communicate. Àwa náà sọ pé tílẹ̀ Yorùbá bá dá dúró, èdè wa náà la máa fi communicate. The rally has been announced. Moving forward and making it to perfection in all our towns and villages is our own task. Gbogbo ẹni tó ń gbé níta, responsibility yín ni to also help your people so that the situation at home will be able to make them to come out and defend their lives that is under an imminent threat as we speak right now. Let's go to the Vatican news. Nigeria cannot survive this current situation. Even if they pray for Tinubu, it will not be able to survive the stigma that we told him that Nigeria would give him. Nigeria is already giving Tinubu the stigma, and that stigma means that if he does not break up Nigeria as quickly as possible before 2027, Yoruba people will make up their choice. And kini choice wa, we will determine our fate under the rules of engagement, under the international law, under the African law, under the Yorubaland law, where Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ti exists for more than 14,000 years. And every right is given to Professor Akintoye to make up that decision at the appropriate time. Pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tíìmù wọn tọ́jọ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú Olóyè Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ, to decide how 60 million people will exit Nigeria without, as quickly as possible, the death that is overshadowing Nigeria today. We saw it. Kí ni Olóyè Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ nǹkan ṣe? I will present that video in just about a few minutes, but let's go back and listen to Pope one more time, and then I will tell you what Pope said in terms of the words for English. But for now, Pope Ujade before Tinubu, Nigeria is gone. Yoruba, let's stay together. Ẹ jẹ́ ká dúró firm. I have told you, you have all the media that are honest for this movement. I will be your last man standing. And like I've said all the time, Obita Denison, I am communicating to the international community, and that means I will be speaking more English in my broadcast because we are already in the day 5. But the world that we live today are not convinced that Nigeria should not break, but they are waiting for me and you to activate it. We can only activate it under the leadership of Professor Akintoye. And then the Vatican website, where they told us exactly what Pope said in his address, which was just on Sunday, which was just yesterday. The killing happened overnight Sunday morning. Tinubu addressed it after the Pope to address situation here. It shows that you don't have a government. Your government is not responsible for your lives. Baba Akintoye is now responsible for the 60 million Yoruba people. Your governors failed you. They could not address the insecurity. Your governor failed you. Our kings failed us as well. That means the only man left to save us from the current situation that we are right now is the emeritus Professor Akintoye. And we will follow all the instruction as it will be delivered to us day by day, time by time, as Yoruba Nation Rally is now in its 5th day. Let's listen again to Pope.
Giugno, nella città di Yelewata, nell'area amministrativa locale di Guma, nello stato di Benue, in Nigeria, si è verificato.
We had Benue State in Nigeria. Kilo Shele, ni Benue State.
Si è verificato un terribile massacro.
A terrible massacre occurred. A terrible massacre occurred. How many people do you think that Pope was talking to on Sunday? Give me a number. Do you know how many Catholics are around the globe? Iwowa in Nigeria must sustain for another 2 years. A Pope came out bold enough to challenge the government of Nigeria and the international community. Let them divide this shit old bloody country that is milking the lives of millions of indigenous people. Ṣé bàbá Akintoye tó ní ká jáde síwájú ilé wa ṣe rò pé bàbá yẹn stupid kò mọ tó ń ṣe? Pope was speaking to billions of people, not millions, because tó bá mọ tó ń pè ní Catholic wàá mọ̀ pé ó kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀.
In cui circa 200 persone sono stati.
In which 200 people, there was a massacre. There was a massacre. Let's take that again.
Un terribile massacro in cui circa.
In which 200 people, what he updated, 40 more have been added to it. Those are the numbers. Go and watch Very Dark Man video. I could not finish watching it. There was a particular room. Tí àwọn ọmọ mẹ́jọ wọ́n jó wọn sínú ilé àwọn ọmọ tó ti pé 8 years old. Think about it. Tó bá jẹ́ pé ọmọ tiẹ̀ ló wà nínú yàrá tó dáná sun, how would you feel? This is what happened in the video that Very Dark Man showed us. Channels Television could not show us. TVC could not show us. Every one of them failed to show us. But the Pope went out there and made it known to 1 billion people around the globe that country tó ń pè Nigeria yẹn ìlú mùjẹmùjẹ ni o, ìlú tó ti máa ń massacre àwọn èèyàn, àwọn wo ló massacre. This is why we are saying that mọ tó ń bọ̀ ni ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń kánjú, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wà in a hurry, you don't know the game that is coming up. Kò ń ṣọ̀rọ̀ Yoruba nation. Nigeria is going towards the final stage that will be buried. Are you going to be part of it is what the question you should be asking yourself. Or are you going to fold your hands wàá máa sọ pé o ì tí gbọ́ kó lóye wá sọ̀rọ̀, o ì tí gbọ́ tíyàn kan ní kó jáde kó lọ ṣe rally. You are waiting for olóyè Ìgbòho pé kó jáde kó wá ṣe rally. Pope ò dúró de anybody kó tó jáde kó sọ fún gbogbo àgbáyé. Kí ló dé tí wọn náà fi jáde kó tẹ̀ ṣàánú olóyè Ìgbòho pé gbogbo ìdààmú tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì gbélé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kó lè ní ìyànjú kíákíá. Kí ló dé tẹ̀yàn fi jáde pé wàhálà tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì gbélé Ìgbòho lọ́rùn, àwa náà dìde tán, kò ń ṣe olóyè nìkan ló náà fẹ́ Yorùbá nation sẹ́ẹ̀, àwa náà fẹ́ Yorùbá nation. Àwọn ò ṣe jẹ́ ẹni tó fẹ́ lọ represent olóyè níwájú ilé wa, wọn ní kó bọ́ta sójú títì, stay in front of your house. Òun náà ní flag, àti rí evidence pé o ò ní the flag, àti rí àwọn tó fi paper àti pen àti marker tó fi sọ pé 1914 amalgamation. Some of you fail to even do that, just to do that alone. Ẹni ẹ ti jàkàrà, ẹ ti jẹ mọ́ínmọ́ín, ẹ ti jẹ fencing, yes, there's nothing wrong in that. Gbogbo èèyàn kíkanjú ọmọkùnrin, ẹ stay alert, ẹ wà awake, because olè bí òru náà la ṣe wà. When the next stage will come, I don't know. Bàbá Akíntóyè ló máa sọ fún wa, Ìgbòho ló máa ṣàlàyé fún wa. Don't relent before that. Continue to encourage people. Continue to talk about it. Ẹ lọ sọ́fíìsì yín, ẹ wọnú bank, ẹ sọ fáwọn èèyàn, kódà o lè máa wọṣọ tó kọ Yorùbá nation 1914 ti expire, kò kọ síwájú kò kọ sẹ́yìn, kó wọ́n wá dúró kó jẹ́ kí ọlọ́pàá mú ẹ, kí ọlọ́pàá yẹn ká wá béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé níbo ló wà, sórílẹ̀ Sókótó ló ti present aṣọ tó wọ̀ yẹn. You can move your flag from any part of Nigeria. Mo sọ fún yín, no, sorry, I take that back. From any part of Yorubaland. Má try it north, má try it nílẹ̀ Igbo. But within Yorubaland, anybody can move their flag. Àwa fẹ́ wọn tó fẹ́ ṣe fẹ́yìn tí àwọn náà mọ̀ pé wọ́n lè ṣe. Tinubu knows that he's going down quickly than what Baba Akíntóyè told him. Inti Pope sọ níjọ́ Sunday, I don't think some of you understand what it means. Pope ti send message America, ó ti send message UK, ó ti send message gbogbo àgbáyé pé wọ́n pa èèyàn 10 ní Austria, gbogbo yín pariwo síta, wọ́n pa èèyàn 240 ní Benue State. Ẹ keep quiet. Táwọn ọmọ Yorùbá bá ti wá sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ country wọn tó declare country wọn, ẹ má sọ pé kí ló dé tó ṣe declare o. Táwọn ọmọ ìjọba declare country wọn, ẹ má ní kí ló dé tó ṣe declare. And the same thing goes to all others, but my focus is our ọmọ Yorùbá, that we would exit this messed up country, and we are already on that stage. Let's go further back and listen to Pope.
Circa 200 persone sono state uccise con estrema crudeltà, la maggior parte delle quali erano sfollati interni.
Àwọn tó lọ pa yìí, àwọn tí yà ń jẹ already ni tó ń pè ní IDP. Tá bá mọ̀ IDP láti 2015, they have not lived a better life in the fake country created by Britain. Internal displaced person hosted by a local Catholic mission. Ẹ̀rù pé àwọn Catholic is stupid ni. Táwọn churches tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn Christian Association of Nigeria that could not speak up for the Christians in Nigeria. The Pope spoke on behalf of everybody, not just the Christians, and even the Muslims in the Southwest that have been killed. And the Muslims are the Hausas, because there's a difference between Hausas and Fulanis. Nigeria must break up as quickly as possible because there is already imminent war. Ó ní Ìgbòho ló fẹ́ gbógun wọlé. Mo ń bèèrè pé ṣé Ìgbòho ni ọ̀daràn? Ta ló ní ọ̀daràn láàrin gbogbo wa? Ọ̀daràn gbogbo wa ti rí wọn. We saw the video circulating on the social media where those that are massacred and killed were now negotiating on behalf with the federal government. That video, we are still bringing it up, but for now, ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ gbọ́ Inti Pope tó sọ nígbà tó wọ́n àdírẹ́sì níjọ́ Sunday. Share this program. This is not the program not to share when we are at this stage now. These are the programs that you want to fire up as quickly as possible because you want to witness the death and the burial of Nigeria. Election kọ́kọ́ lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ní 2027. There must be a negotiation, but before that negotiation, the rally will kick into something else. Something else will lead to negotiation and the dissolution of Nigeria. Britain cannot stop it. America cannot stop it. The world cannot wait for Yoruba to become a full independent country.
Ospitati dalla missione cattolica locale, prego affinché la sicurezza, la giustizia e la pace prevalgano in Nigeria, paese amato e così colpito da varie forme di violenza. E prego in modo particolare per le comunità cristiane rurali dello Stato di Benue, che incessantemente sono stati vittime della violenza.
Well, we've had Pope there, and now I will take us back to every word he said in the format that we will understand. Let's quickly go back to there. Ashiwalori Rally. All the broadcasts coming from KOIKIMEDIA is based on our ongoing rally, and that means under the instruction of our leader, as we have been told, continue the rally as much as you can do it. And if you can't do it that way, then let us just understand that nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. The Pope is doing justice, but our Yoruba for justice from Yoruba, nítorí pé tá bá fẹ́ justice, we could have quickly be asking the question. And what is the question? What has Igboho done to warrant the killings of innocent Yoruba people that Igboho is defending? Igboho is defending all Yoruba people. How do we defend him now? How do we make sure that Igboho is protected from the enemies within and the enemies outside? Ọ̀tá pọ̀jù, and one of the enemies is the federal government. The federal government ti fẹ́ kó gbé orí Igboho wá bá wọn. How do you make sure that wọ́n gbórí Igboho lọ bá federal government? Because the negotiation that is going on between the terrorists and the federal government, that video is being prepared as quickly as possible, is making us to question President Bola Tinubu to reveal quickly offense Wogongon Igboho. We keep asking this question, but the only way we can save Igboho right now is for you to come out in front of your house and do not wait. Olóyè ti sọ̀rọ̀ so many times that the Yoruba people are under essential threat. And what is the threat? The threat that we need to leave Nigeria. What we need to do now to help Igboho is to get the message out quickly so that Igboho le ní freedom. Because the more that we quickly help Igboho to gain his freedom back, the quicker Igboho will be able to return back to his business and have a better life like me and you. Until then, Igboho remain in exile. For how long will Igboho ma fi wà ní exile? These are the questions that you should ask yourself. How do we save him? How do we make sure Baba Akintoye comes out of the exile? Is when we have a full independent Yoruba country. Tá a bá ní Yoruba nation, Igboho ò lè wọlé. Kò ṣe pé kò lè wọlé, tó bá wọlé kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣe fún. And at the time that many of you are asking that, nígbà wo gan ni Igboho máa dé? Nígbà wo ni Igboho ń bọ̀ ní rally? Ọ̀rọ̀ rally Igboho kọ́ ló wà nílẹ̀ mọ́ nísìn. Ọ̀rọ̀ pé kí ìwọ kọ́kọ́ ṣe ìbéèrè lọ́wọ́ Tinubu. You can put a placard out there and say, kí ni offense Igboho? What has he done to warrant? He's been on exile, just like Baba Akintoye as well. These individuals have not done anything more than the fact that the government wants them to be killed while the government continue to negotiate with the terrorists. And like I said, the video for that will be given to us in just about a few minutes as the KOIKIMEDIA team are preparing that. Moki Mugwala Nkonsi, please share the broadcast and invite others to do so. In the 16th of June 2025, from the KOIKIMEDIA studio, we are having our team round the clock from Yorubaland all the way down to UK and where we are broadcasting from. Let's go and listen to what Pope says. The headline, this is one of the most visited websites in the world. Tobani website or visited you, the Vatican News. This is how the news was presented. Atigboti Pope ti sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ by telling us what we did not know. Nípa the killings, even though some of us knew what happened, but the Pope was able to explain it further in a Sunday broadcast at the Mass, near London alone. And that means that this is still one of the messages that we have asked many times. This is what Igboho was fighting for until Igboho's life was under essential threat. Pope prays for victims of terrible massacre in Benue State, Nigeria. At the Sunday, Angelos Pope Leo, lórúkọ Pope yẹn, prays for the victims of conflict in Nigeria, Sudan, Myanmar, Ukraine, and Middle East. Let me put it this way. Nigeria is at war, just like Sudan is at war. Ukraine is at war, just like Myanmar is at war. Middle East is at war. So when some of you say Nigeria is not at war, I am telling you right now, Nigeria is a country at war, and the war cannot be stopped, as we have seen the killings of innocent people. That is why Baba Akintoye wants to pull us out before it is too late. This article was put together by Joseph Tuloch. Pope Leo prayed on Sunday the 15th, which was just yesterday, when Pope Leo prayed for the victims of a terrible massacre in Benue State, Nigeria. Fún àwọn tó gbọ́ òyìnbó, because òyìnbó kì í ṣe èdè ilẹ̀ bàbá wa, Britain ló created. Wọ́n ní Pope Leo, ìyẹn Pope gbogbo àgbáyé, ó ṣe àdúrà fún àwọn tó pa. Tẹ́ bá rántí pé bó ṣe pa àwọn èèyàn nílùú Ọ̀wọ̀ náà nìyẹn, tí gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà ní ká sì wà nínú Nàìjíríà. Táwa kan dẹ̀ sọ pé kò possible. Bó ṣe pa wọ́n ní Ọ̀wọ̀ náà ló ṣe pa wọ́n ní Benue State. Ní Benue State, over 2,000 innocent indigenous people have been massacred. Let me say this clearly. Tó bá rape èèyàn kan ní UK lẹ́nìí, pé wọ́n kọ̀ rape èèyàn kan, you will go down for it. Àrọ́mọ Nàìjíríà kan tọ́nà kìsì èèyàn kan lẹ́nu iṣẹ́, he has been sentenced to prison. Kí ló dé tí UK wá accept pé kó máa dúnbù àwọn èèyàn, kó máa pa àwọn èèyàn, kó máa rape àwọn èèyàn, nìkan tí olóyè ní ẹ má pa àwọn èèyàn wọn mọ́sẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn wọn tẹ̀ ń pa yìí kò dá, ó ti pọ̀ jù. Eléyìí ni wọ́n ṣe gbé orí olóyè tó fẹ́ bẹ́ orí ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run fún wọn bẹ́ ni, àwọn ọba ò sọ̀rọ̀, ìjòyè ò sọ̀rọ̀, àti mọ̀ pé olóṣèlú wà against olóyè. Kí ló ṣe gangan? Bíyá ẹ ti gbàgbé tó lóyè ṣe ni, bíyá ká bá fele wọ̀n wá, à mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó lóyè ṣe lélẹ̀, ẹja gbọ́n tó lóyè ṣe.
Ohun tó kàn mí mo dá sí torí pé ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí. Bí ìjọba bá wà tí ò sí ẹ̀tọ́ tó yẹ kó ṣe fún aráàlú tí wọ́n dìbò fún tó jẹ̀jọba lé lórí, tíjọba bá wà tí ààbò bá sí fún aráàlú tó olóòṣèjọba lé lórí, aráàlú dìde fúnra ẹ̀.
This video is on record that it was recorded in Igboho's house by the BBC Yoruba in January 2021. I was in Igboho's house 24 hours before Igboho was going to Igangan. Láti lọ sọ fún Seriki pé no, o lè wà níbí báyìí. If Fulani you are, àti gbà ẹ́ láyè lóòótọ́. You say you have lived here for over 4 decades. No problem. But the problem we are having now is òun pa àwọn èèyàn wa ẹ̀ ń gba ransom. In tí Igboho ṣe leléyìí is coming up to 4 years. Tó bá pé July next month ló máa pé ọdún mẹ́rin tó lóye ti wà on exile. Mo tún bi gbogbo ẹ̀yàn bá wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, ṣé torí pé olóyè ń béèrè pé wọ́n pa wálẹ̀ ṣe support ẹ̀ ni àbí torí ó ń béèrè fún Yorùbá nation? Nítorí pé Yorùbá nation tá à ń fẹ́ yìí, òun ló máa fún wa ní the future government that can defend and protect aráàlú. Àwọn olóńpẹ̀ láráàlú, àwọn aráàlú ni olóyè ń jà fún. Àwọn wo láráàlú? Aráàlú náà ní kó jáde nísìn tó ń question ní Baba Akintoye. Wọ́n náà wọ́n gbọ́ tó lóyè sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n náà wọ́n tí gbọ́ pé olóyè sọ̀rọ̀ pé ká jáde. The same aráàlú tí olóyè náà ń jà fún, bàbá ní ká jáde ká lọ fẹ̀dùn ọkàn wa wọn. Lóòótọ́ gbogbo aláfẹ́ kó di bó ṣe máa dì ní the other stage, but wọ́n ní ká sì jáde náà. Ǹjẹ́ ìtẹ̀ jáde bó tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé torí olóyè Ìgbòho tẹ́ ń sọ pé ń dúró dè yẹn náà, kẹ́ lọ fẹ̀dùn ọkàn ara yín wọ̀n, because gbogbo àwọn tó ti jáde nísìn, we have seen the implication and the impact. Ẹ̀yin lè má mọ impact yẹn ni torí pé ẹ̀yin ò mọ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ on the other side of this movement. Kí ló dẹ̀ ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé gbogbo fídíò tó ń release yẹn àti fi proof fún gbogbo àgbáyé, gbogbo tí pọ̀ tó pé olóyè ò kì í ṣe criminal now. In tó ṣe òun náà là ń gbọ́ ẹ̀, in tọ́nà olóyè ṣe òun náà lè fi gbọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i.
kì í ṣe pé mo pàṣẹ àbí mo dédé pàṣẹ àbí mo kàn sọ nǹkan tí ó wọ́ ọkàn mi. Nǹkan tó fa ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni pé ẹ̀yin náà wò láti bí ijọ́ mélòó kan sìn bí ọ̀sẹ̀ bíi méjì sìn nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Fúlàní tó wà ní gbogbo Ìbàràpá. Ẹ worú dókítà wa Dr. Fatai, PhD doctor, ọmọ Yorùbá tó kàwé tó gboyè, ó wá lọ sí lóyìnbó ní àìníye ọdún ó lọ ṣiṣẹ́, ó wá dé ó kówó dé, ó wá lọ lu bàbá ẹ̀ ní gangan, ó dá oko àgbàdo, ẹ̀gẹ́, iṣu, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan, soya beans, ó dẹ̀ gba ọmọ wa ní gangan bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sí bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀tẹ́ tán bá ṣiṣẹ́. Fúlàní wa jẹ oko ẹ̀, ó wá gbéra láti lọ bá àwọn Fúlàní yìí sọ̀rọ̀, láti lọ bá Sẹ́ríkì Fúlàní pé ẹ wá wo ohun tí àwọn ọmọ yín ṣe lórí oko mi, pé kó rí báyìí lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá mi. Wọ́n dì lókun bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n dẹ̀ sàpà. Àìmọye èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a lè múrúkọ wọn làwọn Fúlàní yìí bẹ́ lórí tí wọ́n pa wọ́n. Wọ́n jí àwọn kan gbé, ẹni tí wọ́n bá gbowó tó kéré lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ wọ́n gba 7 million, wọ́n gba 10 million, wọ́n gba 11 million lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá wa. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí dùn mí, ó bà mí lọ́kàn jẹ́ gan pé tá a bá torí pé tó Ọlọ́run gbà fáwa, àwa ará àwọn ọmọ tí ń tẹ̀lé wa tó ń ṣààbò fún wa, àwọn tí ò lẹ́ni tí ó tẹ̀lé wọn kọ́ mú ilẹ̀ pé sógun tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí lórí ilẹ̀ wa sọ́dá. Ẹ ti ń gbé pẹ̀lú wa, adẹ̀fàyè gba yín, àbá yín jà, àṣe nǹkan jàǹbá fún yín.
Àbá wọn jà, àṣe nǹkan jàǹbá fún wọn, but àwọn ń ṣe nǹkan jàǹbá fún wa lórí ilẹ̀ wa. Wọ́n ń pa wá, wọ́n ń ṣe gbogbo tó kí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ò fi lè rí ayé gbé dáadáa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. And this is the reason why Oloye is now living in exile. This is the reason why his life has changed in the last 3 years, that has become someone that cannot live in his own built house, that cannot operate his businesses as his account has been shut down by the previous government, and Tinubu government refused to look into it, even though evidence from the court in Ibadan stated clearly that Igboho has not committed any offense of such. But as we know, it is always what the government wants, that anybody that wants to challenge the government and ask serious questions, the government goes after this individual. And that's exactly what they've done with Igboho. They went after him very hard. He has paid the price. Are we going to pay the price? Láti make sure pé intoloye fẹ́ yẹn tí wọ́n fi lè jáde, táwa náà dẹ̀ sọ pé a fẹ́, we are all going to work on it as quickly as possible. Let's go back again to the Pope, where he was addressing those that were massacred. 240 innocent people. May their soul continue to rest in peace. But the question is, the peace of Nigeria is gone. We cannot live with each other as a country. The Prime Minister of India, Modi, is on his way to Canada for the G7. He has had a stopover in the country. When I was reading and watching the news this afternoon, I was asking myself, this country, to Alimosho local government, yet India wants to sign a security pact. I will give you the name of the country in just about a few minutes. But one thing we need to understand is that at the appropriate time, many countries will like to work with the Yoruba country. But akoko gbọ́dọ̀ lọ by stage, even tó bá di gbas gbos, whether we like it or not, mutuni tó bá di gbas gbos, the interests of some country will align with us. Nítorí pé wọ́n mọ tó máa favor nígbà tá bá jọ ní pact. Whether you like it or not, there will be some pact tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin àwa àtàwọn ìlú kan, because if we start our country today, we will not have every technology to protect ourselves, but we will use countries that have their technology to defend and protect Yorubaland, that the federal government that we know was never going to do anything meaningful to come and protect us. If we wait for the federal government, our life will be taken away from us. And that means the chances of us surviving will be very, very slim. So, if you do not understand, taba talk pé a fẹ́ gba country ta fẹ́ gbà yìí náà, a sì máa move pẹ̀lú àwọn ìlú kan tó máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́. In terms of security hardware, nǹkan gun nìyàn fi ń jà láti fi defend ìlú, kò ń ṣe prayer lẹ́ máa fi defend ìlú yín. Even Israel is not using prayer to defend the attack that is coming, the barrage. Kò ń ṣe missile kan ní Iran ń jù sí wọn. Tó bá ní Iron Dome, Israel will have paralyzed in the last couple of days. Tẹ́bá lọ mọ tó ń pè ní Iron Dome is not a prayer. Kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n gbé prayer síta pé ẹ máa gbàdúrà kí kíní kó má sọ̀kalẹ̀ náà. Kò ń ṣe prayer. So tẹ́mọ Yorùbá kan bá rò pé prayer la máa fi gba Yorùbá nation. Yes, ó máa wọn Ọlọ́run pé kó nà wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀. But tá bá gba country yẹn tán kọ́, ṣé prayer la máa fi defend it? No. We will need some countries to help us to make sure that our borders, our seaway, our airspace will be maximally protected from anybody. It does not matter whether they the enemies that are outside. We have enemies within and we have enemies outside. We are living with enemies already, and that is why we are saying to Bomo Yoruba pé inti Pope just Sunday is just as many of what Baba Akintoye have told us. But what Baba Akintoye said is, we are currently in a rally. The rally will progress from stage to stage. The rally will advance from stage to stage. But the stage where it is right now is that way. All these are sensitive and confidential. Canada support. Canada has a treaty and embassy in Nigeria. Canada is not going to be happy if we're telling you that Canada is in support of Yoruba nation. China are behind us. Do you think that China doesn't have a stake in Nigeria right now? No country will be happy. Country buy. I don't even know those details because those details I am not privileged to it, even as one of the stakeholders in this movement. I don't have the access. But information is too much to be asking. Information so that information can help to process the next stage. United Nations is not going to give you a country. Neither any country will accept you to go. But Baba Akintoye have the mandate of the 60 million people, just like Igboho has the mandate with aligning with Baba Akintoye and the rest of the team. We cannot wait to consult with everybody because everybody will be massacred, as we have been told many times. And the evidence is there. It might not have happened, but it is happening because this man warned every one of us that one man day, whether to Nigeria. And what they are waiting for now is to make sure that whatever the plan of Tinubu, they will make sure that they put a hell in Tinubu's heart. Tinubu knows this already, and I'm sure Tinubu is calculating whether he will run out of Nigeria and leave us in limbo. That is not what we can tolerate. We need to forge ahead and have our own independent Yoruba country away from Nigeria. It can be done by the 60 million people. So what only otidira, yes, otidira loto. But what we are saying is that the game that was played in 2021 is not what is going to happen. Tobaro Kobo Shima Shele in 2021, Lufi Shele this time around. Stay in front of your house and run the rally from there. If you are not pleased, continue to mourn. Kedemadrope Koloye wa soro keto jade. She Oloye ni won pa. Boloye ba jade ni inu ile to wolu Nigeria nisin. Fulani 1 million odaduro. Imi Atela were in danger. Let us come out and do as we have been told so that we can forge ahead. Listen to this man as in lo Pope, because Pope has spoken to 1 billion people around the world that Nigeria cannot sustain itself. So going further now, it is a privilege, it is an opportunity. But Pope to sorrow yen, to indicate the lifespan of Nigeria completed, finished, even on Sunday, even in 2014 or 2017, I can't remember now, when they end SARS, and many more crises like that. Cohesion in Nigeria, what makes it unique is that Yoruba country for you. All they've done is that inu yara won lo ti ngba. Oloye ti prove are. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wa náà lọ prove ara wa. Then we will go to the stage by stage as instructed under the leadership of Baba Akintoye.
Able to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact, it is not only unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers. Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers.
Yes.
That's big.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. How would the government just say, oh, it is revenge killing and so on? Then you leave it there. Oh, because it is revenge killing and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because, you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think you would have tolerated such nonsense? And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. One or two who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They're already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They're everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing family people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria.
We are in 2025. 240 innocent Nigerians were massacred, and the Pope prays for them all the way from Rome. The question to you is, how long do you think that Nigeria can sustain itself? How much more before Nigeria will eventually collapse? The death of Nigeria to bury is just getting closer, and we should not back down. We should not relent. This is not the time to mourn. This is not the time to grumble. This is the time to fold your t-shirt, your everything, whatever means you can use to communicate the message of hope, the message of Yoruba people to exit Nigeria. Wherever you are, I want diaspora ni, Africa lo wa ni, ibikibi to ba wa. Your job now is to make sure that we can quickly defend Yorubaland to exit Nigeria. Your governments are playing with fire. They cannot stop it when the invasion comes. We have been told, evidence is pointing out that the terrorists have been in the government for a very long time. They have been protected. They have been shielded by the previous administration. Tinubu is aware of the current situation that Nigeria is no longer a country, it's a terrorist country. But Tinubu can live in denial with all the governors in the Southwest. But the mandate is now given to Professor Akintoye to forge ahead as he has started and kickstart. Slowly the rally, it will pick up at the pace when it will become very fast. When you are doing a 400 by 4 meter run to Bansari, you start at the pace and then you move speedily. Lately, win race here. We are winning the race, and there's no doubt about it that you should be scared, you should be concerned, you should be worried. Let's go back to Pope and hear more of what Pope have said regarding how many people died. Pope told us 200, but as of today, 40 more people have been added to it. So we're going with the number that Pope says, but adding the extra 40. These are just people to you, but these are names. One inspiration, one hope. You are not any hope, any hope. These people slept in their house. They did not know that they would be killed. When I was listening to the Very Dark Man video, the guy that was narrating it says they operated for more than 3 hours. If I was traveling to London, that means I would have done half of the journey. Nigeria military has helicopter to project during the rally, the protest that the Benue citizens were doing. I saw the video where they had helicopter up there monitoring the situation. But this same helicopter cannot defend and protect innocent people. They were being massacred. Let me give you the meaning of massacre according to the English dictionary today. The meaning, Kabani, an indiscriminate and brutal slaughter of many people. Slaughter, gidi. You see how mates are being cut. So some of you don't understand the game of the Fulanis. You are hoping that you can live with them, you can manage them, you can pretend that Ganduje has reformed. He studied at Ibadan. Ganduje is going to operate like any Fulani that massacred those in Benue State. El Rufai would do more than massacre because Daddy Yati has been dead or alive, we don't know. Daddy Yati was a journalist that got missing during the governor of Rufai, the shortman devil. Yet, our Yoruba play politics when death is overshadowing Nigeria, not just Yorubaland. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria is now coming to the final part where it will dissolve. How fast it will dissolve, we are already on that journey. Not just Yoruba people. There are many people now that are also concerned and worried that the way Nigeria is operating, it can no longer sustain itself. Nigeria is a failed state. Around 200 people were brutally killed in Yawata in the Goma local government area of Benue State on the night of 13 to 14, which was Ale Friday going into Saturday morning. Think about it. 200 people were massacred. Money to ba lowo video yen ti Very Dark Man lo se. Only omo koko toshi jona wo ti. The government doesn't even have the guts to go there and give these people what we can call a befitting protection after they've been massacred. They left dead body. At least 40 people were burnt in one particular room. May their soul rest in peace, and their soul will kill Nigeria because Nigeria will die. Whether Nigeria likes it or not, Nigeria will die. So if anybody thinks that Koiki or Yoruba nation, the people in Benue State would do everything to kill Nigeria. How fast everybody can do it is what we don't know. But the Yoruba people will not wait for the Igbos, the Hausa, the Ijaw. The Yoruba people will forge ahead and do whatever is needed. Most of them internally displaced persons, sheltered by the local Catholic mission. Even Nigeria cannot protect them. A Catholic mission will protect one. Speaking just before delivering the Sunday Angelus prayer. Imagine this. Keep Pope Koto Soro, Koto Shiadura Tijo Sunday, Okoko Soro Nipa Ontopa ni Benue State. That tells you something. That tells you what Bola Tinubu could not tell you, because Bola Tinubu is another denial that Nigeria died long time ago. Bola Tinubu is still living in his cocoon, that Nigeria will sustain what it is currently experiencing. Nigeria will not be able to sustain it. Nigeria will not be able to hold together because the millions of people that are now Yoruba people, 60 million of us, have now made up our mind that we do not want to have any goddamn thing to do with this contraction called Nigeria, and we will defend Yorubaland with our blood. So when you warriors, and you worried, and all this and all that, it is still going to be value. If it's still going to be useful, all we need to do is stay alert, because we will defeat this monster called Nigeria, and everybody will go their separate ways. Let's finish the prayer from the Pope, or the message from the Vatican. As I said, we are still on the day 5. Reason Moshe delay into the broadcast is to make sure that those of us that say Koiki ati Gbowo ati Baba Kito elo fe gbogun wonu Nigeria, at least kò ṣe mi mo fe gbogun wa mo báyìí nísìn. Pope ti sọ fún yín pé ogun ti wà ní Nigeria, because when people are massacred, you are currently at war. So that any more tẹ́ máa sọ tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ pé Igboho àti Baba Kitoye ló fẹ́ gbógun wá, and you also add me into that as well. Speaking just before delivering the Sunday Angelus prayer, the Pope prayed for security, justice, and peace in Nigeria. Nigeria ló fi ṣe àkọ́kọ́, adding that he was thinking in particular of the rural Christian communities of Benue State who have been relentlessly victims of violence. Responding to the attack, Amnesty International Nigeria on Saturday called on the Nigerian Authority to immediately end the almost daily bloodshed. They're not going to end it because the agenda is there. What is the agenda? Who are those behind it? President Bola Tinubu has been warned many times by Baba Kitoye in a letter that was sent to him. Allow Nigeria to dissolve. Let us accept that Nigeria is no longer working. Tinubu doesn't want to accept it. He's living in denial. How long he can live in denial is what I don't know. But what I know is that we will continue to present the case as Ashiwa Ninu Rally wa. Don't be deceived that there's no rally. Rero nita, kò sí nǹkan tó wà nínú rally. Ó jẹ́ ká kójọ sójú Lẹ́gbàní, ká kójọ sójú Ṣàngó kíní kan ni. Yes, all that is good to stop the invasion of enemies in Nigeria to come and kill us and take our land and make sure that our identity is stolen. But what matters is that Tinubu knows very well what he was going to find when he goes into Nigeria. Because find then the country needs to divide. And if Nigerians think that your constitution will be changed by this current administration, 23 years they've asked Akpabio the same question. Is the current Senate president a criminal man from the southeast or wherever he's from? These are criminal politicians that use human blood to continue to deceive Nigerians that Nigeria will be a better place, as Britain continued to tell Nigerians lie, that Nigeria will be a better place by 2075. Nigeria will not be a better place, but for the interest of Tinubu again, I will show him this video, pass the message to Tinubu. We will not sit back and allow many people to die more in Yorubaland. Our rally is already ongoing. Our people must be protected as they are doing their rally as instructed right now before it goes to the next stage. If you want peace, let peace continue to reign as the rally goes. If you don't want peace, then we see what is happening between Iran and Israel. The war has kickstarted. War is already in Nigeria, not starting by Yoruba people or the campaigner for self-determination, but war that you are avoiding is going to happen. Listen to this man.
To govern the country. If he does that, in 4 years, he can turn things around. But there are certain critical things he would need to do. The first thing is to say, what's the constitution? If, for instance, me and my wife, Lillian, don't agree in our marriage of 45 years, then we can't do anything. People will need to ensure that Nigerians all agree to be one country. You recall that Bolaige asked those two questions. Do we want to be one? It's not by force. If we want to be one, how? We haven't answered those questions, which is why I told President Akpabio of the Senate that it has taken 23 years to solve the problem of the Constitution. And I urged him, in conjunction with President Tinubu, to resolve the Nigerian constitutional question now by inviting the owners of Nigeria. The owners of Nigeria, mark you, were those who owned Nigeria before Lugard brought his amalgamation in 1914. Call them in. These are the people who own the country, and ask them questions. What do you want to see of the Constitution? Because without a Constitution, we're going nowhere. And no one will doubt the fact that the Constitution bequeathed by the military in 1999 is unsatisfactory. You can't build anything out of a weak foundation. The economic development policy of President Tinubu, the political development policy of President Tinubu, and everything else he wants to do rests on a very solid foundation. So let him immediately resolve that. How can we spend 23 years looking for a foundation for building a house? Does that make sense to anybody? So that's my number one issue. We need to resolve this issue of, do we want to be one? And mark you, the flip side of the question is that we mustn't be one, because Yugoslavia, which was...
The flip side of the question is we don't have to be one. And that is why Tashenshi Yoruba Nation. And let me put this on record. Some are saying that share awareness Lansheni Adirali. I'm hearing that coming from many people. But I don't know awareness la one button on shit. Intention nípa fẹ́ gba country wa. Ntí bàbá Akíntóyè ní ká máa ṣe òun ni pé a fẹ́ gba country wa. So all these questions, share awareness ni wọ́n ṣe ní àbí rally. The question tó yẹ ká máa bèrè ni pé báwo la ṣe fẹ́ make sure pé country ta fẹ́ gbà yìí èmi máa continue láti máa play role mi. It does not matter how small or how big. I will play my role. Rather than asking the question, share awareness ni wọ́n ṣe or this and that. My name is Olami Koiki, and you're listening to Koiki Media, bringing the world closer to your doorsteps. Let me put it out again. The flip side is, do we want to be one? Do we want to be one country? I'm asking everybody right now. The question I'm asking is, do we want to be a one country as things stand right now? Do you think that we can remain one country with the northern part of Nigeria, with the southeast part of Nigeria, with the middle belt? Everybody has different agenda. Most of the country can continue. The country that we are talking about, that Indian Prime Minister had the privilege to have a stopover. We'll come back to Agbakoba in just about a few minutes. Let me prepare that video quickly, because when you're on this platform, be rest assured, this platform brings to you why Yoruba country is working in line with international law and why a future government can work with any country, because we have the numbers. Our number is far better than many countries that are in existence today. Our numbers is bigger, and we are grateful to have such numbers. So let me remind you, for those of you that are not yet aware, that a Yoruba government, a future Yoruba government, will work with many countries. But those countries will not come up right now and tell you that I gotta work with them in the open while Nigeria is still operating as a fake union. The flip side is, do we want to be one? I don't think we want to be one. It does not matter what you feel. We cannot be one. And if anybody is living in denial that we will be one, that is why there's war in Nigeria. 200 lives were lost just on Saturday. How many more lives do you think? Benue have lost about 2,000 plus. Under Tinubu, about 20,000 Nigerians have now died due to the massacre and the killings. So when Agbakoba is saying that, do we want to be one? Money country wa tiko to odotiwa, but let's leave Agbakoba alone. Let's go back and watch this video that my team has prepared for us. Do not stand on your seat. This is a broadcast to Rara. We are now in the day 5 of the rally. Everybody should be involved. That is how we want to save ourselves. All these questions, what we are doing is what will lead us into our country, regardless of whatever you call it. But what you forgot also is that, Yoruba nation, or digital. Yes, most of you find out through the digital. All the crowd that Igbo put across all the Yoruba land. Niboleti kọ́kọ́ gbọ́ nítorí pé Igboho jáde wọ́n ṣe video ó wá jáde pressing. But what you forgot is that technology also owns the world. And that's exactly what we have done to beat Nigeria to it. Nigeria could not stop Pope that prayed for the victims of the massacre. Kotobere prayer on Sunday. Some of us need to understand that we are using everything moving forward to save the lives of our people. Beat President Tinubu. Why are you negotiating with the terrorists? What is Igboho's offense that we don't know? Maybe you want to tell us, Tinubu, because this video that I play for you is another victim that will have the impact if government continue to talk to terrorists. Who are the victims? The Benue, the people in the plateau axis, the northerners that are Hausas, not the Fulanis that took over their land in 1806, the Yorubas, the Middle Belt, the Southeast. But Igbo Kile offense to whom is asking President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because myself and him had a conversation after watching this video together. I want to be Tinubu Kini Igbo Shigongon. Because video this is one of the terrorist leaders that the military had a meeting with in the last couple of hours. And that means probably maybe yesterday, when I mean hours, because actually now another 24 hours. Ṣé nígbà tó lọ pa àwọn èèyàn kan ní Benue State ni wọ́n bá wọn jókòó pé ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú ẹ má pa àwọn èèyàn mọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ fídíò yẹn kó má jẹ́ pé látẹnu mi ni.
Ka aje bindiga ba ka da sanuwa na wanda bai ce zuwa can ya tashi nan kuma zai yi wani hali ya aka yi aka bashi kana ce tsoro to a gaida gaba daya gaskiya ne dan uwan shi wanda ya karfi shi biyo shi ba ruwan amma dai na inda kuka aka yi kafa aka daga da haka kai ya
You see why Agbakoba was asking this question. Let's go back to Agbakoba quickly and ask, can we live with the people that the federal government is having meeting with? A full terrorist the government is having a meeting with. Who is the government? Tinubu. I'm asking again. Igboho is not the terrorist that you're looking for, yet you are negotiating with terrorists in a Yoruba land. And this is why we are saying to our people that the time to exit is now or never. And kini Igboho she said, kini offensive Igboho, ti government to negotiate with terrorists, and yet they have failed to negotiate Igbo's coming back home, Baba Akintoye returning back home, and Yoruba people to be free and have their own government. But Tinubu is not going to give you that because Tinubu does not believe in Yoruba country. Yes, Tinubu ti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé kí Yoruba dá dúró rí when he was the governor in 1999. But he used that for his own advantage, not for the interest of the Yoruba people. Tinubu make use of Yoruba nation, Lafe, Oduduwa nation, Lafe, but he knew deep in his heart that he doesn't have the interest for such. Ìyẹn la ṣe ń bi Tinubu léni again pé ṣé Ìgbòho ṣe ni òun negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn terrorist. Ìgbòho kì í ṣe terrorist, ọmọ Yorùbá ni. Day 5 of the Yoruba Nation Mega Rally continued. You have watched the video. There's no point playing that video again. But that video indicates that terrorists were having conversation meeting with the Nigerian military. Even those terrorists were wearing a Nigerian military outfit. One wore military outfit. But the average Nigerian wear a military outfit. They are being smacked, beaten. We have seen the videos. Is this the way we're going to live together? Can we continue to live like this as people? Why are we not facing the situation right now and ask the country to be dissolved? A dissolution is not a war, but the war right now will take many lives. You can see the police as well is there, the Nigerian military is there. The man that they are speaking to right here is a terrorist that they're looking for, a full-blown terrorist. But unfortunately, nobody is saying anything. The Benue State cannot say anything because the Benue State governor told us last week that those behind the killings and the massacre. Now I'm hearing that Tinubu wants to visit the trouble spot on Wednesday. You can tell that Tinubu is trying to salvage Nigeria that is dead. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if you like, live in Benue State for the next 2 years. People is here, and we are not going to wait for you to put us in the line of danger that we have already been. There is a deliberate impoverishment of Nigerian people by politicians to control them, pushing for a one-party state when we should be talking about the dissolution of Nigeria. Nobody should be talking about any politics in Yorubaland. If you dare try to talk about politics, you are putting the lives of millions of our people in danger. Politics in Gbogbo Southwest. We are telling you that you are putting our lives in danger, and we will have no other option than to react. Because 26 years was more than enough for you to have defended and protected our lives, but you failed. And we don't believe that going toward in 2027, our life will be protected and defended properly. And that is why what you're watching right now on your screen, these are Fulani terrorists having an open meeting with the federal government of Nigeria under President Bola Tinubu. The question then is, Tinubu should prepare that Nigeria might end up like Yugoslavia. Whether Tinubu agree for Nigeria to break up or not, it is too late. He doesn't have what it takes to stop it. We don't have to be one. That is what Agbakoba said.
Do we want to be one? And mark you, the flip side of the question is that we mustn't be one, because Yugoslavia, which was 6 countries under Marshal Tito, when he died, decided to break apart. And today, a lot of them are very strong countries: Macedonia, Croatia, Slovenia,
Money countries. What is the name of this country? Let's leave Agbakoba alone. Day 5, the Yoruba Nation Rally. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin màmá wa, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, ẹ̀yin ọ̀dọ́, tẹ́ ẹ sọ pé kò jẹ́ kó rí báyìí, báyìí ló ṣe jẹ́ kó rí. Kò sí ọ̀nà tí kò ní rí bákan. We are still on the right pace and on the right track. And we should not have any reason to doubt our leaders. From Oloye Igboho to Baba Akintoye, we must never have any doubt in them. They might not give you all the information in one go. Nígbà tí phone ma kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí mo dé UK ní 1998, mo mọ irú phone tí mo ń lò. After that, phones started becoming smartphone. We are running a smart rally. Do not be deceived that this is a joke. If you think that this is a joke, tẹ́ bá rò pé joke ni rally tá ń ṣe. We are telling them that Yoruba ló lọ́gbọ́n, ló lóye, ló ní gbogbo strategic lórí. Ibi tó ń rò pọ̀ fẹ́ já tó máa gbà jáde kọ́ lọ́ ṣe rò. They are still thinking. They are worried. They are concerned. Because they cannot hear the voice of Igboho, so they don't know what is happening. But Babati Soro, on behalf of Igboho, can somebody confirm if there's a sound in the broadcast? Babati Soro. What more? The Yoruba nation is an ongoing one. Mo mọ̀rú font mo kọ́kọ́ lò nígbà tí mo dé UK ní 1998. Mo mọ̀rú font tí mo ń lò nísìn. The difference between those two phones kò ṣe ẹni tó bá ti kú ó ti lọ, ikú yàtọ̀ sọ́run. Téèyàn bá sùn tó bá jí ló mọ̀ kó ti páyé ó ti dáyé padà. Ẹ má bẹ̀rù, ẹ má fòyà níbi tá délé ni. We are running a smart movement. The most intelligent man and women are running it. Do not be doubtful of anybody, regardless whoever they are. You have a good hand with our leaders. The smart rally is ongoing, and you have no reason to doubt it. The Europe, America, Asia rally will be activated very soon. It will be activated very soon. Ẹ má fòyà gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹ má bẹ̀rù. Ẹ má kó ẹ̀mí yín sókè with all headlines or anything that can bring your spirit down. Igboho's spirit is high. Baba Akintoye's spirit is high. So the 60 million Yoruba people's spirit must continue to be high, regardless of whatever Tinubu or the international community are throwing at us. They know that if Yoruba people are free, that means that the game to the international world would also change. The country, this country is the country that I told you that the Indian Prime Minister paid what I call a visit en route to Canada for the G7. This country doesn't have what Yoruba people have. Kí ló ń ba ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ́rù? Kí ni nǹkan tó ń bà yín lẹ́rù ni mò ń béèrè? Kí ni nǹkan tó ń bà wá lẹ́rù? We are not cowards. Baba Akintoye is playing their mind game that they can never understand. The intelligent Igboho, they cannot calculate what is in his head. They betrayed him in 2021. And this is the time that our unity must be won. But don't doubt it, you will not get 60 million people to be united. If you think that 60 million people will unite, the criminals, politicians are doing everything possibly best to make sure that a Yoruba country does not become a Yoruba country before 2027. But a Yoruba country must emerge before 2027. That is where we are going. And then rally questioning and disturbing your mind. The end game of whatever the rally will be, country. It can come out tonight and make a declaration of Yoruba nation, and that is the final. And that is where you have to stay alert, rather than remaining, moaning, and complaining. Baba Akintoye has the mandate to give us our country before 2027. And Igboho will work in line with him, and the rest of us must assemble to do everything possibly best when that time gets closer. Baba Akintoye has the final push for a Yoruba declaration, because rally will lead to a Yoruba nation. That is what Baba Akintoye have said. So why are you worried? Into a country. Is that not what you want? How about the but the game that will lead to a Yoruba declaration and an independent Yoruba nation. Oh no, but if you tell our country, and ask yourself the truth and nothing but the truth. And this is the country I'm talking about, Cyprus. Cyprus is 1.3 million. And today, as the Indian Prime Minister was making his way to the G7 in Canada, this is what you want to hear about Cyprus. Cyprus tele.
Symbols play a key role in diplomacy. Sometimes images are more Cyprus has demonstrated.
Let me first give a complaint. Then money don't play smart. Baba Akintoye play symbol. Eba mi sáré sọ kí ló ń pè ní symbol lédè Yorùbá ó há mi lórí. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí kankan há mi lórí. Symbol. Kí ni à ń pè ní symbol? Some of you don't know. Ẹ rò pé à ń bá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ṣeré ni. Wọ́n ní ká mú nǹkan kan síwájú ilé wa. Symbol. Symbol plays a vital role. But because I believe that gbogbo wa ti wà charged, which there's nothing wrong in that. Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tárábìnrin sọ, ó ní symbol plays a vital role. Àmì ẹ ṣé gan ni. Àmì ẹ ṣé ẹ̀yin wa tẹ́ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Àmì ó ní ipa tó ń ṣe. Ẹ dúró síwájú ilé yín wáṣọ funfun, oníṣàṣọ funfun ló ń wọ̀ lọ sógun. Ẹ kó ìtójà aṣọ ogun yẹn sábẹ́ náà kó dẹ̀ gbaṣọ funfun lé lórí. Tó bá dẹ̀ fi wáṣọ funfun, wáṣọ ogun ẹ kó dúró síwájú ilé ẹ kó na symbol, na àsíá síta. Oh, Nasia, lọ print it, kọ sínú paper, kọ sínú bag, you know. I have this ready so that tèmi náà bá ti jáde níwájú Ìjẹ̀bú-Òde, I can have my pali cardboard nílé, ẹ má bínú pé ẹ̀rí dáadáa yìí tẹ́wà lórí broadcast. Cardboard yìí. I can have this cardboard and have Yoruba Nation written on it. So, first of all, we put the cardboard ládùúgbò ẹ̀. Kò níbi kankan tó ti lè get pali lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́. Tí o máa sanwó fún pali ni. Nídìí láti lọ ra marker, mú èédú, mú anything, kó fi kọ Yoruba Nation. Symbol. Why is it that kì í gbọ́ràn pé wọ́n ní ká lo symbol ẹ fàmì síwájú ilé yín? Ṣèbá ti gbọ́ nínú ìwé ìtàn lóríṣiríṣi ní Bible pé wọ́n ní kó fi àmì síwájú ilé yín so that kí atẹ́gùn burúkú bá ń bọ̀, kí ló dé tó fi ń fi cross sígbà yẹn? Kí ló dé tó ń lo cross síwájú chest ẹ? Kí ló dé tó ń lo bead, tó ń lo this? Kí ló dé tó ń tan candle? A ní ká lo symbol wa náà, káwọn èèyàn tẹ̀ rí gbogbo symbol wa ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. I refuse. Why? Torí pé a ti jàmàlà, àtàwátà jàmàlà, àtàwátà rántá, àìsí gbọ́hùn Ìgbòho kó wá sọ̀rọ̀. Ó dìgbà tá a bá gbọ́hùn Ìgbòho la máa jáde síwájú ilé wa. Ṣé Ìgbòho náà ló tún máa sọ fún yín pé kẹ́ jáde síwájú ilé yín? Why are we like this? Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí woman yìí sọ, màá tún rewind lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Farabalẹ̀ kó gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ìlú tó fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ yìí, gbogbo population ìlú is 1.3 million, kò tó Àdébọ̀ṣọ́ local government. Listen to it again.
Symbols play a key role in diplomacy. Sometimes more powerful.
Màá tún sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí image. My mic is muted. Yeah. Ìgbòho ti ní ká jáde. La máa lọ jáde láti show a symbol. Kí irú symbol wo ló sọ? Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wò. Ṣé a ti rí symbol lóòótọ́ láti 5 days tó ti ní ká jáde nísìn? Yes, a ti rí. And I guess we can give us just a very small one. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti fún wa ní symbol yẹn. And we are grateful. Gbogbo bí tí symbol yẹn ti jáde, ẹ jẹ́ ká wo symbol yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo symbol yìí ká tó padà sí ọ̀dọ̀ Modi visiting. Let us listen to this.
Yoruba Nation. Now. Yoruba Nation là ń fẹ́.
Orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá là ń fẹ́ o.
Orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá òun ló wù wá nítorí pé a ò fẹ́ kán gba ilẹ̀ wa mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. À ń fẹ́ orí.
Symbol. Ẹ wo àwọn tó jáde nínú ilé iwájú ilé wọn yìí. Wọ́n fi àmì pé Yoruba Nation là ń fẹ́. Ìtọ́sí ni ká lọ ṣe nìyẹn. Why is this difficult to do? Because even during diplomacy, tó bá tẹ̀ ló dá àwọn tẹ́lẹ̀ náà fẹ́ Yorùbá Nation yẹn, ṣé mọ̀ pé léègan is more than a petition. I don't think some of you know that we are running everything smart moving forward. Tá bá ní káwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sign petition, tó bá ní pé fake ni petition yẹn kan, ṣé wọ́n lè sọ nísìn pé AI ní fídíò tí ìyá tó kọ́mọ síta dáadáa, àwọn ọmọ alálùbáríkà, àwọn ọmọ dáadáa, àwọn ọmọ ògo ọ̀la ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, àwọn tó máa ṣe governor, tó máa ṣe president, àwọn tó máa bá wa jẹ́ scientist, researcher. Why is it feeling difficult? Kí ló ń fà á tí wọ́n ní ká fi àmì síta and we have refused to do so? That is something that we need to question ourselves. And I pray that moving forward, a máa rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àmì níta. Because if 10 million people have given us a video, ẹ kàn imagine pé a tẹ̀ rí 500,000 people. Why do you want to say in just Okolongbo broadcast? Ofemagbo broadcast. Èyí tó ní ká lọ ṣe after 4 years. O dẹ̀ lè ṣe. Onítorí pé o fẹ́ wà lójú ẹlẹ́gba, o fẹ́ block gbogbo títì, o fẹ́ dáná sun hospital, dáná sun this, shut gbogbo ẹ̀ down. Yes, ohun èmi náà bẹ́ẹ̀. But eléyìí tó ní ká ṣiṣẹ́ náà àmì yẹn ká lè lò. Táwọn eléyìí ò bá ṣe nísìn, ṣé màá rí gbé jáde? Táwọn ìyá alálùbáríkà yóò bá ṣe léyìí, ṣé màá rí gbé jáde? Ṣé táwọn eléyìí ò bá ṣé màá rí gbé jáde? Wọ́n ní ká jáde ká fi àmì wá síta. Let's listen further.
Orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá nítorí pé a ò fẹ́ ìpànìyàn àwọn Fúlàní mọ́, a ò fẹ́ kí Fúlàní ó darí wa mọ́. Ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà yìí ti tó gẹ́. À ń fẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá. Orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ní ìrọ̀rùn.
Àmín o, Ọlọ́run jọ̀ọ́ gbà fún wa o.
A fẹ́ bólókù ẹrú àṣẹrú Fúlàní mọ́.
Gba orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá fún wa o. Jésù gba orílẹ̀-èdè wa fún wa.
Ọlọ́run kó gba orílẹ̀-èdè náà fún wa.
Olùkọ́ ẹrú Olúwa gbà fún wa.
Ọlọ́run gbà
fún wa. A fẹ́ sìrú mọ́. A fẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ wa jìyà mọ́.
A fẹ́ ṣerú mọ́.
A fẹ́ ká dolómìnira àti àwọn ìran wa àtọmọ ọmọ wa.
Orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá afẹ́kọ̀ olóko ìṣèlú, afẹ́kọ̀ olóko ẹrú. Ọlọ́run gba orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá fún wa.
Kí Ọlọ́run kó gbọ́ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá fún wa.
Ọlọ́run gba orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá fún wa.
Yorùbá nation. Yoruba nation. Yoruba nation. Yoruba nation. No going back.
Let's go back to Cyprus and finish up. Only there are countries around the world. Some will support the breakup of Nigeria, but while others might not. Èwo náà àwọn ìlú yẹn àìtí mọ̀. Ó dìgbà tí Nigeria bá dé stage tí that breakup yẹn tó ti ń farahàn ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Ìlú tẹ́yìn kan rò pé ó máa support yín tó bá support yín kọ́. Ìlú kékeré àti ìlú ńlá wọ́n lè bára wọn ṣe. Tí ìlú kékeré bá rò pé bóyá wọn ò ní gbogbo nǹkan. Like Cyprus. Cyprus doesn't have what India have today in terms of military might. But we can see that they are signing some security part and business part. When 60 million Yoruba people can have our own independent country. Countries will work with us and we can run a better government, not in Nigeria anymore. Let's go back and listen to Modi en route to Canada, stopover in Cyprus, a country of 1.3 million people. This is Koiki Media at exactly almost 20:41 p.m. local time from our studio in London and Africa, and also in Yorubaland, where we are transmitting from.
Demonstrated. It was the first stop in his 3-nation tour. He's on his way to Canada to attend the G7 summit. On his return, he will stop in Croatia. But first, let's talk about Cyprus and the signals the Indian Prime Minister sent from there.
He will stop at Croatia. Video play Croatia was another country that also is 3.8 million. So India is visiting all this country for what purpose? So that they can have cordial relationship. kí ló ń bà wọ́n lẹ́rù pé tá a bá gba Yorùbá nation ebi máa pa wá, tẹ́bí bá pa wá ṣe bá wá country tó lè supply wa lóúnjẹ. Croatia, officially the Republic of Croatia, is a country in the Central and Southeast Europe on the coast of the Adriatic Sea. It borders Slovenia to the northwest. Maybe you want me to play that video again. Kò lè bá gbọ́ pé tá bá ń dárúkọ àwọn orúkọ yìí, àwọn ìlú tó ti pín bẹ́ẹ̀ rí náà ni wọ́n. But I will allow you to listen to this woman first. Màá wá tún lọ gbé fídíò àgbákòbá yẹn wá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, so that kí ó lè yé wa pé Africa country kò ṣe nǹkan tó gbọ́dọ̀ bà wá lẹ́rù níbi tá a dé. And I know that we are fully ready. But let us walk in line with how the message of the final hope. Because rally kan la fẹ́ gangan, Yoruba nation gangan la fẹ́. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ rally is just to keep us out and ask for our right. But Baba ló máa decide how eventually our independence would happen. So it's not about pé a kàn jáde fún rally. No, rally yẹn fẹ́ mú kankan jáde ni. Ó dẹ̀ lè mú kankan jáde even before the rally or after the rally. We don't even know. But for now, the process of the rally will be abided by, whether you accept it or not. If you don't accept it, then go out there and do what you can do. Ẹnì kọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́hùn Ìgbòho, àwọn mídíà kan sọ, ṣé gbogbo àwọn mídíà tí wọ́n sọ yẹn, ṣé wọ́n follow Baba Akintoye ṣá? Ṣé KOIKIMEDIA nìkan ló ní kó máa sọ pé a ti wà nínú rally? Every media should be talking about the rally níbi tá a dé nísìn, even if they are having other programs. Yes, ìyàn lè share other programs, but ẹ máa mention pé a ti wà nínú rally, à ń ṣe rally lọ. Ṣé mi ni màá sọ yẹn fún wọn ni? I am not representing any media. That is why I am independent on my own. Instruction tó ní ká follow ni à ń present. Mo ti ń ṣe program nísìn for 2 hours, but orí rally la ṣì dúró lé lórí látàárọ̀. So all our media should also encourage our people to do the same thing. If truly, tọ́ba náà wọn nífẹ̀ẹ́ Ìgbòho àti Baba Akintoye, kò ṣe pé ká kàn sọ̀rọ̀ lọ gbọ́nrán fún 3 hours, ká má sọ̀rọ̀ rally. What is the essence of ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ? Okay, wọ́n pa wá, ẹ̀tọ́ bá wá pa wá kọ́ kí la máa ṣe sí yẹn, wọ́n ní kẹ́ jáde fún rally. Kẹ́ dẹ̀ support ẹ̀ financially. Ẹni tó rẹ̀ lówó kó máa fàdúrà àtìlẹ́yìn. That is all we should be doing. Kò ṣe pé a ní à ń ṣe show kan, à ń ṣe bóun àká ṣe show 300 in a day, bóun àká ṣe short video, ká ṣe long video. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti encourage àwọn èèyàn wa, that means pé kí wá ní point pé náà ń tẹ̀lé Ìgbòho, tẹ́ ẹ̀ fi Ìgbòho ṣe program, tẹ́ ẹ̀ fi Baba Akintoye ṣe program. Most importantly, Ìgbòho kò sẹ́ni tó kí n dárúkọ Ìgbòho lórí program ẹ̀. But èyí tó jẹ́ kókó tí Baba Akintoye ní ká sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí fáwọn èèyàn wa, òun ni rally. And that should be the bulk of our campaign níbi tá a dé nísìn. Tó bá yẹ pé lóòótọ́ o a nífẹ̀ẹ́ bàbá yìí, tó ń ṣe pé a kò gbé bàbá yìí mọ́ra. Tó bá jẹ́ pé lóòótọ́ o ọmọ ọkọ Yorùbá ni wá o, mò ń bọ̀ jẹ́ ká sì fọ̀rọ̀ Cyprus sílẹ̀ because gbogbo yẹn a kò fi ń ṣàpèjúwe ọ̀rọ̀ ni. Níbi tá a dé lálẹ́ yìí nísìn, gbogbo mídíà tó náà ń ṣe ti ìyẹn lè máa ṣe many other things. But tó bá sì sọ pé o believe in Baba Akintoye o, then o gbọ́dọ̀ encourage àwọn èèyàn wa kó jáde fún rally. Because it seems that some of us are thinking that, oh, Koiki nìkan ló ń push narrative for rally. Ṣé mi náà ní kí n máa push for narrative for rally? That is the job of every media. Ẹ náà ṣe Yorùbá nation media. Aṣáájú àwọn tó ṣe Yorùbá nation media. And they are doing them to avoid rally. Tẹ́ fi dárúkọ rally nínú program yìí. Ẹ ń dúró kí Ìgbòho ṣẹ̀ wá ṣe fídíò. So tí Ìgbòho bá ṣe fídíò nísìn, ẹ ní sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rally. What the hell are we humans at all? Why are we like this? So ẹ kọ́kọ́ kí Ìgbòho wá jáde, nígbà tí bàbá wa ti sọ ká jáde fún rally. Kí ló dé tí àṣefí jáde? Oh, Ìgbòho ṣe fídíò tí Ìgbòho wá. Fake people we are. Live in denial. Adé sọ pé ọmọ Yorùbá tàtà ni wá. Bàbá fún un sílẹ̀ pé ká jáde, èyí ṣe tún sọ pé ẹ̀ńdúró de Ìgbòho. Ṣé Ìgbòho sọ fún yín pé òun mọ̀ nípa rally ni? I am in constant communication with Chief. Question tí Chief ṣì ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ Tinubu ni pé òun negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn terrorists. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, ẹ̀yin náà jáde on our behalf. oh a ṣe ń dúró kí Koiki bá wa ní kí Ìgbòho ṣe fídíò ó yá gbẹ́ kí Ìgbòho gbé voice ẹ̀ jáde tá a bá gbọ́ voice Ìgbòho àlè jáde. What the hell what humans are we? Àwọn ń bára wọn jà ní àwọn ìjà wà láàrin wọn ní. Don't bastard all over the place. And I'm trying not to even use that word today. Idiots. And ṣe Yoruba nation. Kí ni point ẹ̀ ṣe Yoruba nation? Ẹ support bàbá 90 years old. Àwa náà dẹ̀ fi dàgbà. Ṣé ẹ fẹ́ kí bàbá ẹ̀ kú náà ni? Ṣé nígbà tí bàbá ẹ̀ bá kú la máa wá ní afẹ́ Yoruba nation? Ọlọ́run ló lọ́jọ́ náà. A kàn sọ fọ́lọ́run pé kó fún bàbá ẹ̀ lẹ́mìí gúgù ni. Èèyàn ti lo 90 lọ nínú ayé tó wọ́n ti bí bàbá ní 1935. Àwa jáde gbogbo wa ń lo different headline. Ìtọ́ ní ká lọ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí, a refuse láti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí. Eléyìí tọ́ ní ká sọ̀rọ̀ lórí, òun gangan lélẹ̀ ká túbọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. We can play this for the rest of the program. We can play it all the time throughout the program because òun gangan ni bàbá ní ká lọ ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí nísìn. Àfẹ́gbà freedom ẹ̀ ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn nínú gúrùpù yín ẹ̀ ń distort mind wọn ẹ̀ ń sọ fún wọn pé YSDM. Mo máa ń sọ fún yín pé each time tẹ́ bá ti attack YSDM bàbá lẹ́yìn attack ẹ máa ní àwọn tó kó sínú YSDM àwọn olókó sínú YSDM àwọn olókó sínú YSDM gbogbo adájọ́ jẹ́ YSDM kàn jẹ́ body ni. What do I want to be reading about the comments? Can't read the comment because I'm busy concentrating. Ibi yẹn la ṣe ń pín ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ń sọ. Okay, all right. Mo ń bọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká play video yẹn.
Kí gbogbo ẹni chairman YSDM in every country of the world. Mo kí gbogbo ẹni YSDM chairman in every state in our own homeland in Yorubaland. Mo kí gbogbo secretary, members of the executive council, World Council of YSDM, mo kí gbogbo yín. The beyond on every tongue láti oṣù bíi díẹ̀ sẹ́yìn ni pé ìjọ wo la máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ìgbà. Wá ní ìfẹ́ pẹ̀lú ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ wájú Ọlọ́run láti wá sọ fún yín báyìí lálẹ́ ìpè tó bá di láàárọ̀ ńlá gbogbo wa ká jáde síta nílé wa ẹnìkan kan má lóhun wọkọ̀ lọ sílẹ̀ ìlú ẹlòmíràn lọ ṣe rálì. Ọ̀tọ̀ Èkó àti Ìbàdàn ní the center of attraction nílẹ̀ wa, but this time around the center of attraction will be your own village. Ibi tí ẹ bá ń gbé ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ tó máa ṣe rálì, ìtẹ̀ bá ń gbé ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ máa ṣe rálì. Ìbá jẹ́bẹ̀ náà bí ẹ o, ìbá máa jẹ́bẹ̀ náà bí ẹ o, but òun gbé ibẹ̀ náà ló máa ṣe.
It is very clear, kò sí, because that means you don't have to òfin wọ mọ́tò. Yes, a sì máa ṣe rally tó máa kóró gbogbo àjọ sójú kan, ìyẹn máa wáyé. Tèmi gan máa wà níbẹ̀. Èmi gan fúnra mi máa wà níbẹ̀. Èmi Ọláyọmí Koiki, rally tá a máa ṣe tí gbogbo àmà kóra wájọ yẹn, ẹ máa rí èmi gan níbẹ̀. Confirm. Èmi náà dúró tán, kò ń ṣe pé mo dúró tán pé èmi ń jà fúnra mi ni, ìwọ ń jà fún tiẹ̀ ni. Because èmi gbọ́dọ̀ káwọn ọmọ mi wálé. And maybe some of you don't know the pain that people are facing in the diaspora. But jẹ́ ká gbọ́n tí bàbá sọ, mo ti dín pẹ̀lú ẹni tó ń yọ wá lẹ́nu yẹn, ẹ fi sílẹ̀, ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ káàkiri. Ìkan náà pè mí lọ́sàn-án yìí. Ìkan náà àwọn èèyàn wa, ó pè mí, ó ní Mr. Koiki, ṣé mo wà lórí program, ó ní mo sí lórí program, mo ní ṣé kò sí. Ó ní ó dẹ̀ bá mi bá ẹni sọ̀rọ̀. Lẹ́ni ẹ bá ní òun mọ̀ mí, gbágbágbá, ó dá kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó ní ó ń bè mí pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìn. Mo ní kí ló mìíràn báyìí kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó wá dárúkọ ẹnìkan tí mo mọ̀, ìyẹn wà l'Amẹ́ríkà. Màá kọ́ forúkọ ẹni yẹn sílẹ̀, kò yẹ pé láti dárúkọ. Ẹni ẹ wá ní ẹ̀hún mọ̀ mí, mo ní ọ̀rọ̀ pò mọ̀ mí kọ́, kí lẹ fẹ́ bá mi sọ ní kẹ́ sọ. Ó wá ń bí mi pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìn. Bọ̀ nígbà tó ti dárúkọ ẹni yẹn, bìkọ́ ẹni yẹn ti tẹ̀lé àwọn tó náà ti gba country tó wà in the illusion. And I realized that definitely ara wọn náà ni wọ́n sọ fẹ́ ni ẹ pé tó bá jáde síta nísìn kó sọ fọ́lọ́pàá pé àti wà ní country wa táwa bá jáde nísìn tá a bá sọ fún àṣẹ rally wọ́n bí bàbá ńlá ẹni mo ní wọ́n bí ọlọ́pàá tẹ̀ wọ́n bí bàbá ńlá àwọn gọ́fúnà yìí dá kó ní pé rally tá à ń ṣe yẹn pé kẹ́ wọnú lé gbogbo ẹnu mo fi sọ state tẹ bá jáde níbi tá a dé nísìn tí gọ́fúnà yẹn tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n forí ẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ fi fún àgbọn mẹ́ta tó bá bí bàbá gọ́fúnà yẹn dá tó bá ṣì wà láyé àbí màmá ẹ̀ tàbá jáde nínú ilé yín o níta ilé yín o àbẹ́rìn lójú títí o ẹ wá gbé placard o ẹ náà ń ṣe Yorùbá nation o ẹ wá ń kọrin o ẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ gọ́fúnà ẹ wá ní kọ́ mú yín ẹ̀yin má jẹ́ kí n sọ tá a máa ṣe ìyẹn lẹ́yìn ẹ̀yin warrior máa fi wà tàlát ṣẹ̀rẹ́ yìí tẹ́ ń pera yín warrior yẹn ibi tẹ́yìn máa ti wà tàlát nìyẹn èyàn má worry ní ta máa ṣe kò ń ṣe ìran máa sọ lórí social media àti kọjá stage yẹn a máa ṣe kinní yẹn fúnra wa but for now ẹni tó náà ti gba country ẹni kó jáde kó lọ sọ pé òun ti gba country fún Nigerian government ẹ̀rí tó máa ṣe fún ṣe jẹ́ ká gbọ́ tí bàbá sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí a máa fàyè sílẹ̀ tẹ́ máa pè wọlé gbogbo tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ mo ti analyze láti beginning kíkọ quickly summarize ẹ̀ ṣé bàbá ti gbowó ń jà wọ ọjà so kí lẹ̀ fúnra yín ní high blood pressure fún èmi ní agbẹnusọ Ìgbòho dẹ̀ ní kí wọ́n sàn kankan fún yín. We are playing a mind game pẹ̀lú ìjọba Nàìjíríà ẹ fi ìjọba Nàìjíríà sílẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwa ṣé dandan ni kó gbọ́hùn Ìgbòho níta ni ẹ ti gbọ́hùn bàbá Akíntóyè kí lẹ tún ní ìdòwò Ìgbòho fún ẹ nídìí okay so yìí mídíà tẹ́ ń dúró tẹ́ fi sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ẹ ṣì ń dúró kí Ìgbòho wá sọ̀rọ̀ that means pé ọ̀wọ̀ wo lẹ fẹ́ fún bàbá Akíntóyè ẹ ṣú ọ̀pẹ fún bàbá Akíntóyè lọ́wọ́ ṣá ẹ fẹ́ fún Ìgbòho lọ́wọ́ ẹ fi fún bàbá Akíntóyè ní ọ̀wọ̀ ìyẹn ọ̀dà ẹ máa ká ṣe yẹn tẹ́ bá kúkú sọ pé ẹ ṣe Yorùbá nation mọ́ àti àṣẹ pé ẹ ṣe Yorùbá nation mọ́ but ẹ lè máa fi orúkọ Ìgbòho tajà kẹ́ máa lo orúkọ Ìgbòho because Ìgbòho is a catchphrase kódà Oríyọmí Hamzat gbogbo ẹni mo fi sọ ó sì lórúkọ Ìgbòho nínú progress kẹ̀gan èmi ò bẹ̀rù Oríyọmí Hamzat Oríyọmí Hamzat wá sí London tẹ́ ẹ bá gbọ́ bó tún sọ fún ilé mi ó sá lọ gbogbo ẹni mo fi sọ kò dúró fún bẹ́ẹ̀ de Ìgbòho ẹni mo parọ́ mọ́ Oríyọmí Hamzat kan náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ fún yín he was in London ó promise wa pé òun máa wá sí birthday olóyè Ìgbòho ní London kò wá ṣèbí òun ló sọ nísìn pé òun náà lè jẹ governor Ọ̀yọ́ state ṣẹlẹ governor là ń sọ nísìn he is doing very well but à ń sọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ń sọ̀rọ̀ governor they all have a different mission kò lè bá mi jókòó pé ká ṣe broadcast mo ní picture máa tiẹ̀ ẹ bá kí n gbé jáde máa gbé jáde lórí social media I took a picture with him mo wà ní Houston station ló dé pẹ̀lú àwọn tọ́jú ọdẹ láti Manchester kókó tẹ̀ gbójú sórí broadcast kákọjọ́ ṣe ẹlò síra wa o because kò fẹ́ jẹ́ kọ́ rí èmi àtòun papọ̀ ṣé mo dàgbẹ́ sára ni ṣé ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ni mí ni ṣé terrorist ni mí ni ṣé terrorist ni Ìgbòho lolo ni Oríyọmí Hamzat tó ṣe wá sí birthday Ìgbòho ní London mo ní èmi ni last man standing gbogbo yín information tẹ́ fẹ́ gbà lẹ́nu Ìgbòho yẹn ẹ tí ní dẹ̀ bàbá Akíntóyè ti sọ̀rọ̀ ohun tí bàbá Akíntóyè fi síta ẹni ká sì máa lò lọ́nà ẹ fi tìgbòho sílẹ̀ at the appropriate time wọ́n ní eégún ńlá ló ń gbẹ̀yìn ìbàlẹ̀ eégún dẹ̀ wà ní ẹ̀mọ̀ kébì ògbọ́n Yorùbá dáadáa eégún wà nínú ìbàlẹ̀ àwọn kan tẹ̀ ní ṣèbí mo ní wà ní Germany ibi tó bá wù Ìgbòho ló lè wà mo lè sọ pé wà ní Germany kó wà láfíríkà problem tèmi nìyẹn mo lè sọ pé wà ní London kó wà lamẹ́ríkà ẹ fẹ́ ká máa sọ fún tí Ìgbòho wà fún yín ni kí lẹ fẹ́ mọ̀ bí tí Ìgbòho wà fún anywhere ni Ìgbòho lè wà kò ń ṣe terrorist ó lè wà London ó lè wà lamẹ́ríkà ó lọ́mọ ní Canada bó bá òun kan lè wà ní Ìjẹ̀bú Òde kó máa sùn kó máa jí níbẹ̀ nítorí pé Aláàfin gan sọ fún kò ṣe pé wọ́n sọ fún èmi Aláàfin náà ń sọ fún Buhari pé Ìgbòho tó ń rí yẹn mẹ́ta ni o original sí nílé o confam ni mo sọ fún yín o confam ni mo sọ fún yín kò ń ṣe márùn ni mo rí Aláàfin o the late Aláàfin wọn náà ọba kì í kú ọba wàjà ni o èmi àti Ìgbòho àwa mẹ́ta àjọ wà nínú yàrá pẹ̀lú bàbá wa Aláàfin bàbá dáadáa ó lóun sọ fún Buhari pé Ìgbòho tó ń rí yẹn tó ń rìn káàkiri ní Ìbàdàn yẹn ìyẹn ọ̀ṣọ́ original fake nìyẹn original gangan ọ̀nà ibi tó wà ó jí o ẹ̀jẹ̀ fi tó kù sílẹ̀ bàbá dáadáa so ẹ má bẹ̀rù ibi tá a dé nísìn bàbá ti fohùn sílẹ̀ bàbá ti sọ fún Tinubu lẹ́tà lélẹ̀ bàbá ti kọ lẹ́tà sí Tinubu kí lẹ tún bẹ̀rù fún bàbá ní ẹ jáde ẹ wá ní ẹ onígbà tí Ìgbòho bá ṣe fídíò so ẹ fẹ́ camouflage lórí yẹn kí ló dé tá a ṣe camouflage lórí tí bàbá Akíntóyè sọ wọn ní èmi nìkan mo fẹ́ cash out mo fẹ́ cash out náà ni tí bá cash out nǹkan ẹ̀yin náà ṣe máa cash out táwọn ọmọ Yorùbá náà wọ́n ní dáwó fún yín ni tẹ́ bá ń sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ this ẹ fẹ́ that intention ní 2021 ẹ lè rí jẹ mọ́ nísìnyí mo lè mi lọ kọ ìyá gbogbo yín màá ṣẹ́rí intention fún 2 years tá a fi wá sí Áfíríkà yẹn màá dì pẹ̀lú gbogbo yín pátápátá ẹ ní gbọ́hùn Ìgbòho tẹ́ fẹ́ gbọ́ yẹn tẹ́ bá yẹ pé ẹ̀lẹ́ tún dúró dé ohun Ìgbòho yẹn ní gbọ́ ẹ jáde síta kárí yín kẹ jáde ẹ proof ọmọ kan fún Ìgbòho ẹ̀yin tẹ́ lè proof ọmọ kan fún Ìgbòho máa jánu lórí social media jánu lórí WhatsApp group ẹ proof ọmọ kan fún Ìgbòho bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lè proof fún bàbá Akíntóyè ẹ lọ proof ọmọ kan fún Ìgbòho kárí yín ẹni kí Ìgbòho wá ṣe fídíò ó ń bọ̀ wá ṣe fídíò ó ń bọ̀ wá ṣe fídíò fún yín bí àyà ń jẹ Ìgbòho ló ṣe jáde wọ́n mú iléeṣẹ́ wọ́n ti pa wọ́n mú gbogbo business wọ́n dàrú mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ọdún mẹ́ta ó sùn lẹ́yìn odi ṣẹ́rù pé ó chip láfíríkà àti tó ń gbé ni ọmọ etí owó bẹ̀rẹ̀ jẹ́ láàárọ̀ yìí ni èyí pọ́n bastard fídíò bóyá ni kẹ́ máa dúró dè ẹ̀yin tí mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn ẹ̀yẹn máa bá ṣẹ́ lọ́n ti yín ok gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ dúró dáadáa gbogbo ẹ̀yin tó dúró kálukú bá lè ṣe ni èmi gbìyànjú tèmi ni èmi náà fi comfort zone mi sílẹ̀ ni ìyàwó mi béèrè pé yọ ọmọ máa dé mo ní máa kí ló fi kí mo sọ fún ẹ pé mo máa dé ṣe sùúrù ẹ rò pé ìyàwó mi náà tí mi sì mi ni àwọn ọmọ ọdún wa bí mi pé yọ ọmọ máa dé mo ní kó ṣe sùúrù ṣe ká rárá take it easy o ká take it easy akọni ọmọkùnrin ní Ìgbòho ẹ̀yin náà bá wa tẹ̀ show action díẹ̀ tí bàbá bá dẹ̀ ti ní ká má ti show action ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe máa follow template yẹn lọ bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ kí la tó ń dúró dè ẹni bàbá kó sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn àti wọ́n ní àndúró de Ìgbòho ẹ máa dúró de ó ń bọ̀ ó máa dé tán mo ní Oríyọmí Hamzat ẹni mo parọ́ mọ́ mo ní picture lọ́wọ́ àjọyà picture ní London bọ̀ mo mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ má lo picture yẹn torí mo sọ fún yín pé journalist máa ń tọ́jú nǹkan pamọ́ ni ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa ní àní problem mo kàn ń sọ ní he's a big man he's a you know but I'm just saying that so yẹ ká ṣe sùúrù gan mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo wa Ọlọ́run nífẹ̀ẹ́ wa àti gbalẹ̀ wa àti gba ṣẹ́rí 2027 tó ń bọ̀ yìí Yorùbá máa dá dúró before 2027 in tó bá gbà ní bàbá ìrẹ́ ló máa nà sí àyẹn bọ̀ ká fún ní support yẹn ká fún olóyè ní support yẹn ká invest in it ibi tí ọba ti ń ṣe ni ọmọ ti jẹ náà tí wọ́n bá ń ṣe níbẹ̀ kó má jẹ níbẹ̀ ok pump bastard orí gbogbo yín ò pẹ́ ní sọ pé Koiki ó ti tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ti tún gba owó bí owó ẹ̀ ni mò ń gbà ok bí owó ẹni mò ń gbà ọmọ àlè ṣe rí gbogbo yín máa dé pẹ̀lú yín Áfíríkà kan náà lèmi wà ẹ̀yin náà máa bọ̀ láfíríkà kẹwàá fọwọ́ pọ̀n tó wà ń lé orí gbogbo yín ò pé mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́hùn bàbá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ká wá ṣojú òpó I am not in a rush so bàbá lè ṣe 5 hours bàbá lè ṣe 3 hours for now omi wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi mo ti wà relax mo ti deliver message mi ẹ̀yin náà wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó jáde gbogbo ẹ̀yin coordinator tá à ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun a lè dá ṣe èmi ò lè àwọn tó jáde lọ́ṣun state nísìn ṣé mi wà lọ́ṣun state ni àwọn tó jáde lógùn state ṣé mo wà lógùn state gbogbo wa la máa gbìyànjú ẹ̀yin náà máa pa àwọn èèyàn yín nílé kẹ́ máa encourage wọn encouragement ni so a dẹ̀ máa ṣí a máa ju link síta bọ́ ẹ yẹ ká gbọ́hùn bàbá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ká respect bàbá wa ká fi ọ̀wọ̀ fún bàbá wa ká túbọ̀ bẹ Ọlọ́run kó fún bàbá yìí ní àlàáfíà tẹ̀mí gúngùn 90 ò kì í ṣọmọdé rárá àgbàlagbà ní bọ̀ kò ń ṣàgbàlagbà òpònú bíi Tinubu kó tó bá yẹ pé Tinubu pọ́n ni ó jẹ́ kó ti fọ́ Nàìjíríà ó fẹ́ tún lọ ṣe 2027 ṣó mọ tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn Fúlàní bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pa gbogbo wa Buhari sọ ní nígbà yẹn ó ní baboon go cry àbí blood go cry ẹ̀wọ̀n tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní north nísìn wọ́n faṣọ gàǹdúdé yà ó kù díẹ̀ ni so mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí kò ní bàjẹ́ fún wa àṣeyọrí la máa ṣe tí Modi yẹn ó lọ sí Cyprus nídìí gbogbo yẹn tí bàbá wa la fi gbọ́ ṣẹyẹ ká gbé lè mú bọ̀.
àti ọmọ fẹ́ bẹ ìbòrí tó bá di lọ́la tomorrow the 12th day of June 2025 a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally wa and June 12 yẹn ó tún ní significance kan tá a fi choose yẹ significance náà ni pé ìjọ Freedom Day nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn. Ìjọ tí gbogbo wa tá a jáde tá a dìbò dáadáa fún
Democracy Day
tá a dìbò fún dáadáa tá a wá rántí báyìí wípé wọ́n gba ìbò yẹn sọnù lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kì í ṣe pé wọ́n pa ìbò yẹn sọnù lọ́wọ́ ẹnìkan wọ́n wá gba ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ mọ́ra tàbá rántí lọ́la ká máa rántí pé ẹjọ́ yìí ó yàtọ̀ ní láìpẹ́ àwa Yorùbá àtúnṣe wọ́n rí election wọ́n ṣe kíní kan bàbá wọ́n election ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n rí ìdí kankan bọ̀ ti eléyìí ti 1992 June 1993 June 2 yẹn nǹkan tí àwọn Yorùbá máa ròyìn fáwọn ọmọ wa láéláé ni and therefore it is a good thing that we are starting our rally. Kì í ṣe pé ọ̀la nìkan ni rally yẹn o. Kì í ṣe ọ̀la nìkan o.
Bàbá wa tó ń béèrè pé where is the meeting taking place tomorrow? So far, I believe the tomorrow is not confirmed again from what I'm hearing. Tomorrow is not confirmed because àwọn Ogun State ní àwọn ìtí ṣetán láti kó ara wa jọ. So ọ̀la yẹn, I don't think it's going to happen. That is the information I had before I came on air. So Ogun State Abẹ́òkúta rally lọ́la kò ní tó bá máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ní màá ti announce it at the beginning of the broadcast. But nígbà tẹ́ mention anything kò ní ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́la. But as soon as we have a date for ibi tó máa pọ̀ sí, but for now, let's just continue with the one we are doing. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí ìjókòó. So kò ń ṣejọ́ kan, ṣe jẹ́ ká fi picture bàbá wa sórí screen bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. What I'm going to do now is I will open the phone line so that ká lè darapọ̀. A ti record audio mẹ́ta. Mo máa send audio mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yẹn jáde. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ wà important torí àwọn tó lè gbọ́ gbogbo broadcast wa, àwọn especially àwọn tí ó máa ń dùnyàn lọ́kàn pé àti ra data ó difficult fáwọn èèyàn wa. Táwa kan bá rò pé data wà cheap nílé, kò cheap o. Our people are struggling. Ìyẹn la ṣe ń ṣe àwọn audio yìí. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tọ́jú yìí bá dọ́wọ́ yín mẹ́ta láti ṣe nísìn. Ìkan eléyìí tá à ń ṣe lọ nísìn tí fẹ́ pé 15 minutes, a ṣe kan 48 minutes, a ṣe kan 23 minutes. Ẹ bá mi pín audio yẹn mo bẹ̀ yín torí Ọlọ́run. So a máa ṣí phone line yẹn so that kẹ́yìn yẹn wá pè wọlé. Lóòótọ́ gbogbo tí ẹ fi gbọ́, I was gonna come out yesterday, but the way program works now is that táwọn leader wa bá jáde, gbogbo wa ló yẹ ká connect mọ́ channel yẹn ká pick it. I did that yesterday. Ẹ rí pé nígbà tí Emola àti George Akínọlá sọ̀rọ̀ tán lánàá, mo show gbogbo àwọn videos, I show àwọn yẹn náà nísìn, àwọn tó jáde, a máa show tàwọn Ọ̀ṣun state, and we ended it. I wanted to continue to say something, but number one, èmi náà body ò kí n ṣe kíní, so àlátàárọ̀ ó yẹ ká ti jáde, but we're here. So what I'm saying is that whether I am out or not, tẹ́ ẹ bá rí wa, intẹ́tí gbọ́ síta tẹ́lẹ̀, òní ká ṣe máa work lé lórí. If there is any more update, tomorrow now, bí a níjọ Wednesday, bí a bàbá máa tún wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, I don't know. But anytime tí bàbá bá ti fẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, àwa máa play àwọn fídíò yẹn continuously. Mo kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Ẹ má wá gbàgbé, a máa gbowó fún support KOIKIMEDIA. StreamYard tí mò ń lò yìí, ó cost mi nísìnyí because ẹ bá rí pé nígbà tá ní a fẹ́ lo StreamYard, a rí pé okay, ó sì better ju ti tẹ́lẹ̀ tá à ń lò lọ. Tí bá dé London, I will not be able to use it. But màá fún àwọn staff mi, àwọn á máa lò, èmi á máa lo èyí tí mò ń lò pẹ̀lú network in UK. But for now, the StreamYard is working for me. It's very good platform. Gbogbo àná là ń gbádùn ẹ̀. Ó dẹ̀ connect sí 4 channel simultaneously. 3 YouTube là ń run, 1 Facebook. Àwọn tó kù àkàn lo fóònù wa, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ kí mi látẹ̀kọ́ máa farabalẹ̀ kí yín. But kò ń ṣọ̀fẹ́, mo fẹ́ lọ mú èlò ni wọ́n jọ l'account mi. I paid $44 for it. Kò ń ṣe free version làwa ń lò. Platform tiwa ti kọjá nǹkan tá a máa náà fẹ́ lo free version. Yes, mo lè lo free version. But at the end of the day, it is anything worth doing well is worth doing properly. So mo bẹ̀ wá, ẹ má hesitate láti máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ìrànlọ́wọ́ yín ó ṣe pàtàkì fún wa. Because ẹlòmíràn ní ó tutù múlẹ̀ ní sùúrù. Internet ò kí ń parọ́. Okay, máa fi wọ̀n nísìn. Torí pé mo mọ̀ pé tẹ̀bárùpọ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ ni gbogbo nǹkan tá a máa lò. No, ó rí gbogbo nǹkan kì í ṣọ̀fẹ́ o. You pay for some services tó bá fi enjoy it. So services yìí nísìn mo fẹ́ kájọ rí. This is the service I want us to see. Kò ń ṣe tó fi ń bò. Òun rí nísìn sórí. Ó máa wá sí orí screen nísìn. I am paying for it. It's not free. òun ló wà lórí screen yẹn. This is wọ́n ṣe yọ owó yẹn léde ní $44.99. That's about 30 something pounds. But ó better ká lo nǹkan tó máa ṣe àǹfààní fún wa. Ẹ rí pé staff mi kan tó ń lò náà tó bá ti go live nísìn gbogbo platform wa ló pick. Tẹ́lẹ̀ fóònù ló máa fi ṣe ẹyọ kan, ó máa ṣe Facebook, a ṣe máa Dancefy, a ṣe máa ṣe this. But right now everything works in one way. But for free, àwọn kan lo free version StreamYard, èmi ò lè lo free version because èmi ni mo mọ purpose tá fẹ́ fi communicate pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn wa. And we are grateful that he's been very active with us. So kò sí kankan tó free, freedom yìí náà free. We will have to fight for it. So tá bá sọ pé support Koiki Media, this is what we are saying. Support Koiki Media. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin wa pátá tẹ́ ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Without you, organization ó máa difficult láti operate. Àwọn ọmọ tá à ń rán jáde, tá à ń ṣe this, tá à ń ṣe that. Gbogbo tá rẹ̀ ní drone yìí ṣì wà ń bẹ̀. Kò ṣe pé a fi lọ ń jó party, a fi lò fún party. Wọ́n lò ní Ìbàdàn. Tó bá tó time tí rally máa build up dáadáa, ẹ rí view ẹ ṣáà rí view yẹn látòkè. Iṣẹ́ tí drone yẹn máa ṣe nìyẹn. But when the rally becomes big rally, ẹ rí pé ó máa wúlò gan. Gbogbo views yẹn ló máa dá. So gbogbo kìíní náà, we are preparing everything on our own platform. YSDM is doing their own best as well to make sure that things work in accordance to how they want it to work. So Beshin support wa níbí báyìí, ẹ má gbàgbé, ẹ support YSDM náà. They also need your support because owó ó ṣe pàtàkì. Ẹ má jẹ́ kẹ́ni kankan sọ fún pé wọ́n need owó, irọ́ ló ń pa àwọn èèyàn mọ bí tí wọ́n mọ tán pè ní pé a fi ṣe movement o. Kò ṣe gbogbo ala understand movement. Mo ń bọ̀, àwọn screen mi nìyẹn nísìn. So mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí. Ẹ wá rántí kẹ́ follow channel wa. Ẹ follow wa dáadáa. Mo kí gbogbo yín tẹ́tí darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. The numbers is quite good. We open the phone line now. Tabarẹ̀ tó fẹ́ pè. So mo fẹ́ share àwọn audio yìí síta nísìn. Tó bá ti dórí platform ti yín, Yorùbá ni mí, ìfẹ́ ló dùn, gbogbo yín náà la kí. Àwòrán ṣàṣà bàbá mo kí gbogbo yín warriors, akíkanjú, gbogbo yín pátá, gbogbo yín coordinators, gbogbo yín tó bá ní the state coordinator ẹ pè wá. Gbogbo àwọn medias wa, gbogbo wọn pátá ni wọ́n ti ní àwọn coordinators wa lọ́wọ́. Ẹ pè wọ́n, kò bá jẹ́ Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Bobby lẹ pè, kò bá jẹ́ Pavilion, ISIN, every one of them has our state coordinator. Akọni come out for details and síta for security reasons. But ẹ bá pè wọ́n, ẹ lè mọ ta ló wà ní state yín. This is the time to connect as well. Ẹ tó bá dẹ̀ rò pé bóyá ẹ máa lo Yorùbá Nation láti fi kó bá wa pẹ̀lú DSS gan a fi ṣe gbàsìgbòsì ni. So ara ń kan wá. So ó bẹ́tà kọ́ra fi wá sílẹ̀ torí pé a lọ tọ́jà nísìn. Tó bá tọ́ wa níjà, a máa jà o. Ìyẹn ò sí pé tí bàbá ní àníṣe o, èmi lè ní sọ yẹn tó bá tọ́ wa níjà, a máa jà. But for now, let's do it as Baba have instructed us. Now, let's just show the screen so that letter Tinubu nìyẹn tabarẹ̀ tó fẹ́ wá pè wá. This is the time kẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, ká gbọ́n tẹ́ fẹ́ bá wa sọ. The phone line is open and màá fi líǹkì tá máa fi wọlé yẹn, màá share link yẹn síta. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, ẹ click lórí link yẹn, kẹ́ wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ wá fi àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbìyànjú fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kó má jẹ́ pé tèmi nìkan. Gbogbo awuyewuye this and that kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ń bára wọn jà. We are not fighting, but what we are saying is that information tí bàbá bá ti fi síta òun ni ká work pẹ̀lú. Kò ṣe pé ká ṣe máa ní àtúnfẹ́ lọ wá information kan látọ̀dọ̀ olóyè Ìgbòho. Ẹ fi Ìgbòho sílẹ̀. Ìgbòho is working quietly pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn team àti bàbá Kítóyè àtàwọn team tí wọn náà gbogbo wọn náà la kí. Mo kí gbogbo yín ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá láyọ̀ ní kankan sílẹ̀. We can't do it. Èyí tẹ́ wà ń lé, èyí lẹ máa ṣiṣẹ́ tó jù. Diaspora will work, but èyí náà máa ṣiṣẹ́ o. So let's start taking your calls as the message of hope. So ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ lọ sọ́dọ̀ kọ́là tó fi bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa ni wọ́n láti Amẹ́ríkà. Mo kí wọ́n jẹ́ fún mi ní super chat náà. Ẹ ṣe gan-an ẹgbẹ́ òsókè. Ẹ jẹ́ra pọ̀ mọ́ wa.
My dear brother, God bless you.
Àwa ni ẹ sà.
Mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ní oko sí tí omi ìlú sọ̀rọ̀. Mo kí yín pé ẹ̀kọ́ àfaradà torí kò sí ẹni tó lè máa rí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà. Ṣé fídíò tí Fẹ́rídà kan ṣe? Kò sí ẹni tó bá jẹ́
èmi ò tẹ̀lé, mo ò lè wo tán. Ìdájí mo wò ń bẹ̀, mo ò lè wo tán.
Tí omijé ò ní bọ́ lójú ẹ̀. And this raises the questions in me. The people tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá àwọn sì fẹ́ jẹ́ ọmọ Nàìjíríà. I still don't get it. What is wrong with their brain? Why somebody would want to be part of such a system? I happen to check up last week. This my doctor is an 80-year-old white woman. The first question to be why are they killing people like that in Nigeria? Tibeno you also for me, why are they killing people in Nigeria like this? Why are they killing Christians? Why is the government complicit? Why is the government not doing anything? Only because the government is not doing anything and this killing continues. Only why? I was afraid, I was so ashamed to be called in Nigeria. Because one more thing that a personal decision. So I'm so ashamed to be associated with such a barbaric society. And this call to question, making a motivation and one more Yoruba. Tí wọ́n sì tẹ̀lé àwọn olóṣèlú tó jẹ́ pé àwọn olè táwọn ń jà nínú Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n mọ̀ ní pé tọ̀ if we are in a civilized and a sane society àwọn olè jáwé olè bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn náà tẹ̀lé I still don't understand. But àwọn yẹn kọ́ ní issue tèmi ní bí òun ṣe àwọn tí àwa tí a kúrò àwọn bá sọ pé I believe in this dream. And we want our own independent Yoruba nation. Kí ló dé tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kí ló dé sáà like distractions? Simple instruction doesn't have to be complex. Instruction doesn't have to be something that you mama crack code. Instruction about people you give is very straightforward, it's very clear, it's very unambiguous, it's very simple to carry out. Do you understand? I don't know why people believe in complex things. Kì í ṣe arúgbó pípa, kì í ṣe rally ní góòlù movement yìí. The goal of this movement is not just to make noise. Àgbà fúnlọ́ pariwo. What we want to achieve is results. And if we are given an instruction, àwọn tó fún wa ní instruction, wọ́n ní reason tí wọ́n fi give instruction yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. They don't have to do it the way you expect. You follow the instruction and wait for what is next. This is a movement. It's a movement. It has a beginning and we are already in the journey. And we have a destination. Our goal should be to focus on the destination and not the distractions around. Then àwọn èèyàn wa ní mọ́lísì tó máa ń insinuate. Kí ló dé tí safety domain ò bá ọláyọ ní Koiki sọ̀rọ̀? Ó dàbí pé wọ́n ti ń jà. Ó dàbí pé what is your business with that? Your own is come into this movement, do what you are expected to do, and wait for the results. So why don't you obey? Why don't you obey? Why are you suggesting other things? When you are not people the one leading, why don't you follow the leaders? Because like I said the other time, if you are a bad follower, you definitely will be a bad leader. So if you cannot follow simple instruction, ọmọ Nàìjíríà àti ọmọ Yorùbá ti rí ẹ̀ bá pé tó bá rí owó àwọn people tí ò lè follow simple instruction tí náà bá ti tó yẹ múlẹ̀ owó àwọn èèyàn ò lè suggest anything to believe because they cannot make a good leader. And therefore I appeal to everyone, especially the so-called media. Àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé to me, yes, wọ́n ní followers, wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa, ẹnu wọn dùn. Everybody is a leader player, not believe in your God. Or if you are not hitting the nail on the head, I don't believe in what you are doing. If you are not hitting the nail on the head, if you are not speaking what you should be speaking right now, kò sẹ́ni tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbogbo tó ṣẹlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà tí ó lè kò sí ẹni ọ̀fọ̀ tí ó lè kọ 1,000 pages. Nísìnyí, so kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni bọ́ọ̀dì tí ó lè bọ́ síta, kò ṣe program kó máa analyze tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Benue, kò sẹ́ni tí ò ti gbọ́. So that's not what we are talking about now. What we are talking about is if you believe in this nation, if we Yoruba nation, we must actualize this as soon as possible. Can we stay for life, our own life, and the life of our people? Then that is what we should be focusing on. That's what we should be talking about. kì í ṣe pé kó máa pé ó yẹ kó ṣe ní format báyìí. You are not the one. You are not the one. You are not the one where they are planning it. You are not the one who should be telling us the format they should come up with. And therefore, I beg everyone, let us do the simple thing. Let us do the little thing. It may not make sense to anybody. For those who are Christians, but only because we see kind of a mark and it doesn't make sense to anybody. It doesn't make sense, but it has a meaning, and it actually did what God intended that it would do when the time came. So at the same time, let us follow instruction, let us follow directions, let us stop being like Israelites that were grumbling in the wilderness. And because instead of following the instruction, they were busy grumbling, they were busy arguing, they were busy complaining. Enough of that. We have seen enough. The more of that we are doing, the more we expose ourselves to the risk of being taken out by Nigeria. God bless you.
Adewale Venture Moke, brother me, Niyi. Thank you so much. Those that are non-speaker or speaking Yoruba. Mumbo brother me ninule. Eje kasari lọ sọ́dọ̀ ìyàwó tó ń pè because sometimes tó ń pè láti ilé náà ó wà important but ẹ ti wà ní studio pẹ̀lú mi mumbo lọ́dọ̀ yìí bàbá wa Adewale Venture Moke Mr. Olamilekan mumbo ẹgbọ́n sókè ìyàwó tó ń pè ẹ bá gbọ́n sókè ká gbọ́ yín mo kí gbogbo ẹni tó wà nílé pátá àdẹ̀fojú jọ ẹnì kankan ju pé Ọlọ́run tá a dúró tì àwọn alálẹ̀ tá a dúró tì Islam tá a gbà gbogbo tá à ń lò yìí náà ni pé a máa débi tá à ń lọ. My prayer is that before 2027 kí bàbá ti declare tí bàbá wa declare àṣekí ni ẹni tó bá fi wá gbalẹ̀ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ ń gbà yẹn àwa mọ̀ tó máa ṣe fún wa ẹ bá gbọ́n sókè à ń gbọ́ yín o ní kíákíá.
Ẹ kálẹ́ White Lion.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ mà.
Yes, àwọn fẹ́ portrait nǹkan tí first caller yẹn sọ ni.
À ń gbọ́ yín mà.
Ẹ jọ kí lè táwọn èèyàn wa tó ṣe wà particular of pé kí Chief Sunday Igboho sọ̀rọ̀. Kò kí ni ìdí gangan ní gbogbo nǹkan tó tiẹ̀ wà lẹ̀ pé ó yẹ kán tiẹ̀ ra fi ẹni ẹlẹ́ni kí wọ́n fi lọ́rùn sílẹ̀. Bàbá ni wọ́n ní master plan nǹkan tí wọ́n mọ̀ kan fẹ́ ṣe ó dẹ̀ ní báwọn àti CSI wọ́n ṣe jọ ń sọ nǹkan wọn kí ló dé táwọn máa ṣe ń tẹnubọ̀ nǹkan tí ó kàn wọ́n. Nínú gbogbo ìdá ìtàn sọ fún ọ pé kí wọ́n jáde síta ìjọ mélòó kan ló jáde síta. Àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣé wọ́n jáde síta ṣé wọ́n tiẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ lè tí wọ́n ní kí wọ́n ṣe iná. Gbogbo ń pariwo torí pé ẹ̀wọ̀n jẹ́ ká bọ́ síta gbangba ká ṣe mélòó nínú wọn kan ló fẹ́ lọ síta ọ̀hún. Bàbá àgbàlagbà ni wọ́n àwọn náà gbé kínní ìkalẹ̀ àwọn ni wọ́n ní master plan gbogbo nǹkan lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣe gan ni o. Mo gbọ́ yín mo fi interrupt ni à ń gbọ́ yín mo tẹ̀ ń gbọ́ yín.
Àwọn ni wọ́n ní master plan gbogbo nǹkan tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́. Èmi ò wá mọ ìdí tó ṣe jẹ́ wípé àwọn tí ò mọ̀ gbà tí bàbá bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí wọ́n mọ ibi tí wọ́n fẹ́ bá dé tí wọ́n mọ ibi tí wọ́n ń gbé lọ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ni wọ́n wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé yẹn bàbá ò ṣe báyìí bàbá ṣe máa ṣe báyìí kí ló kan tí èyí tí wọ́n ní kí wọ́n ṣe wọn ọ̀dẹ̀ fọ́lú ẹ̀. Ẹni tó bá ní master plan nìkan ló lọ́wọ́ tó pé báyìí wọ́n ṣe tẹ̀lé ẹni tó mọ̀nà. Bàbá ń fọ̀nà ọ̀wọ́n ni báyìí ní kẹjẹ ká ṣe instruction precept by precept ní bí àṣà àwọn olóyìnbó one step after the other. Nígbà tí wọ́n bá gbọ́ nísìnyí àwọn sọ jẹ́ tí wọ́n bá ní pé kí wọ́n bọ́ jáde bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́ àwọn tó ń sọ pé Chief Sunday Igboho sọ̀rọ̀ information tí wọ́n máa fún gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì òun ni wọ́n wá. Ẹjọ́ tẹ bá ti rí wọn tó bá ti ń ṣẹnu kúlẹ̀ báwo ló ṣe ń lọ. Tí wọ́n gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ lórí program yìí tí wọ́n gbé tí bàbá ń sọ tí wọ́n wá information káàkiri àwọn tí wọ́n máa fáwọn politicians àwọn ni wọ́n wá pé bí ìbànú tún fọ̀rọ̀ sí nǹkan tí wọ́n tún fẹ́ ṣe nìyí. If not so tí kò bá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan tó kún ọ pẹ̀lú bí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe ń lọ èyí tí wọ́n bá bọ́ síta tẹ́ bá fún wa òun ni káwọn sọ pé òkè báyìí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Bàbá tó ń ṣe nǹkan wọn mọ̀ nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe káwọn èèyàn wáyé wá bẹ́ẹ̀dì kókó mọ́. Ẹni kejì wọ́n rí bí ọ̀rọ̀ Benue State ṣe rí and nǹkan tí kinní yẹn ṣe ń ká èmi dára tó ń dùn mí ojú pé nígbà tí wọ́n ń pa àwọn èèyàn kọ́ tó yẹ kí àwa Yorùbá ká máa fi wọ́n ní ikú tó ń pojú gbà ẹni òwe ńlá òun ló ń pa fún wa. Wọ́n rí nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe ní Benue pé wọ́n ká wọn mọ́lé lójijì ní Ògùn ni nígbà tí àwọn èèyàn tó wá rí pé wọ́n pa àwọn èèyàn àwọn bí yàn bá ládìyẹ gan pàápàá tó bá rí chicken tó bá ní pọ́jì tí wọ́n bá tí 200 bá kú bẹ́ẹ̀ alátàyàn kájà sọ pé odindi èèyàn tó lẹ́nu nígbà tí wọ́n tàn lẹ́nu wá kú táwọn èèyàn wá bọ́ síta tó sọ pé nǹkan tẹ̀ ṣe yìí àfẹ́ tí the same government tó yẹ kó máa rò pé ẹgbẹ́ protect jẹ́ tí wọ́n wá tí wọ́n fi tíágà disperse wọn.
Kò dára rárá.
Ẹjọ́ information wo ni wọ́n pass fún wa.
Kò dára rárá.
Lẹ́yìn tí ẹ ti wá ṣe ìyẹn tán ẹ ti wá gbé ìgbésẹ̀ ẹ ti wá lọ bá wọn tẹ̀wọ́ ẹ mú àwọn tó ń ṣe nǹkan ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń jẹ́ kọ́ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ sì tún sọ fún wọn pé they are coming back. Torí according to weather wọ́n gbọ́ pé wọ́n ní wọ́n fi note sílẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ mo kà mo rí ní pé wọ́n ní wọ́n sọ they are still coming back and you are not ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ṣe nǹkan kan pẹ̀. Àwa wọn sọ pé ká máa ṣe nǹkan ká mọ bá ṣe máa ṣe ẹ̀yin wá ń pariwo ṣé ìgbà tó bá kó àti ṣẹ́ńtà tó bá kó ọjà àjà wọ́n rò pé bí àwọn náà máa fi mí fólẹ̀ wọn gbọ́ wọn máa fọ́ pẹ́pẹ́ tó gbogbo ṣe ń lọ ni. Káwọn ká ẹjẹ́ kan jẹ́ ká follow instruction nǹkan tó lè gbé wa débi tá à ń lọ nìyẹn. Then àwọn tó sọ pé Mr. Koiki owó ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ìrere. Iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ẹ gbé sọ́wọ́ sówó kọ́ lẹ máa lò ní. Àwọn ọmọ tẹ́ ẹ̀ rán jáde àwọn tó ń gba sálárì sówó kọ́ lẹ máa fún wọn. It is what you are doing iṣẹ́ yìí ni media house ní so ibi tẹ́tí máa rówó tẹ́ máa lò náà yẹn nígbà tí ṣe pé àkọ́kọ́ ń gbé advert àbí nǹkan kan wá.
Àtẹ̀gbà advert kan láti gbé 5 years.
Ẹ má já wọn lóhùn ìpàkọ́ ọ̀gbọ́sùtì ní kẹ́bí ṣe ẹ jẹ́ kí ẹlẹ́nu ló dẹnu ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n fẹ́ni wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ń wò we just want to appreciate you.
Wọ́n fẹ́ ká lose focus ni wọ́n fẹ́ ká lose focus ni so àdèrè lose focus.
Ọlọ́run òde ẹni Ọlọ́run òde because gbẹ́lẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti ṣe wọ́n ti gbàgbé pé adájọ́ fagbára kan gbẹ́lẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti ṣe sẹ́yìn yẹn ó ti kọ́ everybody lọ́gbọ́n ìwé mi báyìí ìfẹ́ àgbọ̀ngàn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láàgbọ̀ pé ó ní mi ìṣe ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ because àìní ọ̀tá mi fẹ́ kú nítorí ó fún mi ní àìdọ́gbẹ̀ tẹ́ pé nàfà àwọn ọmọ mi wọ́n gba gbogbo ẹ̀ ní pé ó yá ẹ máa bọ̀ kò sáyé àti ẹ̀tì ṣe anything gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń sọ because ó kílà tó bá gúnyàn lọ́bẹ̀ láyà.
Àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pé the intergradation is about life and wọ́n rò péré ni wọ́n mọ̀ pé it's about life and death today.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni
gbogbo
wọ́n
wa
ti pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ sọ wọ́n lè fi rọ́wà tí ò tọ́ lẹ́nu wa mọ́. Gbogbo àtàjà ẹni tó mú kí ó ní kálukú kì í ṣe ìdílé wọn ní ká lọ even if you know ó lè mọ̀ ju ó ní nǹkan lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n fi mọ strategy gbogbo ni ẹ ṣé gan ni
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ máa bá ṣe ìjọba tó bá wọ ẹlẹ́nu ní kọ́ fẹ́ni wọn sọ ìgbà kó no be today not in sọ ìgbà kan yìí kò gbọ́ sùn tì ní nígbà tá a bá délẹ̀ ìrírí gbogbo a máa sọ pé sàdánsàkà ọmọ ni ẹ lẹ máa gbọ́ káàbọ̀ ọmọdé rere kò ṣeun lẹ máa gbọ́ adìrí ẹ ní kú sí rí àdìrí ẹ ní pọmọ rìn ẹ ní fìyàwó àwọn ìyàwó rìn ẹ̀yin kò ní fẹ̀mí ara yín rìn gbogbo àjọ máa délẹ̀ ìrírí àwa fi ògo fọ́lọ̀ ní lóko Ọlọ́run ẹ máa dótò lọ God bless you Mr. White.
Amen. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ká tó gba kọ́ọ̀lù méjì lọ sínú studio ẹ tó bá fẹ́ wọlé líǹkì kan wà tá a máa ń fi síta tá a bá ti fi líǹkì ẹ síta tẹ bá click sínú ẹ ó máa gbé wá sínú studio ẹ lè gbọ́ gbogbo tí à ń sọ àjọsọ̀rọ̀ ẹ wá fún wa ní ìmọ̀ràn bí ẹ̀mí ni mo dẹ̀ gẹ́tẹ̀ ni ẹ mọ̀ pẹ́nu tèmi máa ń wa rough ẹ wọ́n náà Koiki bí wọn náà ló náà máa dàrú yes orí ẹ̀ ni mo sì dúró lé lórí freedom ń ṣe àkàrà tí mọ́ínmọ́ín tíyàn máa lọ rà but information ni pé let's go ahead with the rally ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kò ṣe pàṣẹ fi wọnú rally mọ́ Koiki oní máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ last month ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí ipa wo ni wọ́n fi kó nínú ẹ̀ nínú àdúgbò ẹ̀ ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa Ọlámilékan ẹ ti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ yín náà.
Ẹ kálẹ́ Mr. Koiki.
Mo gbọ́ yín kétékété ẹ ṣé gan ni sà ẹ má bínú púpọ̀.
Ṣé rí ẹni tó bá tún sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu bàtà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally tó bá ti wà ní rally a lè sọ pé bóyá ó ń bọ̀ mọ́ ìwọ tó bá tún wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá tún sọ pé tó ṣe ṣé bí eléyìí kò tẹ́ lọ́rùn ọmọ àlè ni ẹ kì í ṣe èèyàn ẹranko nìyí ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ gbójú síta tẹ gbé flag Yorùbá síta mo kí yín ẹ kú akin ọmọ akin nìyí
ó ga jù.
àwa gan-an la rẹ́dì láti gba ìlú wa ṣé àwọn olórí burúkú tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ kiri tí ẹ lọ́mọdé ní yóò sọ̀rọ̀ Chief Sunday Igboho sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ tó jáde sóhun lẹ fẹ́ gbàlú fún ni àtìgbà tó ti pariwo èèyàn mélòó ni ló jáde síta àtọ́dún mélòó tó ti pariwo èèyàn mélòó nínú yín ló jáde síta lẹ́yìn lórí burúkú àgbàlagbà yìí voice note kọ́ la fẹ́ fi gba Yorùbá nation orí platform kọ́ la fẹ́ fi gba Yorùbá nation gbogbo tá a sọ pé a máa ṣe lórí social media a máa ṣe.
bẹ́ẹ̀ tó confam.
but ó ní process.
ó ní process.
a máa ṣe ó ní process. captain kan ló máa ń wa ship captain yẹn dẹ̀ là ń tẹ̀lé kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ lè sọ láti èní dọ́là kò lè yí wa lọ́rùn padà ohun tá a máa ṣe yẹn a máa ṣe àmọ́ tẹ́ ẹ bá ń retí pé gbogbo tá à ń sọ tá a ṣe ń sọ náà kó dẹ̀ máa rí àti bẹ́ẹ̀ orí ẹ̀gàn lẹ máa kú sí ẹ lè rí òjijì ló máa bá yín tẹ́ bá wọ́n pa àṣeré àṣeré o ara ni wá àwọn táwọn ta ní ara ni wá kò sójú ohun iṣẹ́ ló ń kálukú ṣe à ń ṣiṣẹ́ à ń fẹ̀mí ṣiṣẹ́ à máa ń sẹ́nu owó sílé èèyàn orí nǹkan tó ń lọ ebi pa àwọn èèyàn lé ara ní àwọn èèyàn lé àwọn pásítọ̀ yìí sọ fún mi pé ká máa pray fún Israel ṣé Israel ń pray fún yín Israel ń gbébọn àwọn fídì fẹ́ dára wọn ni ẹnìkan wá jòkó sórí platform wọn sọ fún mi pé bí eléyìí ni tó lè fẹ́ gbà yín kalẹ̀ ẹ̀yin náà ń gbọ́ sí wọn lẹ́nu kí ló dé àwọn aláìní kan ṣe làwọn tó ń jáde síta tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìwọ tó bá nìkan ṣe wàá dìde ìsọ́sẹ̀ tó ń fún wa èèyàn mélòó ló ti kú èyí ní ọjọ́ karùn-ún èèyàn mélòó lẹ ti gbọ́ tán ti mú èèyàn mélòó ló ti kú kí ló ṣe wá ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀lé àṣẹ tó ti fi kalẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀lé kí ni nǹkan tó tún ná yín just follow the instruction ṣé ilẹ̀ ti ti bọ̀ ni ṣé ẹ̀yin yìí ẹ ti ń ti bọ̀ ó dìgbà tí Chief Sunday Igboho bá tó sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé ọmọ ẹ̀ àtẹ̀bí ẹ̀ ló fẹ́ kó sí Yorùbá nation ni ṣèbẹ́yìn tó fẹ́ gbà kalẹ̀ lélẹ̀ tí àwọn pásítọ̀ ẹ bá ń tẹ̀ ẹ́ tí àwọn àfáà ẹ bá ń tẹ̀ ẹ́ ibẹ̀ kó máa pray fún Israel Israel ò gbàdúrà fún ẹ tán fi ń pa ẹ́ Israel ò gbàdúrà fún ẹ tí ìyà fi ń jẹ bisikíìtì lásán Israel ò sẹ́ndì sí ẹ wọ́n ń pa yín lójoojúmọ́ ogun wọn Nàìjíríà dẹ̀ ń parọ́ fún yín ẹ lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì lánàá báyìí wọ́n máa sọ fún mi pé kẹ́ ẹ máa pray fún Israel èèyàn mélòó nu yín ló kàn gbé fúláàgì jáde tó bá lọ́wọ́ fúláàgì aṣọ o lè faṣọ ṣe fúláàgì òun lélẹ̀ o lè faṣọ ṣe fúláàgì kàn ṣe báyìí gbé báyìí kó gbé jáde nípa ọmọ Yorùbá kó gbójú ẹ jáde
wọ́n fẹ́ gbójú jáde ojú Igboho nìkan lọ́fẹ́ kó wà.
abẹ́fẹ́ sáàbù fún wọn ni àwọn lẹ́fẹ́ kó kú.
ojú Igboho lọ́fẹ́ kó wà ń ta.
àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ gbogbo kiri yìí Igboho ti jáde ó ti sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ́pọ̀tì ẹ̀ wá jáde ogun ló máa pa ogun yín papọ̀ ìwé ìyẹn mo lẹ́fẹ́ jẹ́ àmọ́ èyí tẹ wà ń lé tẹ gbójú síta mo kí yín ẹ kú akin ẹ̀yin tó lọ máa kí.
wàláì àwọn kan tó jáde ní Ọ̀ṣun state lónìí
ẹni sójà tó bá dí ẹni ọmọ Yorùbá kódà kó kàn lọ arrest ẹ ẹ̀yin náà máa wo next phase step by step ni.
Ọ̀ṣun state lélẹ́yìí àwọn tó jáde lọ́ṣun state lélẹ́yìí.
kó jẹ́wọ́ nìkan gbé fúláàgì aṣọ ni o lè rán ohun tí mo rán lélẹ́yìí gbé jáde kó rán kó jẹ́ àsíá Yorùbá nìkan ló lè rán ló lè kọ́ kó jáde ká post awareness là ń ṣe títà ìwọ̀n bá tó tá a máa jáde síta ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀lé ìtọ́sẹ̀ ẹ̀yin lẹ́ ń pariwo pé Yorùbá nation rally ti dé báyìí ẹ̀yin dà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń pariwo pé rally ṣé wọ́n àwọn olórí burúkú tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ẹ lè rojú wọn tà láyé.
àná àdúró de afẹ́ rally dẹ̀ ti dé báyìí mo kẹ́yìn tẹ́wọ̀ lórí mixer lọ.
mo ń sọ kí ní without number Mr. Koiki.
àti wàá nu rally.
lásìkò bá tó àti wàánu ẹ̀ náà kí n tẹsẹ̀ bodò ká tún máa kíkò tútù.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
lásìkò bá tó.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
gbogbo tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀. gbogbo àwọn tá à ń pín wọ́n wá kó ṣe kínní bóyá wọ́n lè pín oró padà bóyá wọ́n lè yí pinnu padà wọn ò lè yí padà. ajá tó bá máa sọnù lọ́rọ̀ wọn kò ní gbọ́ fèrè ọlọ́dẹ. ohun tá a máa ṣe a máa ṣe. tó lè dádúró a máa ṣe kó jẹ́yàn mẹ́wàá péré mo fi orúkọ Ọlọ́run ọba Elédùmarè tó dá mi ó tóbi sẹ̀rí màá wà ní àwọn tó máa bà Nàìjíríà jẹ́ délẹ̀.
ẹ má bínú èèyàn wa ẹ̀rọ àpò nẹ́tíwọ̀kì ló ń fluctuate so
ó ti fi ara nìyàn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Nàìjíríà ti fi ara nìyàn jù. ṣé adìẹ làwọn tó kú ni.
tó pọ̀ tó ń ṣe kékeré.
ṣé adìẹ làwọn tó kú ni ṣé wọn ò kí ṣe ẹlẹ́mìí ara bíi tiẹ̀ ni. wọ́n mì kí ṣe pé wọn ò mì. àwọn èèyàn ń kú àwọn dẹ̀ ń pariwo 2027 tiwọn. wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá sísàlẹ̀ terrorists sọ fún yín pé ẹ lè ṣe kankan.
wicked people over 300 people were massacred.
kí Iran báyé wọn jẹ́ ṣé àdúrà náà lò wọn ò ṣe fi tẹ̀sìn bọ́. ẹ ṣọ́ ara yín o èyí tó máa kú sínú ẹ̀wọ̀n ni ló máa pọ̀ ju o bọ̀ ká kọ́kọ́ lé ẹ lọ́yọ́wọ́ lọ́nà ká tó fàpọ̀ á bá yín. a máa gba ìlú wa náà àmọ́ ṣe ní gbogbo yín àmọ́ yín o kì í sàṣìpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yín le.
ṣé gan ni à ń bọ̀ padà lọ́dọ̀ yín bàbá wa Ọlámilékan ẹ bá mute mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ Mr. Joseph ṣé ẹ ti wọlé. ẹgbọ́n sódà
ẹgbọ́n mi dáadáa.
ẹ má lọ sí ẹgbẹ́ pípẹ́ fi sí ni.
ṣé ń gbọ́ mi báyìí.
kílẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ alátalẹ̀ connect mọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ ní kí ló le tó yẹn.
ìlú burúkú yẹn la wà ní ìlú burúkú yẹn kò sí ẹni ẹ̀rí bó ṣe blackout nǹkan tá à ń sọ fáwọn òpònú nìyẹn tó ń fẹ́ ronú ẹ sọ fáwọn òpònú nìyẹn ojú wọn ò là mí mọ kán tó fi bò wọn lójú kò tiẹ̀ yé mi àwíwí asọsọsọ apátòwe akọmẹdálọ wọn ò gbọ́rọ̀ orí tí wọ́n dí kíní máa ń dùn mí pé bí àwa ṣe ń ronú ṣé ọpọlọ kan ẹ̀ náà kọ́ ló wà lórí ṣé ọpọlọ tí wọ́n yàtọ̀ ni ṣé nǹkan míì ló wà lórí wọn ni bíi pé wọ́n kó òkúta ẹ mọ̀ àwọn yẹ̀pẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan ìdọ̀tí torí tiwọn tí wọn ò fi lè ronú tí orí wọn ò fi ṣí I don't just know kò tiẹ̀ yé mi kí ló ń ṣe àwọn èèyàn kí ló ń ṣe wọn ọdún náà ṣé ok àti ẹ̀gbà pé àwọn kan ní owó láàrin wọn wà òkè àwọn yẹn ò tẹ̀ èmi ti yó lọ́rọ̀ wọn mọ̀ pé bóyá ebi ń pa ọmọ ẹnìkan kan àwọn kan sì wà bàbá tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n tálíkà ju èkúté ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì lọ ṣùgbọ́n ṣe rí agídí wèrè inú wọn yẹn agídí burúkú yẹn ibi tán ti fojú wọn mọ̀ yẹn agídí yẹn ò jẹ́ kán lè ronú kán mọ̀ nǹkan tán ń ṣe mọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ lálẹ́ yìí, ẹlòmíì nínú wọn wà tí ò jẹun sùn lálẹ́ yìí tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó ṣe bìlí pé something good ṣì ń bọ̀ wá jáde ní ìlú burúkú tá a wà yìí. I don't know. Ṣé wá rí tó bá yẹ pé ẹbí wọn àbí àwọn fúnra wọn wà nù àwọn incident tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀, ẹ wo àwọn tó másákà ní Benue yẹn, ká ní ẹbí wọn wà nù ẹ̀ nínú wọn, bóyá ìgbà yẹn orí wọn máa wá ṣí, wọn wá lè ronú díẹ̀. Àní ẹ jẹ́ ká follow instruction. Fún wa ní instruction yìí, ṣé wọ́n daft ni? Ṣé wọn ò mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe ni?
Tálámọ̀ tó fẹ́ sẹ́ẹ̀tì
ẹ wo ibi tó ti ń gbé wa bọ̀, ẹ wo ibi tó ti ń gbé wa bọ̀.
Tọ́ba fẹ́ sẹ́ẹ̀tì Ìgbòho ọ̀pọ̀ wà láti fi mọ̀ tán ní pé àwọn fẹ́ gbóhùn Ìgbòho, àwọn fẹ́ rí voice note Ìgbòho, àwọn fẹ́ rí fídíò Ìgbòho and all this nonsense and all these messages.
Olórí burúkú ni wọ́n, ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ ni, wọ́n fẹ́ mọ ibi tí iṣẹ́ dé, wọ́n fẹ́ mọ plan next step ni wọ́n fẹ́ mọ̀ nǹkan tó next wọ́n tún fẹ́ ṣe.
Èmi gan ọmọ next plan gan, èmi gan ọmọ next plan, so anybody ọmọ next plan.
Ó sú mi o, nǹkan tó fẹ́ mọ̀ nìyẹn, ariwo ọjà lásán ni, wọ́n kàn fẹ́ distraction ni kò yé wọn wọ́n fẹ́ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe, wọ́n fẹ́ mọ ibi tá à ń lọ. Ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ nìkan, àwọn náà ti fojú wò pé in the next 1 month
wọ́n mọ bí tó fẹ́ padà já sí náà.
Strategy tí bàbá ń lò, strategy tí olóyè lò, wọn ò mọ̀ kò yé wọn, kò yé. Olórí ni bàbá ńlá bàbá wọn, ẹgbẹ́ má bínú, olóṣì ni wọn. Ẹ má dé tó bọ̀jà yín.
Ẹ ṣe gan ni. Ẹ ká gbé our money man, ẹ má gbàgbé money man, àwa náà money man ni wá níbí wa, candidates ló wà nínú screen yẹn. Mo kí gbogbo wa pátá nínú broadcast. Ẹ ti rí pé àwọn èèyàn ti ń gbọ́, wọ́n ní wọ́n gbọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀, ṣe rí pé àwọn tá a mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí screen báyìí. Àwọn tó ní tìrì gan wà lẹ́tẹ̀ báyìí tó fẹ́ mọ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ. Bishop, ẹ ti wọlé, mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tẹ bá ti wọlé, èmi gbọ́dọ̀ dákẹ́ torí ó dà pé bí a kì í start by wọ́n ló dà pé àwọn kan ló ń control bàbá Akíntóyè, ó dà pé bàbá Akíntóyè ní remote control tó fi ń control bàbá yẹn. Wọ́n ní bí wọ́n bá sọ fún, wọ́n ní bí wọ́n bá ti tẹ remote control yẹn báyìí, bàbá yẹn máa ń dà sí and all that. That is not what we really want to talk about. But day 5, ọjọ́ karùn-ún láti wà nísìn. Ṣé changes ti wà láti day 1 àti tá ti ń bá bọ̀ àbí kò sí changes? Because as of today, àwọn tọ̀ṣù state send message sí mi pé àwọn lọ ní capital àwọn márùn-ún, wọ́n dẹ̀ rìn ní inú ọba tó lè rìn ní 500 kilometre ní 200 kilometre mú ọmọ, wọ́n dẹ̀ ní àwọn tún máa jáde lọ́la, àwọn tí ń jáde láti jọ tí bàbá tó ní ká jáde. Bishop, we have been following the situation. Ẹ̀yin náà ti ṣe fídíò, a ní láti play video yẹn tó bá ní òun picture by now, ẹ fi sílẹ̀, a ní láti lọ gbé picture video, ẹ ti jáde pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ tiyín, inú homeland ẹ̀yin náà wà. Ẹ̀yin kan lẹ́yìn ká máa sọ pé Bishop ẹ má ṣe fídíò rárá o, kọ́ má bà wá gbé yín o, kọ́ má bà wá táàkì yín o, torí owó wa gan tó wà lọ́wọ́ yín gan, kọ́ má dé kọ́ máa gbé níta ní lówó gbà. Bishop, go ahead and I'll let you, have as much of your time to go into the broadcast with us. Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Thank you very much. Now, first, mo fẹ́ rán yín létí. Mo sọ fún yín the other time, mo ní ẹ lọ wo fídíò 300 Spartans, the ancient Roman king Leonidas, the war of Greece with Persia. Mo ní ẹ lọ wo fíìmù yẹn. Lẹ́yìn náà, mo tún rán yín létí ìyẹn tẹ wà nù Bible. Gideon, nígbà tó fẹ́ rèézì àwọn àmì láti gba ilẹ̀ Judah lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn Philistine. Àwọn ọmọ ogun tó kó dìde, Ọlọ́run ní pé ó nídìí gbogbo wọn. Èèyàn péréte ló nídìí láàrin wọn. And Ọlọ́run sọ fún tó máa ṣe tó máa fi fún ọ ní test. Just a simple test. Kọ́ lọ sétí odò, kọ́ lọ mú mi. dé tí odò wọ́n mú mi. He was able to identify àwọn tó lè ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ àti àwọn tó máa jọ dálẹ̀ fún the manner at which they were drinking the water. Now, this day 5 is a litmus test. Gbogbo àwọn tó ń pariwo wípé kí bàbá declare, bàbá delay. Kí ni ó rọrùn jù? Kí ló rọrùn jù? Nínú wípé ẹ jáde síta ẹ ṣe rally ẹ pariwo ẹ confront ọlọ́pàá ẹ confront gbogbo kìíní àti wípé ẹ dúró sí iwájú ilé yín ẹ nà flag Yorùbá sókè ẹ kọ national anthem Yorùbá ẹ gbé placard síta ẹ kọ Yorùbá nation ẹ dẹ̀ fídíò ara yín káàkiri ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ sẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀ kí ló rọrùn jù nínú méjèèjì? Now, why as those ones that are clamoring me, wọ́n ìdílé wa, wọ́n ti ní ká bẹ̀rẹ̀, wọ́n ní, why are those ones not done that simple instruction? Why have they not done that? Now, nígbà tí wọn ò bá lè ṣe yẹn, sáwọn yẹn ló máa lọ confront ní ojú iná. So, it's just a litmus test. Ọlọ́run mọ̀ ojú àṣírí àwọn ọ̀dàlẹ̀ tó wà láàrin wa ni. And the protest or the rally has started. Bí omi òjò ni, mo ti sọ nígbà tán, mo ní àwọn tá ò rí ojú wọn rí, tá ò gbọ́ orúkọ wọn nínú Yorùbá nation rí, tá ò mọ̀ rí. Àwọn náà máa come out, náà máa jáde, they will come into this movement. Nígbà Jésù Kristi, Jésù ṣàlàyé fún àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀yìn méjìlá. Ó sọ fún wọn, at the beginning of the movement, ó dẹ̀ sọ the head of the movement fún wọn. Ó ní at the end of the movement, ó ní àwọn ẹni ìṣíwájú wọ́n máa di ẹni ẹ̀yìn. Àwọn ẹni ẹ̀yìn wọ́n máa di ẹni ìṣíwájú. It must make clear. That's how struggles, that's how movements always be. Ẹ wo bí Ọlọ́run ṣe ń yọ àwọn kàdá káàkiri kúrò nínú ìrẹsì. Right from time àwọn Yonítèrì. Right from gbogbo àwọn group. Àwa ni group kìíní, group that, group bí gbogbo wọn ṣe bára wọn já dànù. Right from àwọn tó ń pera wọn ní vice chairman kìíní, vice chairman 2. Head of kìíní gbogbo ẹ̀ bọ́lá ṣe gbá wọn yọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run gbé àwọn èèyàn tuntun tí ọkọ̀ wọn papọ̀ pẹ̀lú bàbá Akíntóyè láti dé ilẹ̀ ìlérí pẹ̀lú Chief Ìgbòho láti dé ilẹ̀ ìlérí ló gbé wọn dìde. And we are moving forward. Kò sẹ́ni tó máa mọ pílánì ohun tó wà nílẹ̀. Gbogbo everything is settled. Everything is settled. Yoruba nation is a done deal. Bọ̀ ẹ ò ní mọ bá a ṣe máa ṣe, ẹ ò ní gbọ́ lẹ́nu ẹnikẹ́ni. Ẹ ò ní gbọ́ lẹ́nu ẹnikẹ́ni. Ohun tọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn fẹ́ gbọ́ ni including some media.
Ẹ lọ ra pátákó báyìí. Ẹ wá pátákó bọ́ọ̀dì báyìí kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Yorùbá nation. Èmi kan nìkan sódà tí bá ti ń bọ̀ níta nígbà tá a bá ti jáde tán, èmi náà kọ́ báyìí. Kò ṣe gbogbo nǹkan náà la máa ń lò.
Ojú Yorùbá nation acknowledge bí wọ́n pé wọ́n ṣe Yorùbá nation mọ́. And this rally tí bàbá declare yìí is a litmus test. Kí ẹ lè dá a mọ̀ wípé mídíà báyìí àgbọ́kú sọ, mídíà báyìí àgbọ́kú sọ, bọ̀ mídíà báyìí sọ, mídíà báyìí.
Àwa look like pé media tó ń sọ, àwa look like pé media tó ń sọ yẹn, òun nìkan ni ó ń ṣe Yorùbá nation pé ó ní kan tó fẹ́ gé nínú ẹ̀.
Wàhálà tí wọ́n ní yẹn, gbogbo wa la fẹ́ gé ni, a fẹ́ jẹ ọrọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Èmi máa jẹ ọrọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè.
Èmi máa jẹ́ o, èmi náà máa jẹ́ o.
Àwọn ọmọ mi máa jẹ ọrọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá.
Èmi náà máa jẹ́ o.
Àwọn kan kò sẹ́ni tó máa jẹ mí máa yé, kò sẹ́ni tó máa jẹ mí máa yé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kò sí ẹni tó máa jẹ mí máa yé, èmi á jọrọ ilẹ̀ yìí, àwọn ọmọ mi á jẹ, mo bá lọ sí diaspora. Ibikíbi tí bá wà, máa control asset ní orílẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí, máa control asset mi bẹ̀. Kò sẹ́ni tó máa jẹ mí máa yé. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wọ̀nyí ló jẹ́ pé arebipa ni wọ́n arebipa. What I'm saying is partially enlightenment and also intelligence. Tẹ́ bá mọ ẹni tó ń pè ní water enter house. Ẹgẹ́ ti kó dùn mí yẹn, water enter house.
Ó yé mi.
Ó ń ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ wọ̀nyí. Àná òun ló ń fún wọn ní wrong information lábẹ́lẹ̀. Wọ́n ò dẹ̀ mọ̀ wípé kò close sí bàbá Ìgbòho. Ojú àná ni wọ́n fi wò ó. And we can't work with this set of illiterates. Bàbá Ìgbòho lèmi fẹ́ sọ fún wípé gbogbo gúrùpù tó dálẹ̀ yẹn àwọn ọmọ wọn yẹn kọ́ ṣọ́ra fún wọn. Àbàbá fúnra wọn fojú sílẹ̀ wọ́n wò ṣe báyìí. Wọ́n wò ṣe everybody báyìí. And I know chief will gbọ́kànlé anybody. But it is clear now wípé kọ́ ṣọ́ra fún wọn. Wọ́n fẹ́ mọ bí tó fẹ́ fìdí ni. Gbogbo èmi ni Ìgbòho ṣá, Ìgbòho bàbá dábì, ìwọ ni kìíní àárín tí ẹ ṣe tí Ìgbòho bá sí on ground ẹsẹ̀ tí wọ́n gé. So what does happen is a litmus test. It's a litmus test to be able to reveal the people that said they are available. Àwa mọ̀ pé a ò gbọ́kànlé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn. Arebipa lọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn. Wọ́n lè ta ẹ̀ dànù fún just 5,000 naira.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, sí tó kàn wọ́n.
Tó sọ báyìí, kò sí tó kàn wọ́n. Ṣèbá rí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ìwé kó tó di bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ṣọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Wọ́n tẹ̀lé Àbújá, wọ́n jẹun lọ́hùn. Wọ́n wọṣọ lọ́hùn. Wọn ò ní tìjú. Ẹni tó lọ ṣe gbogbo yẹn fún náà, ó ti dà wọ́n nù lénìí. Ìpè náà ń ṣẹ́ fún. Ṣé ìyẹn wá rí tiwọn rò? Ṣé irú àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tí ò wà consistent ni serious mind person máa gbọ́kànlé máa gbá yẹ̀mí lọ́wọ́? No, we don't need all those people. And litmus test ṣe rally yìí, ó tún ti fi ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ bí wọ́n hàn nínú àwọn gúrúùpù, nínú àwọn ẹgbẹ́ káàkiri. So we shouldn't be disappointed. We are using a litmus test and we are getting results. And the rally is moving forward. And new edges will be coming in, working the way we want it. Till actually we get to where we actually want to strike. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Mo kí gbogbo èèyàn wa, mo kí cousin mi, A-Star Entertainment. Most of us might probably think R&B all these Nigerian music today that most people are now enjoying in the UK. Àwọn tó gbé initiative ẹ̀wọ̀ Central London lélẹ̀. They have tried everything to work with Nigeria, but Nigeria cannot work. Cousin Mini is on Instagram, is watching. Hello, sorry, page. Hello. It goes around the world from Cyprus, the motivation program, or my launch music, DJ. They have tried everything, but Nigeria cannot work. So what would they do? They've just decided to live their life in the UK. So these are the many people like that we want them to return back home in the music industry, captains of industries, business. You cannot run a functioning business in Nigeria when terrorists is killing many people, as we saw in Benue State. So thank you so much, Bishop Adeshino. Let's go for another caller. We're telling our people that it's not about Tinubu. If Tinubu likes, let him live in Benue. He's going to Benue on Wednesday. If he likes, let him live there. Terrorists will still attack him. If he's not careful, they might kill him there or pass him there. So as it's going right now, they have to give him as many security. Because I don't want any terrorist to work. Moki gbogbo eyan wa tẹ́tí comment. Ẹ bá wa túbọ̀ share programming. Send it out to your enemies and tell them that the end of Nigeria needs to happen, and it must happen in our lifetime. Nigeria will never work. There's no amount of what you can talk about with any fake election. Believe anything the West is telling you. The West are trying to survive. America not survive. UK will survive. Germany will survive. All this country wants to survive. And they are ready to use any country that they can take advantage of, like they've done in Nigeria for the last 110 years of this bloody fake amalgamation that Britain created. And they'll tell you, oh, we are Commonwealth. What shit, oh, Commonwealth are you? And some of you that lives abroad, or some of you that wants to go abroad, it's okay. But make sure, time to fill us abroad, you are almost the same age like I left Nigeria to the UK. I was in my 20s. If you try say you are going abroad in your 40, good luck to you. Bye. Baba Olawa said, and I quote, because funny laughing around she cool it temper, because the heat can be a little bit too much. Nigeria is not a nation. Why do you want to kill yourself for Nigeria? You think you are the one that love Nigeria. Mokiba Baba Joseph Boboye, Dizima 123, Yawa Code. Babawa Jen, Koiki, have you seen VDM video? I watched it yesterday. That is why Tinubu is running there now. Fake president. 200 of his citizens were killed. Over 300. Joko Sabu Jambe doesn't have respect for human lives. Divide Nigeria until Nigeria goes into war again. Tinubu will be held accountable should that happen again. Don't be in denial. Nigeria died long time ago. Olatunji Table, shout out to those of you on the MixLR. Ogumola Biodu, Oriyomi Amzat. Ejekima mentioned it somewhere. Just leave it like that. Moki Boboya, Babawa. It is impossible to consider that once this individual Bola Tinubu leaves their position, progress achieved by Bola Tinubu is at risk of being undone by the negative influence has been the case in the past. We love him more than you. But it's putting us in danger right now. The more Tobashino One Nigeria, Peter Oladile Moke, Aziz Bade Shere Moke. Shout out to my mom. Shout out to Vincap Fabrics. Awolowo said, and I quote, Nigeria is not a nation. What more? How do you want us to explain it to you? When Nigeria is a country. Network. Crazy country. Yoruba nation is a solution. Hello, caller, it's Wale. Ekale, I'm going, sir.
ṣe o.
Ọlọ́run ló ṣe.
Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú yín, Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín o, Ọlọ́run máa gbórílẹ̀-èdè fún wa o. Ohun gbàgbé wa máa gbà wọn ní bí ń ṣàwátì o.
Mo kí ẹ ìyá mi dáadáa Sister Ellen.
Wọ́n máa ń yà mí lẹ́nu ni irú energy tẹ́ ń lò kò yé mi. I always think about it. I cannot just understand. So ohun tí mo kàn máa tí èmi kan tó wà lọ́kàn mi láti sọ ni pé bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ìgbà tá a kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kíní yìí èmi gan mo kún mú pé ṣé bá a ṣe máa fi kíní yìí nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíní kankan wá sọ sí mi lọ́kàn yìí pé ṣé mi ni mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ kíní yìí ṣá àti mi ni mo ní plan yìí fún ara mi. Mi ò ṣe sá bó lóògùn ṣe ní kí n sá. So and that is well I think of my conclusion. Honestly speaking bí ọ̀rọ̀ bíbélì mi ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ àgbélébù bí aṣíwèrè ló máa ń rí fún àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ni. It is very difficult to understand, honestly speaking, to me myself, until when I become my mind that Baba is the leader. Àwọn ló dẹ̀ mọ̀ pàtó wọ́n rí. So ìgbà tí mo kàn rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ó máa ṣòro fún èèyàn tí ò bá aṣọ lọ́gbọ̀n ènìyàn tó dẹ̀ lè ronú jinlẹ̀ láti understand bí program yìí ṣe ń lọ. So bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe yẹn ẹ continue láti máa ṣe analysis. Ó ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ó ṣòro fún wọn láti understand, honestly speaking, tí ó bá ẹgbẹ́ tó lè jókòó tó ronú. Èmi gan bàtà kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mú wò pé ṣé máa ṣe kí ni ìta máa gbà ẹ̀ but later it just came to my mind that I do the designer of this program in 6. Ṣé mo ta ẹ̀pẹ̀ ti rèé ṣé mo nǹkan tó ti ṣe ni ìgbà yẹn mo tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé kọ́ mind mi. So nǹkan tí mo kàn máa ní pé kí everybody ẹ jẹ́ ká sà bódò ògùn ṣe ní ká sà. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa béèrè pé kí ni wọ́n ṣe máa ṣe kí la ṣe máa ṣe. Àwọn tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ program yìí for the past 5 years ago at least ẹ̀yin náà lè business gbé láti 5 years yẹn mo ò tí kì í gbà kan back out rí. So gbogbo wa let us rally round ká dẹ̀ ṣe mọ́ ṣe ní ká ṣe. So Ọlọ́run á fún wa ṣe Ọlọ́run á dó tì yín o.
Amen.
Àmọ̀ràn kékeré tí mo kàn níyẹn sà.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí ètò láì yọ ẹnìkankan sílẹ̀. Mo kí ìyá wa Sister Ellen. Mo kí kò gbọdọ̀ kú ìyá jagun. Mo kí gbogbo Christians and the Muslims, whether you believe in Yoruba nation or you don't. Baba Awolowo said, and I quote, Nigeria is not a nation. It is a mere geographical expression. Why do you want to die for Nigeria? The Yoruba is already on their way out of Nigeria because Baba Awolowo told us. Baba Awolowo told the same thing to Professor Banji Akintoye, because as at that time, Baba Awolowo was already an elderly man. Baba Akintoye was a youth that was part of the product of Awolowo. So you think Tinubu is part of a product of Awolowo? Tinubu is a product of Awolowo. He's another criminal that has enriched himself with Yorubaland and wants to save Nigeria. And Nigeria cannot be saved because Nigeria died and we will bury it very soon. Actually, day 5 of the rally, do not start asking questions. Anytime you are share awareness in the rally, the end goal is it should give us a Yoruba country. Simple. It goes okay, sir. I'm going here.
Ẹ wo nǹkan táwọn Fúlàní dánwò ní Benue State. Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kí ni wọ́n fẹ́ gba Benue State.
Ọ̀tẹ̀ ti gba Benue State already.
Wọ́n lè bá a máa bọ̀ ní sáà òṣìṣẹ́ pé àwọn ní àlá wa. Nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe nìyẹn. A dẹ̀ ń sọ wípé àti kékeré la ti ń pẹ̀ka ìdókò. Bàbá tètè pẹ̀ka lọ́sì. A dùn ohun tó jẹ́ pé ó máa ṣòro láti ṣe. Ẹ bọ́ ṣe àwọn lọ́kùnlọ́kùn àwọn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Wọ́n àwọn tó tún wá ìfẹ́ẹ̀dì ara wọn, àwọn yẹn làwọn á lè kọjú sí àtọlọ́pàá ẹ̀. Àwọn yẹn ni wọ́n tún kọjú sí. Kẹ́dìmọ̀ yìí pé nílùú Nàìjíríà ò kì í ṣe tí ọ̀nà gbọ́kàn sí. Ẹ jáde ẹ bọ́ síta ẹ jọyà àwọn tó ń ṣe yáàgì. Èyí tá a lè ṣe òun là ń ṣe. A ṣe máa ń sọ fún yín pé nígbà tó bá di wípé a lè fi báírò ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé ìgbà yẹn mọ̀ bóyá wà ká wà ń tà nǹkan tó fi lè máwọn ọmọ Ukraine padà sí ìlú wọn wọ́n wà níta wọ́n lọ sí ìlú wọn padà wọ́n lọ sí sẹ́ẹ̀tì ìlú wọn.
As if nothing is happening. As if nothing has happened, rather. Mad people all over the place. Chanoma.
Nigeria is very rich, what are you guys doing here? Your country is your country. Nigeria is not a massive part of Nigeria who believe in education, who believe in civilization, who believe in anything Western
agenda.
Agenda.
Believe in let's just put it the word believe in civilization. They still want to live in the same. They want to live in the same darkness. Dark age. Odomini network ti ṣẹlẹ̀. We are back. Network Odomini. Mo ń gbọ́ yín sà. Wọ́n paṣẹ ọtí paṣẹ gègé ọ̀sẹ̀ fún
òyìnbó ló sọ pé ọtí paṣẹ ọ̀drẹ̀. Mo ṣe wá lọ fún mo ní àwọn tó ti fi pààyàn tí nígbà tí mo wá ní ibi kan tí bàbá kan gbé jáde lórí YouTube tí mo wá láti fún mo wá sí bàbá yẹn gbé jáde tí mo fi wá bò wá rí pé wọ́n tún wá negotiate wọ́n tún wá meet pẹ̀lú bandits.
Ìbí wa ti play video ẹ̀ lẹ́yìn kan àti lọ gbé jáde wọ́n tún wá ń bẹ bandit ṣànọ́mà ànọ́mà bẹ́ẹ̀ how can you be negotiating with bandits? It makes sense now. It makes sense more now. That makes sense more now. And ẹni tó kiss èèyàn lásán ní London wọ́n ti sentence ẹ̀ ó kọ̀ kiss lásán ó kọ̀ lọ kiss ìyá ọ̀nà máa ń wẹ̀ fáwọn tó wà little bit kìíní ó wá ní òun kiss ẹ̀ pé bóyá feel better ó kọ̀ lọ kiss ẹ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ni ó kọ̀ kiss lásán ó wá sáré resign kúrò níbi iṣẹ́ yẹn pẹ̀lú pé resign wọ́n sentence wèrè sẹ́wọ̀n wà lẹ́wọ̀n ní sí kò ní ṣe irú ẹ̀wọ̀n láyé ẹ̀ kàmáì tí wàá sọ ẹni tó mú ìyá oníyà tó kì í mọ́lẹ̀ nínú gbó tó wá bá ṣe kìíní yẹn tí láwọ̀ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹṣà níbí báyìí ìyọ̀ wọ́n sọ fún ẹ pé ká má sọ bí mi ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ò dá.
àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń ṣe fún wa wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe ràn wá lójú.
kò sí tó kàn wọ́n pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
àwọn ẹ̀jẹ̀ sì dúró síbẹ̀ máa fẹ́ máa bá wọn ṣe wọ́n Nàìjíríà wọ́n dẹ̀ dúró wọ́n dẹ̀ pa wá.
wọ́n Nàìjíríà rọ̀.
orí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá pé ṣá sórí wọn pé.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni they don't believe in development bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
àwọn olójú kan máa dìde ìgbà pé kí ló ń ṣe yín ẹ fi ìlú ìdẹ́fẹ́sẹ̀ àdúró afẹ́jà àdúró pé àwọn tó ń bá wọn fẹ́ pa wá ètè nígbà jókòó tí wọn kí ni wọ́n ń fún yín jẹ gan-an tí òjò ọpọlọ yín pé.
It's really sad. It's very very sad.
kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gbogbogbò kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ adékẹ́ jáde ẹ bọ́ síta kíláàdì ṣe ń lọ lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan yìí
momentum ma build up ni àwa tá náà believe in Yoruba nation àwa tí jáde àwa náà tó tí believe kó jáde ṣe báwa la máa tẹ̀ jáde we come out and defend it ẹ ṣe gan ni jàre you innovate country wey no get identity all right no problem mo mọ̀ pé wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ all right ó dà torí iṣẹ́ tẹ̀yìn wà night duty ló ń ṣe yẹn wọ́n bá ṣe lọ nìyẹn ó dà rọ̀lá kó tó padà sílé so ẹ̀yin èèyàn tẹ́ fẹ́ pè tẹ́ bá ní studio number ẹ má bínú ẹ ká ti fi number yẹn síta ni tó ta bá ní kẹ́ pè gbogbo comment yìí náà àìtí lọ ẹni tó bá ń kánjú àwọn ọ̀kánjú níbí báyìí so ẹ mọ̀ pé tí bá ti lọ for few days which I was meant to be out yesterday àti wà níbí báyìí so ẹni tó bá fẹ́ pè ẹ pè wọlé ẹni tó bá fẹ́ join ẹ jẹ́ ká darapọ̀ mọ́ ara wa mo kí àwọn Ọlájírè Kókà mo kí bàbá wa Gbàdàmọ́sí mo kí gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ wà ní Lagos Island network mi ló rí beauty lẹ́ẹ̀kan ló kick her out but we are back on again and we are still live a ti ṣe audio mẹ́ta síta ẹ bá wa ju gbọ́dọ̀ yẹn síta gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ wà lórí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni maintain for life ó ní a failed system ó ní átíkù kan tí mo fi kà fún wa ẹ yẹ ká kọ́kọ́ gbọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa tó wà ní Libya ṣé ti bá ní kí ká exchange àfi Mr. Koiki náà Mr. Koiki mo ní ìlú tẹ̀yìn wà yẹn ṣé ẹ prefer ju Nàìjíríà lọ àbí ká gbé padà lọ sí Nàìjíríà bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ fi sọ̀rọ̀ mi mọ́ bí tẹ́ wà yẹn èwo nu méjèèjì ló ní ìṣùwọ̀n jù torí ṣébi tẹ́ wà yẹn ló dá ní àbí Nàìjíríà as a stand kò ń ṣe pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá dá but Nigeria as a stand ni mò ń sọ torí when people say níbo là ń lọ gan sẹ̀ tó ìkéde bá náà ń lọ bì kan ilẹ̀ wa náà la ṣe máa wà but a nílò Nàìjíríà ti Britain fún wa ní 1914 orúkọ yẹn a máa dá padà sí Odùduwà nation ní Yorùbá republic ní Yorùbá kingdom ní àwa la máa decide yẹn but àkọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ pull out kúrò lórúkọ yẹn ẹ bá gbóhùn sókè tẹ bá dá sọ̀rọ̀ náà.
Mr. Obi lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tí mo wà ilé mi ṣe ọmọ Nàìjíríà ọmọ Yorùbá yìí.
Bàbá ẹ̀ ti bínú tán.
ọmọ Yorùbá country Oòduà country jẹ́ mi ṣe ọmọ Nàìjíríà àti bí ọdún kan sọ́dún méjì sí mẹ́ta mo máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé mi ṣe ọmọ Nàìjíríà torí ìwà burúkú ló wà náà ọmọ Nàìjíríà ọmọ Yorùbá lè.
ọmọlúàbí dẹ̀ làwa à ń bára wa jà ọmọlúàbí ni wá.
ṣe ní alẹ́ ìyè mi ò àwọn Yorùbá ni mo fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ especially àwọn student àti àwọn òbí wa tó máa ń lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn àwọn ni mo fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀. ṣe ní àwọn student yẹn wọ́n bá ti increase owó school sí wọn á di ajáde wọn á pariwo pé wọ́n increase owó school wọ́n wá ní kó wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè tí wọn ò ní máa san owó school mọ́ rárá pé kọ́kọ́ jáde kó ṣe rally fún ọ̀sẹ̀ kan àbọ̀sẹ̀ méjì
wọ́n grumble
problem wọn ìyẹn nǹkan ṣẹ́rí àwọn òbí wa yẹn wọ́n lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wọ́n máa lọ ń gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run lọ ṣàánú fún mi Ọlọ́run ti ṣàánú fún wọn ní orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá kò sí nǹkan tí Ọlọ́run ò fún wa bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run fún wa ní everything gbogbo ẹ̀ pátápátá lọ́lọ́run tó gbé wa ó ti ṣàánú wa ó wá kù fún àwa ọmọ Yorùbá tọ́lọ́run dá sí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá yẹn láti
Mr. Rijo Julius okay.
ẹlẹ́ tó wá lọ jókòó sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì tó lọ gbàdúrà Ọlọ́run tó ṣàánú fún mi ṣe kíní fún mi Ọlọ́run á kàn máa wò wọ́n ni kò ní dá wọn lóòótọ́ ló di wọn ó ti ṣàánú wọn already àwọn wá kù sí wọn lọ́wọ́ láti neutralize nǹkan tí Ọlọ́run fún wọn yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn tó lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn bí sọ pé kẹ́lẹ́bọ̀dì má gbàdúrà sí Ọlọ́run bọ̀ tó bá ti tó àsìkò tó yẹ kí èèyàn fi ọwọ́ ara ẹ̀ láti ṣe destiny ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nítorí pé dáṣọ ẹ̀ láti ní láti jáde kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà torí orílẹ̀-èdè ni Ọlọ́run dá Yorùbá Ọlọ́run ò dá Yorùbá pé ká wà ní abẹ́ Nàìjíríà ó dá ní orílẹ̀-èdè ó dẹ̀ dìgbà tí a bá jáde kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà yẹn kí àánú gbogbo everything tọ́lọ́run dá yẹn tá a bá fi wà lórílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá yẹn kó tó wá
wúlò fún wa bọ́tà bá lọ lójoojúmọ́ àti àwọn tó jáde skul tó gun ọ̀kadà wọn sọ pé wọn ò ríṣẹ́ nínú Nàìjíríà wọ́n dẹ̀ ní pé kán wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá tó ti máa rí iṣẹ́ gbogbo wọn ò jáde fún rálì yẹn wọ́n jókòó sílé bóyá wọ́n ń gbọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹnìkan kọ́kọ́ jáde fún rálì náà kán ṣe ọ̀sẹ̀ kan ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì lẹ́yìn ẹ̀kọ́ wá wo nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ bóyá Ọlọ́run ò ní lànà iṣẹ́ àti ogun tó kó bá wọn jà ogun ìdílé ogun tó kún Nàìjíríà ọba owó kò sógun ìdílé ọkàn tó lè kú ogun Nàìjíríà kan ní agbára ju ogun ìdílé lọ ó dìgbà tí ogun Nàìjíríà bá wó kí ogun ìdílé tó wó ṣẹ́rí àwọn sídẹ̀ǹtì yẹn bí bóyá bí àdóńdó mi mọ pọ́blẹ́mù wọn o àwọn sídẹ̀ǹtì yẹn mi mọ kankan fún wọn àwọn ẹlẹ́yìn ò rí owó skul san nínú wọn wá sọ pé kán jáde wọn fún rálì ìsìn pé kán lè wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè tán tí ní máa sanwó skul wọ́n pé skul ọ̀fẹ́ ni wọ́n tún fún wọn ní lóònù ọ̀fẹ́ ní ọgbọ́n ọ̀fẹ́ ni wọ́n ní kán wá síbẹ̀ wọ́n wà nínú ọ̀kan nínú wọn tó jáde pé àwọn ní pọlitíṣà wá kí ni pọlitíṣà fẹ́ fún wọn ó pọ̀ tó wọn pátá pọlitíṣà lè fún wọn tó 10,000 àbí 100,000 lọ àti ráìsì tó máa jẹ fún ọdún mẹ́rin lọ́ máa jẹ ráìsì yẹn àti 100,000 àwọn ojú ẹsẹ̀ wọn ti ní 100,000 tán ìṣẹ́jú kan 100,000 máa tán ní Nàìjíríà yẹn wọ́n wá ní kó wá sórílẹ̀-èdè tó yẹ kó tó máa rí gbogbo everything ọ̀fẹ́ iṣẹ́ mọ́tò ilé ọ̀fẹ́ everything ọ̀fẹ́ tó yẹ kó náà ti pèsè sílẹ̀ fún wa gbogbo wọn ò jáde ìrọ́nà pa wọn máa jáde by force by fire o nǹkan tó máa lé wọn jáde by force by fire wọn máa jáde fún rally yẹn everything wọn máa jáde fún Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó dára orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá wọn máa lé wọn jáde fún rally yẹn kò sí bọ́n ṣe lè ṣe àti gba orílẹ̀-èdè wa ọ̀rẹ́ dì òtún lébè ìṣe ọmọ Nàìjíríà mọ́ ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá lè kó ṣe wà ẹ̀ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún wọn nìyẹn.
ẹ ṣé gan ni thank you very much mo kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí I say a very good evening and welcome to Koiki Media. Let's look at the Guardian in the UK. This article was published many years ago. Rally last year, there's no doubt about it. If anybody is saying that we are not in a rally, we are in a rally. Whatever the rally means to you, let us do it the way we have been asked to do it so that Kole was successful for everybody, rather than us complaining and also, asking many questions that is not relevant because our koni anto itoye. All we are demanding for is that moving forward, the rally end is to give us a Yoruba country. That is what Baba Kitoye have said. Failed state, why Nigeria is a fragile democracy, is facing uncertain future. Mo pe gbogbo ala screen mi, ẹ má bínú ẹ tẹ́ wà lórí bíbá. Mo kí brother mi Julius, mo kí ẹ tẹ́ wà lórí Twitter space. Thank you so much everyone that have joined us. We're on Rumble. It's a full pack night. But I want us to listen to this very nice track by one of our own. And we need to appreciate them. Sometimes we even don't appreciate them, especially when they put this together on our behalf. Because kéèyàn tó lọ sí studio kó lọ ṣorin jáde kò easy. So let us appreciate every one of them. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ ilé mi lọ. A very good evening and welcome once again as we continue our campaign into the awareness that is now lead to our rally that will eventually lead to a declaration of a Yoruba nation. I look forward to where a day that the Yoruba nation flag will rise up across every Yoruba land. That is my future. That is what I hope to see before 2027. As my brother You Innovate says, Nigeria doesn't have an identity and you cannot get any identity from Nigeria. Let's listen to Agaga. We appreciate him. We appreciate all our mothers. And a very good evening and welcome as we are now into the 5th day of the Yoruba Nation Mega Rally. Even those that are asking, the question is, what role are you playing? Okwerulangbe, we have lived as slaves for many years, and the time now to exit is now or never. The studio number is +44 74 044 05917. If you're watching me from any part of the globe, you can also call into the program. I will read some of the comments. They've come in very fast. Tí Ọlọ́run pọ̀ ní àwọn ọ̀dọ́ yìí ò ní jáde nítorí pé ọpọlọ wọn ó ti wà nínú Yahoo. So they don't see the reason for the new nation. That's very sad. Let's do it together. That is the message. Whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, you're a non-believer, Nigeria is a failed state. Why is it a failed state? In the first in a series on Africa's most populous state, we look at the effect of widening violence, poverty, crime, and corruption as election approach. This was before election. Tinubu has become the president. 200 people have lost their life in Benue State. May their soul rest in peace. A series of overlapping security, political, and economic crises has left Nigeria facing its worst instability since the end of Biafra War in 1970. Don't be deceived is an illusion to call Nigeria a country. As Baba Olowo said, Nigeria is a mere geographical location. There's nobody called Nigeria because there are many nations in Nigeria. We can no longer accept to be called Nigeria because we are Yorubas. We have been Yoruba for many thousands of years. With expert warning, this was before election, I believe, the article was written on the 25th of October 2021, 2 years before Buhari finished his tenure. 2 years. I have talked about this before by Peter Beaumont. I believe I even went further to give us a background of who Peter Beaumont is. These are many journalists like myself that have proven that it does not matter. Prayer will not fix Nigeria, as many of your churches are saying. Nigeria is a failed state. The quicker we get out of Nigeria, the better for us. With experts warning that the large part of the country are in fact becoming ungovernable. Choparo, is Nigeria not becoming ungovernable? Moki Babawa Adebayo, warning Nigeria is a scam. There's no doubt about it. And Babawa Boboyeni, our people don't know the importance of the rally. People don't know the little river can carry a whole nation. Let's watch this video as the Nigerian So the guy that you are seeing there, Tolu Tobani, that is one of the terrorists that the government is looking for. Yet the government is having, this meeting was held in Castina. We saw the Nigerian police. Are they negotiating with him? She won't negotiate with him. Why is the federal government under President Bola Tinubu having a discussion with a Fulani terrorist leader in Castina? I believe, and that is what everybody should have the same faith, that as we are going right now, Nigeria should not just keep us in Nigeria. Babaki Toye should forge ahead at the appropriate time before 2027 and declare a Yoruba country for us. That should be, that is the final goal. That is why Babani Ejade, Tebati Jade, from there, Asokwe Etiwanita, and after that, it will take us to the next stage. Do not be asking for Igbowo video, Igbowo Tisoro, and Dokigbo Wabawa Soro. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sọ́dọ̀ ìyàwó ẹ̀bá agbóhùnsókè ti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa náà. Ẹ káalẹ́ mà.
Ẹ mà kálẹ̀, ẹ kú iṣẹ́.
Àwọn ni ẹ mọ̀.
Gbogbo àwọn tó ń gbóde Ìgbòho pé kó wá bá àwọn sọ̀rọ̀, ó pẹ́ ká ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Ìgbòho ti sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ, ó dẹ̀ ti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lákin tó yẹ kó gbé. Ìgbòho ti ta wá lólobó, ó ti ṣí wa létí, ó ti ṣí wa lógbó, ó ti ṣí wa níyì, ó ti ṣí wa lọ́pọlọ. Ìgbòho ó ti fọkàn wa sí ibi tí a máa fi ẹsẹ̀ tẹ̀. Ó ti fi ọ̀nà ọbẹ̀, ó ti fi hàn wá. Àwa ló yẹ kó wá gbé ìgbésẹ̀. Ìgbòho ti ṣe ìwọ̀nba tó lè ṣe. Àwa ló yẹ kó gbé ìgbésẹ̀. Ọmọ akíní tó bá yẹ pé Ìgbòho kì í ṣọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà ni ó ti máa padà lẹ́yìn wa. Tó bá wá ṣẹlẹ̀ ìbéèrè mi ni pé tó bá wá ṣẹlẹ̀ pé gbogbo bàtàn ń pòrò ẹ̀mí Ìgbòho ti padà lẹ́yìn wa, which means pé àwa fúnra wa kan àti ẹ̀mí ń sọ nǹkan kan nípa Yorùbá nation mọ́. Ìbéèrè mi nìyẹn tí gbogbo àwọn tó ń gbọ́ mi. Ká ní pé gbogbo ìgbà yẹn kí Ìgbòho jẹ́ni tí ò kì í ṣọmọ kan Yorùbá kó ti padà irú ìgbà tó wá lọ́wọ́ yẹn kó ti gbogbo kó ti lọ sọ́nà tiẹ̀. Which means pé gbogbo wa ti máa padà pátápátá. Àmọ́ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe nìyẹn o. Àwa tá à ń lọ sórí òkè tá à ń sọ pé Ọlọ́run yóò ṣe Ọlọ́run yóò ṣe. Nígbà tán àwọn ará bí bá wá bá yín lórí òkè ó dìgbà yẹn kẹ́ tó mọ kò yín. Tí wọ́n bá wá bá yín lórí òkè àwọn politician ò lè gbà yín láéláé jẹ́ nǹkan tó tẹ̀lẹ̀ ní Benue. Politician wo mélòó ló jáde láwọn tó dìbò fún mélòó ló jáde tó lọ gbà wọ́n kalẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. Wọ́n ń pa wọ́n ní ìfọ́nàfọ́jú ìsìn kò sẹ́nì kankan tó dá wọn lókun nínú àwọn politician. Ẹ̀yin tí ẹ sọra yín di commodities ní mọ́ṣáláṣí àti churches tó jẹ́ pé ìmíì nínú yín gan tí ẹ bá fẹ́ báyàwó yín sùn tàbí tọkọ yín bá fẹ́ bá yín sùn ẹ sì máa lọ gbàyè lọ́wọ́ clerics lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ pẹ̀lú pásítọ̀ yín. Àánú yín ò ṣe mí o. Ẹ jẹ́ tètè lọ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ti plan bá a ṣe fẹ́ gbé ìgbé ayé wa tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Ọlọ́run ti ṣe gbogbo ètò kalẹ̀. Lára àwọn ètò tí Ọlọ́run ṣe kalẹ̀ òun làwọn àwọn pípọ̀ wọ̀nyí ń gbà lọ́wọ́ wa yìí o. Òun làwọn ará bí ń gbà lọ́wọ́ wa ilé Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní tí ebi bá ti kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́ ìjẹ́bùjẹ. Tó bá tiẹ̀ ní kankan nínú yín tó lọ sí school of agric tẹ bá fẹ́ lọ dáko nísìn ẹ̀ ráyè wọ́n gbogbo mọ́sìn. Kí ló dé fà á? Ẹ ti fi àyè ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ fún àwọn ará bí. Ẹ ti fàyè ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ fún àwọn ará bí. A mọ̀ pé àdúrà ń ṣiṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ìgbésẹ̀. Ẹ gba àdúrà kẹ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ àdúrà nìkan lẹ ọdún mọ́ ẹ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ Ọlọ́run òde tọ̀kalẹ̀ wá bá níbi ogun kan. Tòró ti yẹ kó ti láàrin ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ fún ní ọ̀rẹ́ yìí. A ní ká jáde gbogbo voice note tí Koiki ń sẹ́ẹ̀dì tó ń sẹ́ẹ̀dì a lè rí mi nínú yín tí ò tẹ̀ sẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀ sára ní ẹ̀. Ara ìjà lè yín wà. A ní ká jáde ṣàṣà nínú ìlú àti ìrí 10% ní ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan. Tí ò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ rárá. Wọ́n ń gba òun adìẹ wa lọ́wọ́ ikú àníkàn jẹ́ ká lọ sáàtàn lọ́jà ibi tí àṣà ti máa gbé wa lọ tó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwa náà ń jà fún àgàgà wa tá wà lé. Àwa náà ń jà fún. Etí yín tó dẹ̀ di yìí màálù jíjẹ ló fà á o. Ẹ tí wọ́n màálù jẹ kò sí màálù. Tẹ́tẹ́ tún ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jẹ màálù léyà tán yìí. Gbogbo màálù tẹ̀ ń jẹ kò sí kankan tán kì í kú lábẹ́rẹ́ bẹ̀. Abẹ́rẹ́ etí dídì dẹ̀nà ń kún fún màálù wọ̀nyẹn kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ jẹ́ màálù ìyá nípa ẹ̀kọ́ bàbá yín ẹ̀kọ́ etí dídì sí. Yàtọ̀ tí àwọn pásítọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n jọ fi ọwọ́ kan wọ́n lókè nìkan lè máa gbọ́rọ̀ sí lẹ́nu àtàwọn aláàfáà yín. Mo bẹ̀ gbogbo wa mo rọ̀ wá ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ jókòó síbi tó yẹ kẹ́ jókòó sí kẹ́ ronú síbi tó yẹ kẹ́ ronú kó tó dìgbà tí àwọn ará tó wá pa yín mọ́lé. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Benue yẹn àwa àti Benue lájọ sàlà wọ́n bá kú òun Benue wọ́n pọ̀ jùgbà. Kírú ẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ kẹ́ gbé. Ẹ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá wa lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ ni bàbá sọ yẹn ẹ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá wa lẹ́nu. Ẹni tó bá ti tìdí sọ̀rọ̀ ẹni ó sóni o ó sóni. Gbogbo nǹkan tí bàbá sọ kò sí nǹkan tó yẹ kọ́rọ̀ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tó yẹ kọ́rọ̀ yẹn kó má fi yẹ kọ́rọ̀ yẹn wò wá létí. Tí ẹ fẹ́ kí bàbá tìdí sọ̀rọ̀ ni bàbá àgbàlagbà níbi tó wà yẹn ó ń tiraka ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ká ló tiẹ̀ lé ní bàbá nínú wa tó máa rìlíìsì bàbá ẹ̀ ní èjì yẹn láti máa ṣe nǹkan tí bàbá yẹn ṣe. Bàbá yẹn dẹ̀ para ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ojú wa ọ̀dẹ̀ pàpàjá àti bàbá yẹn sílẹ̀ kó máa à ń ní bàbá yẹn lára ní lójú tèmi sìn torí kò yẹ kí bàbá jáde ó sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́. Tó bá jẹ́ lóòótọ́ lẹ́fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ́fẹ́ gbárùkù ti bàbá ẹ má jẹ́ kán sọ pé ká jáde mọ́. Àwa tó kù àwa tá à ń gbọ́rọ̀ yẹn jẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn ká jẹ́ kí bàbá ẹ̀mí ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn iṣẹ́ kù sí wa lọ́wọ́. Ẹlẹ́dùmarè á ràn wá lọ́wọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà á fún wa létí ìgbà àgbàyà àgbàṣe o. Ọ̀rọ̀ ni Koiki ń sọ ṣé kí Koiki gan kó máa jù bí sóni. Ibo la kẹ́tí sí àyàn ẹlẹ́tí lágbàgbọ́ gidi wọn ni ṣé wọ́n ṣépè fún yín ni. ṣe yín létí o Koiki kú iṣẹ́.
ẹ ṣé gan ni grandma ọlọ́jẹ́ rí pẹ́ ẹ ṣé gan ni mo kí gbogbo ìyá wa I can't do it without you. Àwọn kan ní kí ló dé táwọn tó kù náà sọ̀rọ̀ I don't know. A kò lè encourage wọn náà ni gbogbo yín náà lè máa ń pè sáwọn platforms wọn gbogbo yín náà lè báwọn ṣe program. Iṣẹ́ yóò ṣiṣẹ́ tèmi nìkan. I can only try my best. But effort gbogbo wa náà lájọ máa délẹ̀ lérí. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ síyàn kankan ṣàwṣàw. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí a jọra wa lójú. Kò ń ṣe pé tẹnu. We are doing very well. Gbogbo wa náà là ń do very well. But condition ló jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa wà ní situation tá a wà. Mo tún bá padà báyìí tẹ jẹ́ akọni ọmọkùnrin àtàkọni ọmọbìnrin. This is not the time ká fi rẹ̀wẹ̀sì sí. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀ tí bàbá wa Olóyè Ìgbòho lè ṣe. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀. But ẹ jẹ́ káwa máa báṣẹ́ yẹn lọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa báṣẹ́ yẹn lọ. Ó ti yé yín nǹkan tí mo mean. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa báṣẹ́ yẹn lọ bí bàbá wa Akíntóyè ṣe ní ká máa báṣẹ́ yẹn lọ. Láàrin méjì ẹ̀, actor wa á mọ̀ tó máa ṣe. Àbọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí nísìn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kó jẹ́ pé actor wa ni a máa lọ túnṣe kí ni la máa gbé síwájú ìkòkò. Ṣé rò pé Ìgbòho bẹ̀rù federal government ni kò bẹ̀rù federal government. Gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀. But nígbà tí bàbá ti sọ pé ká ṣe tó yẹ ká máa ṣe lọ, ẹ jẹ́ káwa máa ṣe yẹn lọ. Mo kí àwa Esther Ewetuga JP. Mo kí brother mi Dezima 123. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ pè wọlé. Èmi náà ń ṣe àwọn audio yẹn, ṣe rí pé mò ń ṣe ẹ̀ báyìí. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ bá mi máa pín ká tó fi èlé kúlù temper. Mo kí àwọn ìyàwó mi, mo kí àwọn ọmọ Oòduà, mo kí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ yín náà. Brother mi kan mo rí message mo send bí ṣe send audio báyìí ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹ́ mo lè má ì tí bá sọ̀rọ̀ for 3 weeks but nígbà mi ti because èèyàn márùn ló lè send audio yẹn sí at the time sometimes I just send it at random wọ́n wá send message sí mi wọ́n ní Mr. Koiki last year ni ìyàwó àwọn bímọ then torí pé ibi tó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní Ṣàgámù area yẹn àwọn bí Haúsá ni bí Fúlàní ni wọ́n náà mọ̀ pé àwọn ṣe Yorùbá nation bí àwọn yẹn ló níṣẹ́ yẹn wọ́n dismiss it. Everybody has been affected. Kódà last year yẹn wọ́n send account number sí ni pé kí n fáwọn ní kankan like I always say randomly ẹlòmíì lè ti béèrè gan kí n má tẹ̀dá lóhùn last year May mo kàn send 10,000 sí wọn tẹ bá rí bó ṣe ń kí mi bó ṣe ń yìn mí wọ́n náà 10,000 ò kì í ṣòwò náà ẹ kàn fi ra internet sórí fóònù yín. That is the damage that this country has done to the lives of our people. I'm sure gbogbo yín náà I understand tàbá fẹ́ lómi ní 10,000 yẹn I mean I didn't give him 100,000 I gave him 10,000. 10,000 is nothing but to the average Yoruba man today tó lówó lọ́wọ́ mo kí brother mi George Abiodun mo kí gbogbo àwọn media tó wà lábẹ́ ètò 10,000 is like ẹ ṣe gan Bishop Adesina mo kí bàbá wa Adéyẹmí May last year lẹ́ni tọrọ owó lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo tẹ̀ fún lówó ẹlòmíà máa ń dàgbà but ọmọ náà fáwọn èèyàn lówó yes because I don't have it. Ẹni o lè béèrè owó lọ́wọ́ mi tínú mi bá yọ sí ẹ̀ máa fún ẹ tínú mi ò bá ṣe I will not. Last year May mo lọ wo message mi àti wọn ó send account number yẹn Opay. Kódà I did not tell him I was going to send the 10,000. I just send it at random because irú owó bẹ́ẹ̀ gan ló máa ń níyì nígbà míì. Tẹ́ bá rí bó ṣe ń dúpẹ́ wọ́n á wonder pé kò ń ṣe 1 million kò ń ṣe 100,000 kò ń ṣe 50,000. I just told him to use it to buy data but whoever knows ibi tó máa dí lára wọn so ẹ jẹ́ ká rise up ẹ jẹ́ ká perform ní state kọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ ti ní coordinator ẹ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ organize láàrin ara yín ká sì máa tó sí bàbá ṣe ní ká tó kò tẹ̀ tí pé 1 week a ṣe ṣe 5 days ni and within 5 days tó bá máa fi pé 1 week ká tẹ̀ rí impact pé ní state kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn ò dín ní ká má jáde wọ́n ti ní ká jáde wẹ́dà bàbá ní ká dúró síwájú ilé wa bàbá ò ní ká má jáde sí títì a lè jáde lọ sórí títì ká dẹ̀ padà sínú ilé wa ẹ ti understand me sí wọ́n ní ká má àwọn kan ní ẹ ṣe àmà wá jáde tí ọlọ́pàá bá wà àtàkì wa ẹ̀yin jẹ́ kó ọlọ́pàá àtàkì yín náà kí ọlọ́pàá yẹn wá sọ reason tó ṣe fẹ́ attack but nígbà tó ní ká jáde tẹ́ ẹ̀ jáde ẹni tọ́lọ́pàá bá àtàkì yín ẹ ti jáde ní tọ́lọ́pàá àtàkì yín ni ọlọ́pàá gan fẹ́ àtàkì yín because ọlọ́pàá ọmọ Yorùbá ló wà láàrin wọn tó pọ̀ yàtọ̀ sáwọn ọmọ Ìgbò àtàwọn tó kú ẹ bá mute background ẹ ti wọlé ẹ bá wa dá sọ́rọ̀ náà sà.
Mr. Koiki.
Ekale, sir.
Yes, sir. Ẹ̀kú ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá, ẹ̀kú ọ̀rọ̀ ìran.
Ṣégun sọ.
Kí bàbá wa náà bá lóye àti bàbá wa ìgbòho.
Bàbá náà
kí wọ́n ṣeun ọlọ́run bá ṣe ọlọ́run bá wọn.
Àmín, àmín,
àtẹ̀yìn náà tẹ̀mí tara tó mú kọ́ tẹ̀lé tẹ̀lé sùn tẹ̀lé jà ìran yìí. Ọlọ́run bá wọn mójútó ní tẹ̀lé gbogbo yẹn pátápátá nífẹ̀ẹ́ mi. Àwọn ọmọ yín ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ mi wọ́n di ìyàwó yín nífẹ̀ẹ́ mi wọ́n di. Pẹ̀lú ògbó ọlọ́run máa ní àgbàlá.
Àmín Jésù Kristi.
Àṣẹ o. Ìgbẹ́ ṣe lérò lọ.
Àṣẹ o.
Yeah. Now, mo fẹ́ fi bí ẹ̀ máa ń dá wa ọmọ Yorùbá. Ọwọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọ̀dà ó láti kó jẹ́ fọ́rọ̀ tí máa sọ máa bọ́ wá lé níbo máa gbé ẹ̀jẹ̀ àti translate ẹ̀ sọ á lè yé wa ní
No problem. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my first question is Yoruba should hear to think. Sorry, my first one to put to them is Yoruba should hear to think. That's number one. So, in the sense that we should have it in mind that Nigeria will be the country here to bring it. Never. It will never happen. Even in 2,000 years to come, it will never happen. But when it's time, and that is the way to be forever. So, that's number one. And two, each and every one of us should understand that we have a respect button. We should understand that we have a respect button in our lives. So, what do I mean by respect button? Is the way that we should understand the fact that are we going wrong where we are going in this very particular country we are? Are we doing the right thing? Are we in the right country at the right time? Or we are doing something right? So the reset button is what Baba Itoye and Baba Igbo and you as Mr. Koiki that we the all the reverse. When you reset our mind that this country is total failure. Nothing but failure. That is the reset button I'm coming up with.
Okay.
So, and then retraining our mind is what you are doing. They're trying to bring the consciousness out of those, trying to let us understand the fact that, this particular union will never won. So, and I do tell people in Nigeria that me and people that will live here in this Nigeria, even in diaspora, that will come back home with every security sound and whatever, be expecting death at that point in time. In Nigeria, 100%. 100%. Be expecting death at that point in time. So that's the paper about Angela in Nigeria. So I've escaped Fulani attack once in me. So how many people can escape that? So I know what if I'm talking, I know what I'm talking about. So everybody, so that means, so all the diasporas, even including APC and PDP, if they believe in Nigeria, they believe in their debt.
It's a risk.
That is it. That's the fact. They believe in their debt. So anything about Nigeria, I think about not doing it. That is it. And two, so which means one way or the other, that's where we come around and come and raise his debt. These are our debt. Except if you said, I'm no more coming to that country forever.
Let me just come in there quickly. There was a can you hear me? There was a man that
maybe you come for
Ojude Obanio or whatever. Money, even if you come for Ojude Oba, there was a particular story that is trending right now. a girl that came from US, the father lives in somewhere in the southeast, on send over $5,000. Tẹ́ bá rí picture bàbá yẹn bó ṣe rí, ẹ lè sọ pé wọ́n send $100 sí. Pension ẹ̀ ni o. The man returned to Nigeria, wọ́n ti gbé bàbá yẹn lọ sí America nísìn. So just like what you're saying, that the country is a complete disaster. Go ahead.
That's the bitter truth. So to those people, those Yoruba, see, Baba wa Koiki, our Yoruba problem ti wà nínú ara nínú ní àyíká wa tó tẹ̀ lágbára lọ. Àwọn Fúlàní ti pọ̀ ju àwọn ọmọ lọ. Wọ́n ti pọ̀ jù.
That's a disaster.
Because with them at mindset, their mindset is always destruction. Nothing more. Nothing more. Their mindset is always destruction. So, if you want to know, you balance of your parents and it's a Fulani guy. So I don't need to know his background. I don't know most about what I know. He's a Fulani man. He's a Fulani type, or he's a Yoruba. He's speaking Yoruba fluently. So now the Baba, bàbá ìgbó láti jáde lásán rọ. When there was the Congo, and not never I saw you on the program for the sometimes ago. A lot of people that are like bàbá ìgbó, they don't pray his return back.
Oh yes.
They don't pray for his return.
Most people never knew that Igboho will live where it was kept in Benin Republic. Wọ́n rò pé Igboho máa wà níbẹ̀ tí Tinubu máa fi ṣetán ni o.
So Ọlọ́run tó ju ẹ̀dá lọ ló jẹ́ kí ó bàbá ìgbò jáde because ọ̀ṣẹ́lí ìran àṣẹ́lí Yorùbá ọmọ Yorùbá àbàtà ṣé gbogbo àwọn ìfọ́n máa ń sọ pé kíní tó ká gbà ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀. I usually do it. I usually do it. So, but nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé èmi kàn nígbà wọ́n pé ìran bàbá rẹ̀ já o. Ìran wọn ò dẹ̀ ń ṣe ìran apààyàn. Ìran apààyàn ni ìran Fúlàní.
Ìran mujẹmujẹ.
Wọ́n pọ̀ pé dandan ẹ̀ láti jọ máa gbé pọ̀. So that's about ọkọ tó ń sọ bàbá Ìgbòho yẹn pé ìṣẹ̀dá àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá àti ìlú tí wọ́n sì nígbà yẹn ìṣẹ̀dá ó wà lẹ́yìn bàbá Ìgbòho ó dẹ̀ wà lẹ́yìn bàbá Títọ́ yóò dẹ̀ wà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀yìn náà. July 1st 2020 I mean 2020.
Olú àti gbàgbọ́ wọn sáyé tó bá yẹ kó báyọ̀ níbẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ló wà pẹ̀lú Ìgbòho.
So, meanwhile, we understand many more people will come up again.
Àti fẹ́ ká ṣe the same mistake tá a ṣe ni.
Anybody's life. Yeah, so we don't want to lose anybody's life. So, it's much more important that you can understand the fact that a step, 1,000 steps, 1,000 miles starts with the same steps. So make a step before any other things follow. So a step in Nigerian government can make what it make for not really. So any idiot in Nigeria for a mass of Nigeria now. Ọ̀nà tó fẹ́ fi gbà wọ́n fún un náà láti rí iná. Ọlọ́jà ní terrorist go roam about wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ to negotiate pẹ̀lú wọn. Ó máa work, Nigeria máa work. So I work in a level gbogbo máa di terrorist country. So that is the only way tí Nigeria máa fi work. So now, you live in the comfort zone. So what do we mean by comfort zone? To now understand also my own definition. A humble soul is a place where nothing grows up there. That's to my own definition. So, and we all need to be productive as a Yorubas. So, because people get on Yoruba, tí wọ́n fẹ́ máa gbà bọ̀dé, tó jẹ́ àwọn ọmọ àlè láàrin wa tó máa gbà bọ̀dé wípé nǹkan ní wọn mọ̀ pé kò lè ṣe clear. Nǹkan ní wọn mọ̀ pé kò lè gbé kan iṣẹ́ tó jáde kó wọ́n máa ṣe pé ní Nàìjíríà gbà á. Káàbùrú ọba ìwà lálẹ́ wọn láì wọ́n ń tà là ń sọ́kọ́ ní kiri là ń tó de 5,000 10,000. Kò sí kankan ní wọn tó nígbàgbọ́ ẹ̀ o.
ṣé system yẹn ló ti create ṣé Nàìjíríà ló ti create yẹn ni and a dey try láti sọ fún wọn pé there's a because question táwọn èèyàn máa ń pè àbádé nísìn ló create that mess táwọn èèyàn á fi sọ pé àwọn ò believe àwọn lè ṣe plane, àwọn lè ṣe this, àwọn lè be scientist, àwọn lè be doctor, àwọn lè be researcher and all that because the current system has pulled them down, and that is what Britain wants. Britain ò fẹ́ jẹ́ kí ògo Yorùbá kó yọjú bó ṣe wà lọ. Mo ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Drink killer. If you are looking for a big-time drink killer, just come to Nigeria. Nothing you can do in a country and does a lot of the record themselves on our back, all the time.
What is your arrest? How many can you?
Can you imagine? So that's about those things. So Nigeria.
lẹ́ẹ̀kan ni ó ti padà. Ó ní when they got to the BRT Nikki or wherever, ó ní agbèrò tó wà níta ìyẹn ló negotiate pé ṣọ́ máa san 50,000 naira kọ́ máa lọ or ṣọ́ máa san 70,000 wá dẹ̀ tún lọ sí prison òun á ní òun máa san 70,000 naira òun dẹ̀ fi lọ sí prison. Ó ní ọ̀nà ìwọ lọ báyìí. Ó ní àwọn káùntì over òun wá ní kí driver wọn dúró síta. Ó ní àwọn count 300 people tó ń san 40,000 tí kò lọ sínú receipt. Ó ní 70,000 yẹn nígbà tóun sanwó yẹn fún wọn òun ní kọ́ fún òun ní receipt wọ́n ní kó lọ sọ fún Tinubu. Kò ní yẹ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣe gọ́vnà wa. Bọ̀bọ́ yẹn calculate only they are making nothing less than 200 bí a calculate kí ni màá lọ mú right up yẹn jáde nísìnyí màá lè kà fún ìtẹ̀wà lórí mo ti lọ àṣẹbẹ̀rẹ̀ program ni Only corruption tó ń lọ. These are daily money from the sweat of average Yoruba man àtàwọn tó ń gbé nínú Yorubaland. Àwọn sọ fún yín pé ní UK tèmi bá sanwó bọ́ọ̀sì wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ maintain bọ́ọ̀sì tí máa wọ̀ yẹn mo gbọ́dọ̀ wọ bọ́ọ̀sì tó dọ̀tí. Ntí brother yẹn sọ nìyẹn pé mo fi comfort zone mi sílẹ̀ bọ́ọ̀sì tí bá sanwó ẹ̀ train tí bá sanwó ẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ tí bá ṣé wọ́n máa ń refund wa tó bá ra 1 week ticket tí train ò bá gbé ẹ wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ refund ẹ̀. TFL Transport for London ló ń kó wọ̀ kí n gbowó fáwọn agbèrò ní UK Transport for London wọ́n ní Fáṣọlá wá sí UK nígbà tó wà ní gọ́vnọ̀ wọ́n sọ gbogbo template yẹn fún lórí burúkú ní gbogbo wọn kò rí lò the poor bastard Fáṣọlá wá sí London wọ́n sọ template TFL yẹn fún bó ṣe ń rán ní Transport for London kò rí lò torí pé ó mọ̀ pé táwọn bá lò àwọn agbèrò tó gbé sójú títì wọ́n ní bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn tí ó ń gbowó yẹn ìyẹn ń gba 3% àwọn lastman ọlọ́pàá sójà gbogbo wọ́n ní bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn fúnra rẹ̀ ní mọ́tò 5 onílé bíi 3 ìyẹn ni tó jágbèrò tó wà ló ní ká tó wọnú BRT main office ni o because ẹni yẹn náà fi san full money ọkọ fún òun ní receipt wọ̀ fún ní receipt mo ń gbọ́ yín.
Can you imagine? So that's the truth. That's the truth. Nigeria is a mindset and Nigeria is a terrorist country. And Nigeria, if you have to make it in Nigeria, you want to be a criminal. I don't know, Nigeria is not really the back me up the glory. So, push it on. And tell them about the money is happening. So, man, kí ni mo tẹ̀lé gbé náà? Ṣé mi sọ pé àwọn alálẹ̀ tó ààrẹ ìlú àwọn náà báyìí? Èmi ò gbá bí a ti kí n sanwó. Èmi ò kí ń gbá tí bá gbá bí a ti kí n san kọ́bọ̀ pẹ̀lú bọ́ọ̀dù wọn dẹ̀ fi lẹ̀ lọ yẹn. So àwọn àwúrò àwọn bá ní influence á ń jẹ́ business ní àyẹ̀ tó dájú pé àdéhùn kò sí bá a ṣe lè rí nínú Nàìjíríà yẹn tó máa máa ṣẹ́kì ohun wa ò ní òun bá bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọjọ́ ẹ̀ náà àìsàn ìjà máa ń tí wọn lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn máa ń sábà náà yẹn lè. So okay now ẹ wo ní ìtọ́jú owó yẹn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ní ìsọkọ́bọ̀ rí 20 wọn.
Àná náà bèrè receipt wọn ní kó lọ sọ fún Tinubu ó ní wọn ní kó lọ sọ fún Tinubu kó wá gba receipt lọ́wọ́ àwọn that means pé they are done wọ́n ti di kàkà síbẹ̀ yẹn ó ní àwọn count 300 vehicles tó wá síbẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn san 70,000 àwọn èèyàn kò san 40 kọ́ tètè máa lọ 40,000 naira per day that means an average of 600 cars times 600 times 40,000 owó yẹn ò lọ sọ́dọ̀ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì.
So that is the way Nigeria is being operated when I calculate it.
It's a messed up country. And the only way out is just for us to go our separate ways.
That is 24 million.
That's it. Exactly what you saw here. It's about there. And because I write up here, I mean, Ilana UK, it was a long article. We read a lot, but what we are saying now is action. Tiwa Antanisi ejade fún rally. Ka build the momentum here. Ka fi wa push it dele. Nígbà tí mo ka kíní ẹ̀ bọ̀bọ́ yẹn ní no.
Yes.
You know, how can somebody be making 24 million every day from a state and that money doesn't goes to the government? And you want to go because the money is not going to the system.
That's the criminal stuff. So now, back to sharing Emma Delton. Tí mission tó bá máa strike tó bá máa gbé tó máa dá máa fi gba òmìnira wa. Kò sí kankan tá a fi dá sí àwọn
wọ́n ní kọ́ máa náwó tọ́nà èèyàn kan ló fi jẹ́.
Ó mọ̀ pé nínú lówó tẹ́ ẹ máa ná Yorùbá pẹ̀lú pẹ̀lú a ní problem pẹ̀lú yẹn o àmọ́ tí owó gbogbo àpapọ̀ yẹn.
Because mo gbọ́ yẹn.
Ṣé wọ́n kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ kan pé Mr. Koiki ẹ má fi gbogbo àtọmọdé rẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n bá ti kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ kan fún ìgbà wọn pé mo travel lọ sí mo dẹ̀ rí wẹ́pọ̀n tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn níbo wọ́n tó fi mẹ́wàá
In fact, a pop action, in fact, so ẹ máa bí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá ká náwó báyìí bàbá Yorùbá náà ní bẹ́ẹ̀ náà mo bá sọ̀rọ̀ àfọ̀dọ́rọ̀ so àwọn ojú owó ju kọ́ ní kọ́ńtà àdìgbé lọ́wọ́ kò sàn tàbẹ́dà sí ẹ̀ àmà náà di alájà owó
owó tó àwọn ẹ̀rọ pẹ̀lú kékeré la máa ná ni Fúlàní lo ń lo helicopter wọ́n bẹ helicopter wá fi land ìbọn fún wọn àwa ṣì wà níbi pé àmúnà ń complain.
So a sì ṣe pé owó tá à ń lọ abẹ́ bí ju àwọn èèyàn wa kó bẹ̀rù and káwa náà dẹ̀ pọ̀ gbogbo ẹrù púpọ̀ because wọ́n ń sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan kò sẹ́ni tó bẹ̀rù Nàìjíríà at any point in time everybody should be expecting death even ẹni tó wọ́n láti àbúrò wá sí Nàìjíríà. Mr. Koiki sọ last time náà ìfẹ́ sọ òun kan tí ọwọ́ àti ìtọ́mọ́ Nàìjíríà tó kò lọ tó náà wọ́n wá sí Nàìjíríà tó bá kàn wá sí Nàìjíríà tó ní Ghana lòun lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ tó padà kódà ṣe rí gan nínú comment section Tolúwa láṣẹ Kẹ́hìndé kọ́lọ̀ bá àfọ̀rún kẹ́ brọ́dà wa yẹn Ghana ló lọ màmá ẹni kó má lọ Nàìjíríà ó wá sí Èkó màmá ẹni wá sí ní Èkó kéèkó kì í sí àṣẹ tó máa lọ Ìbàdàn he died in the bomb blast ní Ìbàdàn kí ni Ṣèyí Mákindé ò tí pé màmá yẹn ti ṣe bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí tó bá jẹ́ pé girlfriend Ṣèyí Mákindé ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan ṣẹlẹ̀ sí a ti kówó fún a dẹ̀ ti lọ wá níbi tó bá wà gọ́vnà Ṣèyí Mákindé yìí kò tí pé màmá yẹn pé kó tẹ̀ kí wọ́n pé ẹ má bínú tọmọ yín tó kú bomb bastard.
Mákindé náà gbogbo pátápátá jẹ́ pátí tó sàwọn báyìí fún ìlànà ìgbẹ́rù àbúròmádà láì mọ ní ìpò ọ̀hún tí ó ń dájọ́ ẹ má dé ọ̀hún ibẹ̀
àwọn afẹ́ ká máa defend nonsense ni people want us to be defended ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn tó máa ní ká máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò ṣe pé wọ́n ń jẹ lára wọn wọ́n kàn wọ́n pa ọmọlúwàbí yes ọmọlúwàbí ni wọ́n bá at this particular time you are fighting a máa gbọ́ ọmọlúwàbí sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ so that we can deal with the right situation so that we can get the hell out of this messed up country. Ṣé bá ṣe jókòó sínú ẹ̀ tí brother yìí bá sọ̀rọ̀ tán máa play video alápinni ẹ rí i pé all these bastard Yoruba actors and actresses turn out campaign for Tinubu wọ́n jẹ́ selfish about themselves. Ṣé Igboho wà selfish about ẹni? No, he's talking about every one of us that are in danger. Kò ṣe tara ẹnìkan ló ń sọ fún gbogbo wa ní Igboho sọ̀rọ̀ lórí tó bá jẹ́ tara ẹni mélòó ló fi jẹ́ náà ṣé lóun fi ṣe president ni àṣé bàbá Akíntóyè ló máa bàbá 90 years old bàbá tó bí ní 1935 do you know what it means to be 90 years old 90 other people some of you don't know I don't think some of us know.
So àwọn ọkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn so that's ara nǹkan tí Nàìjíríà máa ṣe fún wa nìyẹn tí yóò bá ń ṣe tó Fúlàní tó pààyàn ìjọ àfọwọ́ pé Nàìjíríà ò sì tẹ́sí lọ síta 100%. So tí Fúlàní tó bá wálé tí Fúlàní ò bá jẹ ìgbé pa so ó máa sí kí o tó bá sì sílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà máa kú sí.
Sí kìkẹ́. Reason táwọn ìyá gbogbo èèyàn lè wá sílé nìyẹn gbogbo àwọn tó kíní gan Adétóhùn gan tó kàn ní òun ní bí a migraine àbórí ń fọ́ òun wọ́n ní wọ́n recommend medication kan fún òun máa ń cost òun ní 500,000 naira òun lówó láti rà eventually ó tún padà lọ London ni because ó náà ní access sí London London lọ ti wá fún ní treatment Adétóhùn tó máa ń gbà sí fún Tinubu yẹn ni mo sọ this was last week mọ̀mísí mi ló sẹ́yìn bí lọ́sẹ̀ ó ní London gbà tó ń wá dé London lọ sọ pé òun ò ní láti ṣe operation òun ò ní surgery wọ́n wá fún ní kinní kan tó kàn fi sí bí wọ́n fi sí mú ni wọ́n fi sí kinní kan tó bá yẹ kó ti ṣe surgery ni ó lè má survive ẹ̀gọ́ kó tó padà èèyàn mélòó ló lè san 500,000 tí yàn kan bá ní migraine fún treatment do you know what it cost kó tó ra tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì lọ sí London ká tẹ̀sán pé ó ní access láti wọlé ìwọ tó ní visa nǹkan ṣé wàá kọ́kọ́ lọ gba visa ó sì ní kú Anika let's get the hell out of this Nigeria.
So that's why we need to go out of Nigeria. So it's very, very important. So I'm saying this to you, please.
Amajade, Bọ́fẹ́ Bọ́kọ̀, Amajade, ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ọlọ́run àfún gbogbo àṣẹ, ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ká máa mobilize. Thank you very much. Àmín. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o. Mo dúpẹ́ mo mọ lóore o. Àníjọra wa lójú o, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí ìjọra mi lójú. Mo fẹ́ ká sáré gbọ́ fídíò yìí. Mo ń bọ̀ Mr. Shakiru. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ fídíò yìí. Kẹ́ lè rí this selfish bastard Yoruba actors and actresses. Camera mi ti mute, but ó sì ń show pé ẹ ń rí mi, but camera mi ti frozen níbí báyìí, but not a problem. Let's watch this video together.
Ìgbọ́ Tinubu jẹ́ ẹni tá ti nífẹ̀ẹ́ ti pẹ́, ó dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa láàrin àwọn òṣèré. Ẹ̀tì tó yẹ ló jẹ́ ká jáde.
Fún 2 months.
Oṣù méjì la fi jáde.
Kí wá lọ fún yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí kú iṣẹ́ o.
Bóyá orí wọn ò tí ì pè débẹ̀. Làwọn débi tó máa fi ronú rẹ̀ sẹ́wọ̀n ń ṣe nǹkan fún àwọn èèyàn káàkiri. Yàtọ̀ sáwà gan òṣèré mélòó náà ti ṣe nǹkan. Yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tó súnmọ́ wọn tí wọ́n àwọn náà gé ní lára wọn. Ṣé yíyan máa lóhùn òríran kò rí àwọn àgbà arúgbó nígbà tá à ń ṣe campaign? Ṣojú Ṣèyí dí ni sọ́fọ́ ni kò rí pé àwọn àgbà òṣèré kan ṣe.
Òṣèré mélòó tẹ̀ lẹ kó jáde fún campaign yẹn gbà yẹn?
We are over 100.
Over 100.
Gbogbo arìn kiri àtàgbàlagbà àti èyí ọmọdé. Níbi táwọn gan ò lè campaign wọ àwa wọn bẹ̀. Olú ẹ̀ ń wá ní ọjà káàkiri láìṣe wèrè.
Ṣé wọ́n gbowó kalẹ̀ fún yín tẹ̀ ń ṣe gbogbo stress nígbà yẹn lọ́wọ́?
Wọ́n gbé nǹkan kan kalẹ̀. Èpè oríṣiríṣi ló ń lọ lórí kọ́mẹ́ǹtì gbogbo àtàjáde. Wọ́n pòsì èpè sí everybody. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi Ọláìyá tó lọ sí òòhàn Yemọja nítorí Tinubu èpè tó gbà. Bí ìsinyìí kò ìbọnú àwọn èpè ọ̀hún. Wọ́n pòsì ẹ̀ sí ní gbogbo ìgbà.
Bọ̀ agbọ́ngbà yẹn pé wọ́n fún bàbá Ọláìyá ní.
Ta ló fún?
Mọ́tò.
Ta ló fún? Kò sẹ́ni tó fún. Bàbá ló dẹ̀ lọ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì. Ṣé ó yẹ ká máa fi àgùntàn là káàkiri ká máa fi gbé wọn ṣépè?
Ní campaign ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì fún bàbá.
Mi ti ro. Ìṣe pé campaign ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì gan àfàìmọ̀ ká má tún fẹ́ pè tí ń dì gan pé ẹni tó bá dìbò fún un. Èyí yẹn wá ń fò káàkiri ń lọ ọlẹ̀ àwọn ọmọlá káàkiri ní ìsanwó hospital. Ṣé kò sẹ́ni tó síìkì nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ń bí ni? Hospital mélòó ló ti wọ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ń bí lọ sanwó àwọn aláàrẹ̀?
Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Mo ní gbogbo wa tí a sọ fún nígbà yẹn ẹni Koiki ó lè jókòó sí London kó máa pariwo kò tí sógun gbogbo kan wà òkè ẹ̀gbọ́n tó sọ. Mo kí bàbá wa Adéyẹmí lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí tí Olúwa lọ́run ní bàbá Alápinni ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ yàn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́.
Campaign wa ń ṣe pẹ̀lú dùnú pé mẹ́sáyà wa ti dé. Ìbíkọ́ Tinubu jẹ́ ẹni tá ti nífẹ̀ẹ́ ti pẹ́, ó dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa láàrin àwọn òṣèré. Bọ̀dì torí ẹ̀ ló jẹ́ ká jáde.
Fún 2 months.
Oṣù méjì la fi jáde.
Kí wá lọ fún yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí kú iṣẹ́ o.
Bóyá orí wọn ò tí ì pè débẹ̀. Làwọn débi tó máa fi ronú rẹ̀ sẹ́wọ̀n ń ṣe nǹkan fún àwọn èèyàn káàkiri. Yàtọ̀ sáwà gan òṣèré mélòó náà ti ṣe nǹkan. Yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tó súnmọ́ wọn tí wọ́n àwọn náà gé ní lára wọn. Ṣé yíyan máa lóhùn òríran kò rí àwọn àgbà arúgbó nígbà tá à ń ṣe campaign? Ṣojú Ṣèyí dí ni sọ́fọ́ ni kò rí pé àwọn àgbà òṣèré kan ṣe.
Òṣèré mélòó tẹ̀ lẹ kó jáde fún campaign yẹn gbà yẹn?
We are over 100.
Over 100.
Gbogbo arìn kiri àtàgbàlagbà àti èyí ọmọdé.
We have 30 minutes at exactly 5 hours to the broadcast. I will bring it to an end. But we have a call that was coming through. This is the nonsense that they presented. But kí tó gba call yẹn, ẹ jẹ́ ká yọ Alápinni kúrò. Mo kí Bishop Adesina Ṣẹ́gun gbogbo ẹni tẹ́tí darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Whether you understand Yoruba or you don't understand, what we are discussing here is that the Yoruba people have made up their mind to leave Nigeria. But some of us always tell you that abroad is a good place. If you have access to travel to Europe, America, Asia, any African country, please do so. But some of us wants to come back because we are tired of living abroad. I don't have the copyright to this video, but I just want us to Shakiru ma pe pada mo fẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ video yìí, and I'll call you back in a minute. Let's watch this video together. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ video yìí, you know, Yoruba Nation no going back. Day 5 of the mega rally, we have half an hour so that Kimi no lilo fegbelile. I can assure us that we will continue to monitor the situation and give report back. Aki gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ back to back. Follow us and watch this video. Kagbon Koti Arakunri Fibawaso.
Many Africans come to me and said they will pay me thousands of dollars for me to help them to go to Europe. I haven't helped a single person, and I'm not going to do that. If Europe is so fantastic, why am I then in Africa?
You want to come to Europe, huh? Stupid! Stupid, stupid, stupid! I get so many questions. Chef, I want to work with you here in Europe. Chef, arrange a job for me in Europe. Guys, life is a bitch in Europe.
If you're well-to-do, if you're doing pretty good in your life, it's better to be doing really well in Africa than it is to be in America.
Never once in all my years of living or traveling on the African continent have I been mistreated in any way because of my ethnicity, because of my skin color. And this is in spite of the fact that I come from a country who are guilty for some of the worst colonial crimes.
Why is nobody talking about this? Ever since I came to Africa, many Africans have come to me and said they will pay me thousands of dollars for me to help them to go to Europe. I haven't helped a single person, and I'm not going to do that. Ask yourself, why, if Europe is so fantastic, why am I then in Africa? Does that make sense? If my own place is so fantastic, why would I be here? Now,
let's leave that and let me give you another one quickly. Ó shocking, how shocking me now. To ban access to travel, please do not hesitate. Japa, okay? Come nígbà tó lọ gbọ́ KOIKIMEDIA tá ti wà nínú rally tí mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ japa lóní ko tó bá lè japa, please japa, okay? Má tẹ̀ jẹ́ kó pẹ́ rárá, japa ní kíákíá. But àwa kan fẹ́ jápadà. Okay.
Having a British.
Hold on. We are tired of living in Europe. Okay. Tí wọ́n bá ṣe fẹ́ lọ, please. Nígbà tẹ́mi travel, like I've told you, I left Nigeria when I haven't had time to do a documentary of myself because of this is what I should be doing. But I am happy with the job I have right now, working day and night. Moke, you don't see Igboho. Tibatiri brother me, he money so location be to wà fún yín. Ó fẹ́ràn Igboho die. Ó fẹ́ràn Igboho délẹ̀. Tó bá ní fans Igboho ìlú tó dẹ̀ wà ó gbọ́ èdè. Money so lo tó wà fún ó gbọ́ èdè biyama. Ọmọ tí ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ padà wá sílé. Agbọ́dọ̀ mọ ọmọ ẹ̀ wálé. Ìwọ tó bá fẹ́ jápa mo bẹ̀ ṣá make sure pé o ti pé 40 years old. I am 47 years old. I was born in 1978. I left Nigeria when I was not even close to 22. I finished in Abeokuta Grammar School in 1995. 15 first years of my life, I did not have free access to return out of UK. I got in, I could not come out. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí tí ẹ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wá òwe, Ọlọ́run ṣèwòye fún yín l'Amẹ́ríkà, ní Canada, ní gbogbo ibikíbi tẹ́ bá wà. Experience tèmi lè ní sọ. 15 fucking years, I was unable to go back on the airline. Pé mo fi travel out. After 15 years that I got my paper, my mom paid for a ticket. And my younger brother in Nigeria, and lọ́pàdé ní Dubai pẹ̀lú mom sí mi. That was the first time tí ma rí òfurufú padà. Pé mo wà nínú plane. And my first visit was Dubai. After 15 fucking years. Ẹ má bínú fún language yẹn. Bó ṣe lè yẹ nìyẹn. So if you want to go to UK, bye-bye, but make sure pé o ti pé 40 years old. Because over pé 40 years old, add 15 years to your years, you will be 55 before you think of having a paper. O máa ti pé 55 years old, egungun á ti máa rọ́. I am 47. Let's knock it off. We are already in the rally. Let's knock it off so that Baba can give us Yoruba nation before 2027. Ìtọ́ba wo Tinubu ni kó ṣe. Ìtọ́ba wo ni kó ṣe fún wa. Ìgbòho ní Tinubu ò lè pa gbogbo wa. Impossible. Gbogbo wa láti lọ tí Ìgbòho sọ. Ṣé ó lè pa gbogbo wa ni? So mo kí ẹ dáadáa, brother mi bá ń kí ìyàwó àtọmọ. So I have less than 31 minutes. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ká manage ẹ̀ dáadáa. Shakiru mo máa pè ẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ fídíò yìí. Bóyá eléyìí á lè sọ fún ẹ pé bye, máa lọ London, máa lọ America. Donald Trump, ṣé Dubai ni àbí Dubai? Àwọn Americans tó lọ Dubai, èyí tẹ́ ní green card mo bẹ̀ yẹn jọ torí Ọlọ́run ẹ má travel o. Ẹ má travel o, wèrè ní Trump yìí o, ó ya wèrè gan. Mo ń bọ̀ àti àmà wọ́n ti ń pè mí pé ọ̀gá ó jẹ́ ká ti máa jẹun. Àwọn staff mi ti ń bínú. Ẹ má bínú sí mi, ẹ má bínú, ẹ ṣe sùúrù díẹ̀. Àwọn tó há sí Dubai nísìn green card wọ́n jẹ́ kó wọ Amẹ́ríkà padà. Ṣé mo parọ́ safety domain? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ já mi tó bá yẹ pé mo parọ́ ẹ̀ tẹ́ wà l'Amẹ́ríkà. I am not talking about ẹni tó ní American passport o, ẹni tó ní green card ó travel wọ́n jẹ́ kó wọlé padà. Trump ya wèrè gan, ó síwí bí wèrè. Kò fi wọ́n lọ sí school ọmọ àwọn tí wọ́n níwèé, àwọn teacher táwọn. Listen to this girl because I want to manage my 30 minutes. I demand 15 minutes. I kò fi raise owó kẹfì lọ́pọ̀ platform wa. Èèyàn ní ẹ má lọ gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ wà lórí platform. The last 15 minutes we will raise money to help Koiki Media as we forge ahead. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Let's watch this video together. When I watched this video, I was like, wow. Ẹni yìí èmi ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. I left Nigeria when I was in my youth. If you cannot leave Nigeria in your youth, dare not think about going anywhere because it could be disaster. Let's watch this together. I do not own a copyright, so I will not be able to play all the video. 16 minutes.
Passport or indefinite leave to remain is not a passport to success. Number of people who have come to me since sharing my story of my 9-to-5 crisis and how I quit my job and how I felt attacked, discriminated, and in an unhappy place, despite my qualifications, experience, and length of time in the UK, and dare I say, my immigration status, which ultimately means that I'm British. People coming to me and saying, oh my God, you have killed my dreams. If you're struggling being British and you've been there for so long, what chances do I have? You guys should stop sharing a negative picture about the UK. People are doing well. And I just thought, you know what, I need to address this. Normally, I don't address all comments, but when you come to my inbox, I address it, okay? Let me try and make this as friendly as possible. If you're listening to this video, you are, say, late 30s or even mid 30s, you've already got a life abroad, especially in Africa. The biggest people who come to my inbox are Nigerians. We have some Ghanaians, some Kenyans, from everywhere. You are having an okay life. You have a job, you're skilled in your field, and you have decided to move to the UK because you can apply for a skilled visa or you can go through OCS, whatever the processes are nowadays. And your dream is to come and settle here with your whole family. Let me give you this message. Please do this with no expectations for financial success in 2025. I am going to start from the beginning. Now, I honestly feel like the worst thing that has happened to us like a continent is the constant attachment to success by living overseas or having the flexibility to travel overseas. I'll talk about the flexibility because for me and a lot of us watching this video, we came abroad with a different plan in mind. I'm not going to talk for you, but for myself, I came here as a 20-year-old 20 years ago, or over 20 years ago. And
because I don't have the access to the, the copyright of the video, so exactly what she's saying is what has happened to me. I left Nigeria when I was in my 20s. And if you calculate it, I lived 27 years in the UK. That means I'm 47. Now, in that 47 years, 15 years out of it was held back by the same nonsense country that is now telling me that Nigeria should not break. You know, go better for that country. That country that held me for 15 years, let us push it together so that we can dissolve and this nonsense amalgamation. Only shut up. Because I got to go very soon.
I had dreams to come and study and go back to my country and give back or get a job or settle. 95% of people who came here then had big dreams to go back home. This same issue of most people telling you, oh my God, you're already there. Don't dare come back. Don't come back home before you have your papers.
That is always number one question. What you want America? Ma wale to ba ni paper o. Torí pé wà tún lọ gba wà lọ apply for visa ni o. That made a lot of us to stay in Canada, in America for many years. Share a new generation they say bye. Okay, bye. I wish you all the best. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó rí visa gbà o. Tó bá jẹ́ kíá ni skill work ni bye.
You will be frustrated if you could not go back. Just stay there first, persevere, do whatever it takes, and have your papers. That is why.
That is what made me to stay in the UK for 15 years, looking for my papers. Tó bá ti wálé, ṣó wá tó lọ gba visa ni gba paper o. Tó bá ti gba paper, But remember, age difference. I left when this girl or this our auntie or mother or so it's not a girl, probably maybe age, I don't know. But make sure that you are still in your 20s. Don't travel when you are in your 40 because it will be difficult for you. 20.
A lot of people immigrated and never went back. The net immigration numbers went up. And there are a few success stories. However, do you know the number of people whose dreams were killed? Because there is the extra.
And I'll leave it like that. If you want that video, go on a Facebook, a YouTube channel of our sister, How I Lost 20 Years of My Life in the UK. British passport or ILR, indefinite stay, isn't a guarantee to success. What is going to give us our success is for us to have our own independent Yoruba country. Anything short of that, you cannot start saying, yes, there are successful stories. We have a lot of Nigerians back in the UK and America. They're doing And on that note, as we are ending this broadcast, like I said, make sure that you always remember to keep your notification bell on. Day 5 is the rally. It's doing very well. I've received a couple of images coming from Osun State today. We hope we state challenge. This is the time for your local government to say, local government Loma proof, but yes, our rally. And if you think that is not worth it, then remember that nobody is coming to help us. I got to help our Igbowo is there, is behind the scene, he knows what is going on, is fully aware of everything that is happening. But like I said, let us do what is needed to be done. Most of us who left in the 90s, we are the last set that can consider lucky. Beni Yawa Olajire Koka, and your fellow, please help us to thumbs up, which is a good thing in this broadcast. It's been over 5 hours now, and we have delivered everything to our concern, especially those of you that are worried about whether there's a disagreement. Why is the rally going like this? There's nothing wrong with the rally the way it's going. It's going in accordance to how it should go. And most importantly, everybody should play their role. Mokia, brother, Aziz, I have to go now. But before I go, let's remember to support KOIKIMEDIA, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. I am not your blogging platform. We are not your vlog. We are not the ones that go and bring the video and Shoma. Pella at Jarvis, all this is not what we are doing here. We are a media organization that is fully registered, that is also campaigning for the right of the Yoruba people. You might disagree with it as a Yoruba person, we will force you in. Because when Britain put Nigeria together, you were forced in. Koiki, shut up. We are going to do 2027. Shut up. No, 2027 is not what we're talking here. What we're talking is about our future in a very better. Mukente South Africa, John Boko, thank you so much. I can't mention all the names that have joined. Some of you have just sit down there listening. Go back to start of the video. Use it as a movie tonight and pick everything that can help your community, your local government as an indigene. This is the time to help them so that they can go. No problem. No problem. With you or without you, we will still leave Nigeria. Okay? And on that note, God bless Yorubaland. God bless Baba Kitoye. God bless every one of us. Due to the fact that they say there was lenience in apportion of visa, Tabani country with a good economy, nobody needs a visa to go anywhere. It will be country to country having a serious conversation. Thank you so much, Keke Okus. On the space, on every channel, we are also on Rumble. Remember, once again, let us listen for further instruction from Professor Akitoye and the rest of the YSDM. YSDM on the problem. You want to go deep to see what you can do to help the movement. Everybody has a role to play. I am playing my role. Nobody's perfect, but we are not going to derail and we are not going to sell you out. Maybe that is what you're thinking. Yoruba Nation, no restriction, surrender. Idowumati, thank you so much. On the Facebook, thank you. And if you're going to watch it again, please remember, Emani BP, Ema Ronu Kokon. Everything is going the way it's meant to go, and we will get there. Moki, Bugo family, Bugua, our family, or our Yoruba. Mo Mori, no, economy Bugua. As of Tinubu, let my people go. Tinubu, let our people go, and that is the only way forward. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Udaro.